3,000 kilometers of coastline stretching from the cold Atlantic Ocean to the warm Indian Ocean, with a biodiverse abundance of maritime life. That means fisheries, ocean aquaculture, and medicine. We have pristine beaches and world-class tourism facilities with some of the planet's best water sport sites and top coastal hiking routes. We also have unexplored offshore mineral and energy resources. In short, South Africa's oceans are rich. 30,000 vessels sail through South African waters every year. Durban has the largest container facility in Southern Africa, and it is the busiest port on the continent. More than 96% of South Africa's volumetric trade is moved by sea through the country's 8 commercial ports. In fact, South Africa is among the top 12 sea trading nations. Considering this, it may be surprising to learn that only 0.3% of global carrying capacity is currently controlled by South African companies, and our shipping registry is almost void of large cargo vessels. Currently, the largest multinational corporations across the maritime industry are reaping the benefits of South Africa's exclusive economic zone because we are short on skills to take advantage of the available opportunities. Through endeavors like the Ocean Economy Skills Summit and its actionable outcomes, we can empower South African people and South African companies to fill this void. Although the unemployment rate is at 30.8% and youth unemployment is a significant problem, it also means we have an incredible human resource, young people searching for opportunities. To grow the ocean economy, our people need skills.
TITA plans to consolidate the gains that have been made to train about 1,000 unemployed South Africans who come from disadvantaged backgrounds in different areas in maritime. TITA plans to support small businesses in the marine economy as well and consolidate and possibly train much more than what has been trained before. So the intention is to, 1, continue to train individuals, 2, continue to support small businesses, and 3, provide skills in the formal education sector ranging from schools, TVETs and universities.
Just like the oceans are interconnected, the ocean economy is not only about the maritime industry. It is part of a far bigger interconnected system. And when we consider the entire system, this one initial move to educate South Africans in maritime skills and the importance of our oceans can significantly improve our entire economy. Transport and manufacturing in the ocean economy can contribute 20 to 25 billion rands to the GDP and 18,000 jobs by 2033, primarily driven by growth in cargo handling, with container volumes projected to increase by 6% per annum. Maritime manufacturing can contribute between 22 billion and 36 billion rands to GDP and 22,000 to 38,000 jobs by 2033. A healthy shipbuilding, repair and maintenance industry means mining millions of tons of ore, refining and smelting of steel, parts manufacturing, marine-grade paint manufacture, transport logistics, construction of port infrastructure like dry docks, floating docks, and cranes, civil, mechanical, and electric engineers, designers, construction and assembly crews, and sophisticated computer and communications network and specialists. The ocean economy stretches from below the ocean floor, through the waters, into the skies, and beyond our atmosphere.
Skills development in South Africa can never take place without partnerships with different stakeholders. And over the years, TITA has collaborated with a number of role players, ranging from private providers, TVET colleges, universities of technology, universities themselves, including some schools. TITA really seeks to make this possibility for South Africa to be a gateway for the rest of Africa. So our partnerships will not only focus on South Africa, but they will also focus in other parts of Africa. We also need to really consolidate what we have done with the World Maritime University, where we have trained about 50 South Africans in MSc in different fields. We just want to really focus not only in the country, but focus beyond the borders of South Africa. TITA looks forward to all role players participating at the summit. We invite our stakeholders, and we're excited that finally we have gone to a place where we are ready to host annual summits, for the ocean economy being one of them. Whether you will be present at the venue or watching online, we will have progressive, robust discussions that will take us to achieve our objectives, all of us. Thank you so much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12.
Cross-sector skills development and the transferable and exportable skills that stem from the growth of our ocean economy will stimulate vastly diverse industries. The young learners of today will build the sustainable enterprises of tomorrow. The blue economy means 1 million jobs for South Africa. Our task right now is to educate the youth so they can explore a future in the ocean economy.
Growing up, we were raised to believe that it takes a village to raise a child. Hobane ngwana ke seipone sa motswadi. A child is a reflection of you and me both. We grew up being told time and time and time again, hore motho ke motho ka batho. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabanye abantu. I am because you are because I am. So every African child should be like the sky, the land, the sea, the ocean that rises on shoulders of giants. Us, that stands as high as our names, them. And know day and night, night and day, how to dip and dive and deep through the raging seas that rage, through the crushing waves that crush. They must know how to fly and soar and fly through thunder and lightning, through beaming skies that beam. Every African child, their voice should let them know that the culture of learning is a gift, a birthright that can curl itself over time and tied with prime and pride. Every African child's flesh should be fire. In the universe of water, the sheep, the sky, the airbirds, the sheep, the sky, the universe of water, making them craftsmen and craftswomen, artful with the art of their hands on the landscape of possibilities. Every African child's spirit should be a whisper. And with each whisper, a whispering world of dream-like should emerge and rise. For it is not hard to dream. It is only hard to house a dream that you cannot dream yourself out of its nightmare. Every African child needs you and me both to teach him how to chase the sky line against the backing winds, to show her how to touch the face of God. To tell they and them how conceivable it is to have your dreams rooted and planted inside water. Every African child wants you and me to guide and guard them across the sky, the sea, the land, the ocean. For every African child should be able to smile with the sunrise and be the smiling sunrise. They should be able to glow next to the sunset and be the glowing sunset. Every African child needs you and me both to remind them that when one of our own climbs up the ladder, they should stop, look back, and pull the whole village with them. Bring and carry our own. These black bodies blazing and glowing with diamonds attached to their wings. Hobani, it takes a village to raise a child. Ngwana ke sipone sa motswadi. A child is a reflection of you and me both. Motho ke motho ka batho. So may we walk with the ability to lead with others before us. May we walk with the ability to pull those who are behind us. May we walk with the ability to inspire those who are below us. May we walk with the ability to fly and rise with others above us. But more than anything, may we walk with the ability to instill a sense of ubuntu, botho, all around us as we become the time and tide of ocean economy. Stompie Silibe. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. My name is Matthew from the Marriott Hotel. May I welcome you all to the Marriott Hotel. Allow me to take a few minutes of your time to outline some basic safety and security advice. In the event of an emergency situation, our PA system will go off, urging all of you to evacuate into the front of our hotel. Please follow the instructions as directed. In case of a medical emergency, the hotel have qualified first aiders who will assist the guests while I wait for advanced medical assistance from Med Response who are based here in the precinct. In the event of load shedding, we have a standby generator which will kick in after some few minutes. Our restrooms are located on your right as you go out of these main doors. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The Department of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and the Transport Education and Training Authority, TITA, welcomes all delegates to the inaugural Oceans Economy Skills Summit 2021. This summit brings together different people from all walks of life to deliberate on how each professional, the transport industry, and other strategic partners can support the growth of the ocean economy through skills development and job creation. Therefore, having a positive and great impact on our GDP. In attendance, we have universities, University of Technology, TVET colleges, SET colleges, and government departments, CETA, QCTO, and SACWA representatives. Private companies and interested parties determined to contribute towards the transformation and growth of the ocean economy. Government recognizes the huge but untapped economic value of this sector. Therefore, this summit is an excellent opportunity to not only unlock the potential of the sector, but enhance multi-partner relationship and collectively deliver against the goals of the NDP 2030, which identifies the ocean economy as one of the industries that can contribute to unlock the country's economic growth, help eliminate poverty, and reduce unemployment. The ailing economy and the impact of the coronavirus have placed immense pressure on government to save lives and livelihood through entrepreneurship and job creation. Any economic sector that has the potential to help achieve this vision for the country must be explored and fast-tracked. Therefore, this summit comes at the right time when the President Cyril Ramaphosa is spearheading the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. However, this plan will never be fulfilled or realized if the country does not have the required skills to take it forward or to support it. We therefore look forward to your participation during this summit, your involvement beyond these 2 days, The success of the summit will be judged by the contribution that each one of us makes towards the achievement of the transformation and growth objectives through active participation beyond this gathering. On that note, I would like to welcome on stage Mrs. Mapefo Ano Fempongo, who is the CEO of Transport Education Training Authority. Mrs. Mapefo Ano Fempong has more than 30 years of experience in the public service, with over 20 years in leadership roles in Mpumalanga Education and the National Department of Education, Department of Transport, and TITA. Her educational profile reveals, among other things, postgraduate diploma in management at Hengley Business School, strategic leadership and innovation, Manchester Business School, strategic international board leadership at Wits Business School, executive strategic and business foresight, Stanford University. Being at the helm of TITA for the past 12 years, Mrs. Ano Frempong's role is central in addressing socio-economic challenges in the transport sector, which includes youth unemployment, gender inequalities, rural development, and economic inclusion of the vulnerable, such as people with disabilities. Mrs. Mapefo Fempong can come on stage.
It is an honor for TITA to have finally put together this inaugural Economist Summit for the ocean economy and to witness such a great turnout, both on-site and on our virtual platforms. I would like to start by recognizing the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Dr. Blade Nzimande, who is joining us online and gracing us with his presence and who supports this initiative greatly. We would like to really recognize the exemplary leadership that the Minister has provided, that has assisted us to navigate through sector challenges with ease, leaning on the support of the Department and the Ministry. I would like to recognize the TITA board, led by the chairperson of the board, Mr. Zamugu Hlezungu. I thank the board for providing us visionary leadership and supporting us to ensure that the transport sector, which is so central to economic development and social development, that it moves to greater heights. To the management team, the executive team from TITA, the rest of staff, and our partners that assist us in putting this summit together, thank you so much. I can see from the number of delegates we have on our guest list that indeed we are charting new grounds. I would like to really recognize everyone that is here, the representatives from the Department of Transport, people that come from the private sector, the Department of Higher Education and Training, those that come from the Defense Force, people that come from the Air Force in the order that you have come in, the Institute for Maritime Technology from Arms Corps Division, as well as the CSRR, and recognize the SAIMI, South African International Maritime Institution, recognize eThekwini Cluster, recognize the Western Cape Cluster, recognize the South African Boat Building Expert Council, and recognize each and every one of you from the skills development side, ranging from community education and training colleges, coming all the way to TVET colleges, and really reaching even my colleagues in the other SETAs, as well as the universities of technology and the universities in general. For us as TITA, indeed, I would have loved to fully embrace and acknowledge each and every one of you present. However, in the interest of time, I would like to really get into setting the tone with regards to this conference. When you look at the transport sector, it is such a complex sector that is so interrelated. You know, it became much more pronounced how important transport sector is when we had different lockdown levels. When COVID hit South Africa, you could not afford to stay at home, and you could not use any other means to get to the hospital, to get to the pharmacy, to get to visit whatever place you needed to get to without having to be on the road. So it didn't matter how locked down we were. The transport sector was still an important part that transported each and every one of us to different places. Now, because it is so central, the transport sector, and it ranges from the land mode, going to the rail mode, going to the aviation mode, and going to the maritime road, including, even maritime sector, and including pipelines. You can't talk about the ocean economy without recognizing the integration of the different modes. And therefore, for us as TITA, we just want to really hold our hands together with our partners that we regard as strategic partners, consolidate the work that we've done over the past 20 years of TITA's existence, but really start striving to reach greater heights in order to make sure that when it comes to transformation, we don't do it alone. There are different key levers that TITA would like to really start expediting in the coming 10 years of the NSDP and the landscape of the SETAs. We would really want to work on skills development with our partners. We would like to really support and contribute to enterprise development, but we cannot do this without our stakeholders, and we cannot do it in isolation. So those two levers for us are the levers that are so critical that we saw it fit to organize this summit, which is a first of its kind, but which will be followed by many other summits to try and consolidate what has been done, but not to pat ourselves on the back, because we all know we're still far off from achieving our transformational objectives, but to be able to even strive above where we have reached. In transport, and especially in the ocean economy, we would like to stop thinking that ocean economy is about fishing, and ocean economy is about the ocean alone. We would like to really look at the different value chains that are connected to the ocean economy, ranging from manufacturing. We all know that if things are being transported out of the country to go to other borders, they definitely, most of them, are transported through vessels. But we cannot say, well, maritime is just about vessels. There are many other interconnections that go with ocean economy. Transport and logistics, using the different modes, becomes one essential element. But without energy, sometimes things get to a grinding halt, and we then have gridlocks on the way. You can't talk ocean economy without talking about property development and investment. You can't talk ocean economy without our ports. You can't talk ocean economy without the harbors. You can't talk ocean economy without the warehouses. You can't talk ocean economy without thinking of the tourism and the leisure component, especially with regards to the transportation of people. Neither can you speak ocean economy without looking at marine services, and neither can you speak transport economy without looking at other parts of our economy, including agriculture. So there is a supply side and there's a demand side. TITA is in the middle of all of it. You can come up with strategies. Without skills development, your strategies might not be realized. We would want, therefore, to continue to support the transformational agenda of government, and together with our stakeholders, congregate like we are today and integrate the work that we have done, look at the different strategies that we have, and see how best we can really expedite transformation. So to us, this inaugural Ocean Economy Skills Summit is a first of its kind in South Africa. So today and tomorrow marks a turning point for us and for everyone that is here today. We definitely do not wish this to be a talk shop. We definitely do not want to congregate and talk, get agitated, raise our voices, come up with strategies, and then we forget about it after Friday. We would like to see that what we leave here are tangible, implementable strategies that can really bring us somewhere. Obviously, we are aware that there is Operation Phakisa, which represents the spirit of moving faster in meeting government targets. We from TITA side, we would like to work with you, collaborate, find convergence where possible, work with you, and really take the synergy that has been demonstrated by all of you by just taking your time away and coming to congregate here. We believe in TITA, transformation cannot be achieved by one party and role player, and therefore we would like to take your commitment and combine it with our mandate and drive the process forward. I believe we can do more together. One thing I have recognized over the years has been when we as an institution want to fund initiatives and people come forward with incredible great ideas, one thing that I've seen lacking consistently, which I believe out of the summit we should get rid of, is doing it alone or being the best among them all. And oh, I know it better. Or no, I can't work with that one because they are not good people. I would really urge stakeholders, can we start collaborating? Can we start working collectively? Because if we continue with this concept that if I can't do it all alone, I would rather not be counted, it is not taking us anywhere. It is not helping us to make much more impact than we should. So I would like to urge our stakeholders to pass the mindset and really choose a unified approach in addressing transformation in the sector and further impact the country. We believe there is strength in diversity. We believe that we are agile as the gateway to Africa, and we believe you're diligent and you are experts in different areas, be it from government departments, be it from labor, be it from business, be it from academia and other sectors that are gathered here to really unbundle this concept of ocean economy and integration of our collective efforts towards driving transformation. There is an old saying that says, united we stand and divided we fall. And as I've said, we have seen brilliant projects coming onto the table through our flagship project model that our board set for us to be able to work with a multiplicity of stakeholders. We have seen that most of them fall because some entities want to do it alone. If we could just get rid of that mindset, if we could drive private-public partnerships, I believe that we are on our way to some success, and that when all is said and done, the generations that will come behind us will say, we did it for them. So my plea is that we continue united, we continue in the same diligence and the same energy, and we work collectively together with the department, together with the TITA, as well as other SETAs, to see how we can find innovative and meaningful ways to contribute to the economy. We all know Before COVID, the economy was contracting. Post-COVID, there is a concept on the table, which is called economic recovery and transformation and reconstruction that our government has come up with. So this calls for innovation, this calls for your contributions, this calls for us to really walk on uncharted path. So this is an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, not only to unlock the potential, but to enhance multi-partner relationships and collectively address the goals of the National Development Plan 2030 and the National Skills Development Plan 2030 as well, which has identified that the ocean economy is one of the industries that can contribute greatly to unlocking South Africa's economic growth, help eliminate poverty, and reduce unemployment. With regards to the summit, we have themed this summit, Transformation through Active Participation, which means today's summit and tomorrow has a bias towards transformation, has a bias towards skills development, enterprise development, with our strategic partners in order for us to make incredible inroads with regards to transformation. Now, coming to the essence of this economic skills summit, Ocean Economy, we are going to focus on creating awareness and engendering interest in the blue economy, especially with regards to those communities that have been excluded previously and that continue to be excluded in one way or the other. But the most important part that we would wish to see out of the summit is coming up and establishing a community of practice which consists of academia, which consists of industry partners, which consists of all critical role players, so that we can now develop an opportunity for us to have a learning space, to share knowledge, come up with new knowledge, see new things, and work together. We're hoping to have thought leaders coming out of the summit that could help us as an institution to continue to do research, to continue to have dialogue, and continue to start publishing publications in the global maritime body of knowledge. Hopefully, we will be able to create capacity beyond where we are, and hopefully we would be able to really have continuous professional development to deliver on the skills mandate and to work closely with our TVET colleges. My vision is to see a TVET college in South Africa being similar to a TVET college in China and any part of the world, where it is not about theory, but it's about practical, where it is not about things that are up there that are not relevant to South Africa, where it is about South Africa. If I could see a TVET college out of the 50 TVET college being a rail college in South Africa, then I would know we have achieved our objectives. If I could see a TVET college that focuses on aerospace and aviation, then I would know that we have really made an impact and move away from making TVET colleges to run programs that are generic that you can find anywhere else. And I believe they need to be TVET colleges that are public, that can do this, that young people can access them. If I could find a TVET college that focuses on transport and logistics, and it is a TVET college, I've got somewhere to go. And if I can find the same with the other modes, a TVET college that focuses on the road modes, that focuses on taxi, that focuses on road passenger, that focuses on courier services, whatever the case might be, if we could find our TVET colleges being at the same level and TVET colleges all over the world, I would believe that TITA has made a contribution it needs to make. For all this to happen, research needs to move from the periphery and move into the center of our strategic initiatives. We need to find ways in which TVET colleges should have faculties that are world-class, faculties that can publish, faculties that have linkages with the industry, faculties that can be reckoned with, so that the brand itself can change and bring and inspire confidence. The same vision we have for universities of technology, the same vision we have for our universities, the same vision we would like to see it with the community education and training colleges. The same vision we believe could bring South Africa into being a gateway to the rest of the African continent and beyond the rest of the world. So I'm very excited to be at the heart of such a great initiative that aims to engage the industry as a whole and come out with tangible solutions to implement for the benefit of the country, the benefit of the economy, the benefit of the youth. We believe we can do more together. And before I step down, I just want to share with you the key 6 pillars that our board has identified that in their tenure, TITA should be focusing on with regards to flagship projects. The first one the board has given me a mandate to do is to drive innovation. Notwithstanding that I was born before computers, the board couldn't care less. Drive innovation. Drive digitalization. If you've got issues with issues, go to school, learn how to do this, and set the right tone for the team in TITA to also follow behind. That's the first priority. The second one is SMME and entrepreneurship. The transport sector is made up of about 70% SMMEs, and SMMEs drive economic growth. So the board has said, Madam CEO, we want you to set up transport SMME forums where different subsector SMMEs can find a way to interface with TITA, find ways to bring their ideas on the table, find a way to work with TITA, and see how best the transport sector can grow. But we know the revenue we have is limited. So the board has said, Madam CEO with the CFO, go and find ways in which you can diversify the revenue of TITA. So what am I saying to all our stakeholders? Can we now start having partners that don't come to TITA for TITA to be the funder and for the partners to be the role implementers? If we could find partners that could say, we want to fund a project, we want to connect with you. There might be people that might be thinking, well, maybe the Skills Development Act does not allow. It does allow. Can we start getting proposals with regards to how we can avoid going separate ways, trying to address the same thing so that we can work together? The fourth priority from the board has been Africa trade. The board said South Africa is the gateway of Africa. Can we focus on projects in Africa trade? The fifth one is transformation. Why we here? Drive transformation. You have tried, you have not done enough, move faster, do it better, move with more people. And then last one that the board identified was TVET partnerships. TVETs are so critical, in my view, to driving economic delivery, and they are almost like my adopted sector in the PSET system. So indeed, these pillars that I've just shared with you, the inaugural summit resonates with them, and I believe if we can negate our differences, if we can focus our energies in building a transformed society within the ocean economy, we can set the tone to achieve a lasting African legacy within skills development and within entrepreneurship in the ocean economy. I would like to say to those that are connecting to us online, continue to engage, expand this reach of the summit by going on Facebook and going on Instagram, going on Twitter and LinkedIn. under the banner Ocean Economic Skills Summit, and then also on the website. We've got a YouTube channel, Ocean Economic Skills Summit SA, hashtag Ocean Economy, hashtag Ocean Economy Skills Summit 21, hashtag OESS 21. I thank you all, and I look forward to your contributions and your stretching engagements in the Commission. Thank you.
Thanks to the CEO of TITA, Mrs. Mapefo Anofrembong. And it is actually quite encouraging to know that TITA is involved with so many innovative programs, especially in youth development, driving innovation, and also supporting the enterprise development. I think it's something that we need to engage in further as industry stakeholders to see how we can partner and work with government institutions in order for us to achieve the objectives of the industry. So, on stage, I'd like to invite our second speaker, Mr. Dumisani Ntuli, who is the Chief Director, Maritime Transport. With over 20 years' experience in the maritime industry, Mr. Ntuli is an experienced leader with a long history of working in the public sector, in both national and international platforms, highly skilled in international negotiations, policy, and strategy implementation. He possesses a strong focus and championing leadership style. With vast experience in capability, he holds an LLB and focusing in ship law or shipping law from the University of Cape Town, and an LLB international law from the London Metropolitan University. Mr. Ntuli, welcome on stage.
I'm trying to get rid of them. Of this. Thank you very much, Program Director. And it's a privilege for me to appear before this very important and historic event. And before I go through what I've prepared for you, I would like to acknowledge Dr. Blade Nzimande, who is our Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology. And we are grateful for his leadership, and we can only commit to deliver the expectation that he expects from us at the end of this summit. And I would like to as well acknowledge Mr. Zungu, who is the chairperson of the TETA board, and Ms. Mapefo Anofrembong, who has just given us the context and cleared exactly as to how we need to navigate in the waters that have been set before us. Colleagues in the public sector who are attending here, present in the room, and those that are representing or they are participating virtually. Our industry stakeholders, I can see quite a number of them, but I can also see some of them virtually participating and being part of this historic event. There are as well industry associations that are here, and we wish to welcome them. My topic is a very complex topic in itself, and in preparing for it, I decided to go a little bit deep because it's a new area which is intriguing. And that is about transformation. We use this term, but when I was asked to speak on it, I said, well, I needed to research and understanding much more deeper so that we can then share with you what we have discovered in our search for knowledge of this term. But the context is quite clear, that is transformation in the public sector. My colleague who will be coming after me would be speaking, particularly from the industry, will be speaking more on the transformation and what is the role of the private sector in that regard. I just need to start with the well-known articulation of what transformation is, and we all know that the role of the public sector in transformation, for instance, is that of creating the enabling framework, the infrastructure, and the provision of basic services to enable the society to operate, to enable economic development broadly. Our sector, therefore, needs an infrastructure for its role in stimulating economic activity. Without what is provided by the state in the form of an infrastructure, there will be no economic development and there will be no economic growth. The sector needs infrastructure for its role in stimulating economic activity. Where infrastructure by the public sector becomes not too useful, they would normally be referred to as being white elephants. The choice is always that of deciding whether you'd want to create infrastructure before the demand, or you would create infrastructure and that will be followed by the demand of that infrastructure. I think that's an area that has occupied many planners and public officials to deciding as to what is the best way of moving forward. You would then forgive me as I go a little bit deeper to understand and share with you the meaning as to what could be the role of the private sector in transformation. You would forgive me in my interchangeable use of these terms, public sector and government, because they mean one and the same thing. Maybe I need to say something about what the public sector, especially for the benefit of our younger generation of public servants who have not been well inducted into understanding what the public service and the public sector means. The public as a concept refers to the people. And so anything that belongs to the people, which as long as it belongs to the people, may not be used for any other purposes than to be of benefit to the people and society. So it cannot be used for private profit or private ends. It's for the public good. The term itself, the public sector, appears once in our supreme law, the Constitution. The name people appears 18 times in the Constitution. And where it appears, it would help us to understand the context and the meaning of the Constitution itself. Firstly, it appears in the preamble where reference to we the people of South Africa. Government is based on the will of the people. May God protect our people. That's the prayer part of the Constitution. Languages of the people. It enshrines the rights of all people. Secure the well-being of the people. Be loyal to the Constitution, the Republic, and its people. That's when the President makes an oath of office. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people. The participation of people other than judicial officers in court decisions, people's needs must be responded to. Broadly representative of the South African people, territorial integrity and its people in relation to the defense, the number of people involved in the cases where there is a need for deployment of the forces. And last but not least, the South African people as a whole having a right to self-determination, and devote myself to the well-being of the Republic and its people. So this expose shows us that the Constitution is about the people. So everything that we do must be, it must be in terms of the Constitution. Therefore, we are here to serve the people. Now, interestingly, the word economy appears only once in the Constitution. Then maybe it may explain maybe why I think we've done much. We've not done much in terms of transformation itself, but it only appears once. But also, interestingly, the term public sector also appears once. It's only in Section 215 of the Constitution, where it is stated that national, provincial, and municipal budgets and budgetary processes must promote transparency, accountability, and the effective management of the economy, debt, and the public sector. And that's it. That's all right. Now, then it explains why, because I will now take you through an instrument of transformation, because government has got only one instrument of transformation, and that is the National Development Plan. So that is our instrument for bringing about transformation. It came later into our democracy, but we now have it. Now, when considering the National Development Plan, the name people, interestingly, appears 492 times, and the economy appears 384 times. Again, the people are dominating, and the economy is more focused. So the instrument that helps to translate the one word mentioned in the Constitution is what is covered in the National Development Plan in much greater detail. For purpose of the economy of time, I will omit highlighting all the instances where this term appears. Instead, I'll consider transformation as it is the main subject of this paper. Now, transformation itself appears about 55 times, and again, because of the economy of time, I'll pick up the most relevant articulations in this regard, and that I would like to invite you that this expose is critical in understanding the contextualized role of government in transformation. That's where now we are getting into the real issue. Critically, the NDP cautions that for true and meaningful transformation to be in place, it must be observed by a deracialized ownership. So you can tick the boxes: deracialized ownership and control of the economy, and reduced poverty and inequality. So that test itself can tell us whether we are making progress with transformation of our society. And I would leave the answer to that to you. And for us to consider and ponder on as we move forward. And in relation to the participation of women also, there is a particular emphasis that the NDP urges that the transformation of the economy should involve the active participation and empowerment of women. So where women are not active and participating, we have not started with transformation. So this is what the NDP dictates to us. In making the point about transformation of global economic power resulting in the rise of the developing South, the NDP highlights the following point. This is important because, particularly in the maritime sector or in the ocean economy, we cannot speak in isolation. We are part of the global community, we are part of the global industry. Therefore, any articulation of transformation must consider that reality. Then it says that Africa will be able to play an important role in the transformation of its government, business communities, and civil society groupings cooperate to ensure that the successes of the last decade, in particular reducing poverty, are maintained. So this is where now the shift from the north to south, the NDP says we would have to, the African country will have to demonstrate that they've been able to deal with these issues and maintained reduced levels of poverty in their communities. According to the NDP, transformation, therefore, is about the broadening opportunities for all South Africans, but particularly for the historically disadvantaged. So there's no apology for that. And also raising of employment, reducing poverty and inequality, and raising standards of living and education. The definition includes the broadening ownership and control of capital accumulation. So that's what the NDP calls us to. We need to develop, future capitalists of some sort. I know that there would be some concerns with this, but it is important because then you will be de-racializing and you will also be broadening the ownership. An important inclusion also is the equity in ownership of assets, income, and distribution. So it's not just about parts, but also equity partnership becomes critical. And also access to management, professions, and skilled jobs, not just jobs, but skilled jobs, high-quality jobs. Besides transformation being about economy, its dimension is also accommodated in spatial articulation, where it is acknowledged widely that spatial transformation, because of apartheid past, it needs serious attention now and into the future. Our republic's deep social and economic divisions necessitate that the state must be at the center and acting in the character of a developmental state to drive transformation. So we cannot drive transformation if we don't have this character of being a developmental state, and we should not make any apologies for that. This is because of the role of the state in providing the institutional framework and infrastructure that enables the economy and society to operate. In articulating the role and the primacy of the state, the NDP calls for interventions aimed at building the capacity and capability of the public sector. And if we were to realize the NDP Vision 2030, the role of the state must be that which brings about a rapid and sustainable transformation in a country's economic and social conditions through active, intensive, and effective interventions in the fundamentals of our economic system. The duty of developmental state is not only about simply producing regulations and legislation, which I think we're very good at, but is also equally about championing transformation through varied approaches. And I think we've said this in our own sector, that where there is no champion, the likelihood of anything succeeding is close to zero. You could have the policies and regulations, but if you don't have the champion who drives and implement, you would not achieve much. This is achieved through the state's steadfast and strategic interventions by continuously building and improving their own capacity to deliver projects and learning from experience. The public sector should also recognize the importance of building constructive relations with all sectors of society while safeguarding themselves from capture by sectoral interest. So this is very important. Particularly, I think we could draw lessons from the approach that we adopted in Operation Phakisa, where the real active involvement of the private sector was a little bit limited. So I think in revising Operation Phakisa, we need to ensure that the private sector is a central, is a partner with government in delivering on the ocean economy. And I think as the CEO has just said here, it becomes critical that we don't just on our own as government say we know it all, we're going to do it, but we need to work in partnership and cooperating across the sector. The NDP singles out the public sector procurement expenditure as being another tool that can be used to drive national priorities such as localization and economic transformation. This tool, as always, has continued to be with us, and as public servants, we have unfortunately have it abused, and I think we must not be apologetic in raising that the scourge of corruption is a concern, and I think, but NDP had identified this as a critical tool for us to use procurement of services to drive economic transformation. I think we need to continue doing that. The NDP is unapologetic in pointing that the state's procurement expenditure must be used to push transformation. Transformation for the benefit of the people. Okay. Transformation is indeed about turning around the legacy of apartheid, equalizing opportunities, and building capabilities, and making real the vision embodied in the Constitution of the Republic. That is the establishment of a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous society. Now, because although we are a bigger island as a continent, it is important. I've picked up few examples in the continent where a concept of transformation has been, in most recent times, has been implemented, and I think it would be a source for us to learn from in terms of the successes of that or the challenges that we face. I think I'm grateful to, I think, the outcome of the Maritime Week, which ended a week ago, which was held virtually this time because of challenges of COVID. But in that conference, the Managing Director of South African Bunker Trade, Mr. Hughes, made a presentation which is very interesting, where he was looking into some of the transformation initiatives that have unfolded in the continent. I think I would like to look at Namibia, for instance. Namibia, in his paper, Hughes highlighted that the new entry into the Namibian bunker market by the National Petroleum Corporation of Namibia into the Namibian bunker market trade, it says that according to that report, the Namibian government has had to bail that company out. Over the years, after sustaining financial losses, and its ambition to become local bunker player had been met with significant apprehension. That's what he said. And then NAMCO, which is Namibian state-owned company there, its position, they want to occupy the position of being the sole importer of fuel, marine fuel into the Namibian market. It would have control over the distribution of the fuel to local market players such as Vivo Energy, Engen, and Puma Energy. Those are the companies that I mentioned. Now, he identified a hurdle in achieving that, and that hurdle was that without the permission of a joint venture between these companies, Vivo and Energy, Engen and Puma Energy, bunker fuel cannot be pumped to vessels in power. So there is a hidden lesson there, more especially as it relates to how we interact with the private sector and how we regulate for some of these major transformation issues. According to Hughes, he says that NAMCO has the potential only if it can address and control some of the alleged fraudulent practices relating to the local supply chain infrastructure, such as the operation of local agents who are reported to be offering lower fuel prices to buyers after nominations have been placed. So you can see that the enemy of transformation is corruption. Where there is corruption, there's not going to be any transformation. So our commitment to transformation is to deal with some of these issues. Then he went on to as well share some of the experience, which I will not go through in the interest of time. You can read for yourselves in the slides that we would circulate. I think his examples on Angola, Sonang Oil, which is struggling to purchase sufficient quantities of fuel to meet national and bunker sector requirements, and the resulting bottlenecking of the market, thus placing huge constraint on the ability of vessels to source marine fuels. Remember that we are here to serve the shipping industry, the vessels that call in our ports. So our systems have to be state-of-the-art. They have to ensure that they are as smooth as possible. There are other examples in Nigeria and some of the challenges that are highlighted. I just found this as very important and living examples of what is possible and what we should guard against and avoid. But interestingly, a lesson on Zambia goes as follows: that according to the Freight News, which I've picked up on the internet, Zambia has introduced cargo reservation for the sake of bolstering business for local transporters, and this has been extended to completely exclude foreign fuel tanker companies from delivering stock and end users in Zambia. And that is the country's Energy Regulation Board, which has made this ruling. It is important in what we are discussing, because here you've got the levers of power and you can dictate what requires to be done. And it sounds to us, we call this localization. So, but it's one and the same thing where you're creating opportunities for local, but it must, so there are also lessons as to what's the best approach to take. We are still going to learn as to what is going to be the impact of this. Coming into force as of the 1st of March in Zambia, so it's an area of interesting study that we would have to look into. Now, why I'm raising all these issues is that, as you all know, I don't have to educate you about the existence of the Comprehensive Maritime Transport Policy, which was adopted by our cabinet, by the Cabinet of the Republic in 2017. CMTP, it identifies the strategic objectives, one which, right on top, is developing and growing South Africa to be an international maritime center, for instance. So that commitment is still there for us to develop as an international maritime center. Also contributing to government's efforts of ensuring the competitiveness of Africa's international trade by providing customer-focused maritime transport infrastructure and services, promoting the growth and broadened participation of local entrepreneurs, promoting marine transport manufacturing-related services, and providing guidance to the national maritime transport stakeholders and customers. So you can go through on your own in terms of all the strategic objectives of the CMTP, and it articulates for us as to how, translating what is in the National Development Plan, what we are supposed to do as the sector. Now, becoming an international maritime center means that we must provide A to Z of maritime services and infrastructure. And that's the target we've set to achieve by 2030. So the date is 2030, and we have therefore broken this decade. So this is the maritime decade. So we've broken this decade into themes, beginning in 2020, and the 2020 theme was building a foundation for that goal of becoming an IMC by 2030. And part of what we're doing then was to develop the required legislation, deepening the understanding of the CMTP itself, and articulating and securing partnerships with partners to achieve the goal of becoming an IMC by 2030. Now, we are in the second year of the decade, and the theme for this year is South African is a sailing nation and boat building nation. So that's the focus. We're trying to highlight the importance of sailing and boat building. Many would not be aware that South Africa comes second after France on the manufacture of catamarans and the other luxury yachts. So we've got a very strong industry, and I'm grateful that here we've got the representative from SABEX, who I think we should be very proud of, because they've continuously put us in the map in terms of luxury boats. And I think I would like to use this opportunity to invite our wealthy South Africans to also consider having, yachts. They are available. I've got Mr. Linande, who is a broker for these luxury boats. It's an investment, so I think it is very critical. But why are we talking sailing, and why are we talking boats? It's because there is a recent study that was done which showed that there is a very high dropout rate in maritime colleges. These youngsters, they go to colleges straight from home to the class. They haven't had a taste of water at all. No taste of water. They've got no clue. But then later in their study, they must then go for survival training. So when they go to now they are put into this deep water, so they need to find their way out. So that's the only time that they taste water and the deep. And others, when they have to go on cadetship, and they experience the isolation that goes with seafaring, they come back and say, "Hey, Mama, Papa, I can't go on. This is not what I thought." And then they drop out. So they end up going to somewhere else to pursue other opportunities. Because at least our education system is good, and we're grateful to the Department of Higher Education and the role that is played by TETA, in that we don't lose them into the wilderness. We lose them into the industry. They're able to pursue other careers. But it's a pain for a sector that is running short of expertise to lose those that they have recruited. So that's why then identifying sailing and saying that 2021 is a year of sailing and boat building, we're trying to promote that before you go to class, go to the water. So all the clubs, I think there would be an opportunity, I'm sure, in the breakaway groups for some information to be shared. And I must also say that the sailing clubs in South Africa, led by the Royal Academy in Cape Town, have decided, I think I'm being opportunistic to announce this, but I'm sure there will be a launch of this, that they would be competing, they will be participating in the 2023 Cape to Rio. So you can imagine if it's launched today in 2021, in the year of sailing, it's going to really popularize. And I think I'm looking at the CEO expressing his excitement, because there would naturally be a natural partner in supporting this Cape to Rio campaign that the sailing community has decided to make us proud of. And I would like to also use this opportunity to then invite other people with a little bit of money to assist that campaign at the right time when it will be launched. Now, so I've just taken you through, so that's the theme for this year. But next year in 2022, the theme is benefiting from the maritime value chain. There is a lot to benefit in the maritime value chain. If you break it down, I think the CEO started doing that, but there are huge opportunities. The opportunities that are in the sector are not only in sailing, but there are vast if you just consider the value chain. And then 2023, it's a national shipping company. You know that CMTP is committed to developing the South African National Shipping Company, and the department has this as a project, and is moving forward in terms of building the national framework for it. I must as well just qualify that we are not looking for another state-owned enterprise, but it's more looking into how government can work in partnership with the private sector. 2024 is SADC coastal shipping. We know that it's another commitment that coastal shipping is another mechanism for us to broaden participation in ensuring and building ship ownership in South Africa. So that will take us half year to 2030 International Maritime Center. And you can read for yourself all the other themes, but the 2030 theme would be an International Maritime Center in Africa. So that's what we need to be working collaboratively towards in achieving this status. So therefore, in the coming years, maritime policy must help us then to achieve the revitalized South African merchant shipping subsector, and so that we are able to move our cargo. Currently, our cargo is carried by foreign vessels coming, and we are grateful to them. But we are building into a state where one day we must be able to move a sizable tonnage by our own ships. So that planning is on course. That planning is what we would want to achieve. Moving closer to conclusion, so that I don't lose your attention. I've been grateful. I'm looking around. Your eyes have just been glued into what I am reading, and we're grateful. And I hope that the questions that would be coming from the virtual participants would also help to come up with the things that we need to focus on. Now, for all what I've said, the underlying issue is skills, education, training, for us to achieve what we have said to achieve. And I would like just to leave you with a few points that, however, in order to arrive at such a strategy, which I think, in my view, we need to have a skills development strategy, is focusing on our sector. These are the things that I think we need to consider. We need to have a common understanding of the skills needs of the sector. If we don't have that understanding, we have an issue. We need to understand the impact to our approach to education and training, the technological developments and changes. We need to ensure that no subsector suffers from huge skills shortage. We need, on an urgent basis, to finalize the seafarer qualifications and career pathing to be part of the South African qualifications framework. We've got officers that come back who want to start careers ashore, but they can't connect with the formal system. So we need to deal with that on an urgent basis. We cannot be a maritime nation and we have this huge issue still of sending. We need to ensure that the sector has an entrepreneurship development program. We need Maritime Economy and Transformation Academy. Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to look into that. But as such a great country in the continent, we need to work towards having a maritime university, and lastly, develop an integrated maritime career development program. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry and sorry for taking so long. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Ntuli. So now, just before I invite the next speaker, I'd like to ask Lindane Mkhunu to stand up. He's the guy that they are speaking about that is running the sailing center in Cape Town. He's managing the sailing center, the Royal Yacht Club. If you want to engage with him, please. Thank you. Thank you. Now, the program has changed slightly, like everything else in life. So, it was supposed to be Ms. Sefale Munsi now, but she has swapped with Vice Admiral Kubu. So, before I call Admiral Kubu on stage, Vice Admiral Kubu has since obtained his BMill degree from the University of Stellenbosch and both an honors and master's degree in public administration from the University of South Africa, UNISA. He is currently completing his PhD at the Durban University of Technology. He joined the South African Navy in 1991 and completed his officer's training in December 1992. And since his commission as an officer in the South African National Defence Force, he served within the human resource and education, training and development environments. His leadership position is within the South African Navy, would include the Director Naval Personnel from July 2007 until December 2016. And he occupied the position of Chief Naval Staff from 1 January 2017 until 31 October 2019. In November 2019, he was appointed as Chief of Human Resource, a position that he is currently occupying. He provides strategic direction in HR-related matters to the entire DoD on behalf of the Chief of SANDF and the Secretary of Defense. Vice Admiral.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Am I audible? It looks like I am audible. It's good to see all the familiar faces. Some we have not met for quite a number of years, but I see a lot of familiar faces. The CEO of TETA, myself, we know many moons ago, and we've been in contact since. I think the first visit that we had with her was in Sweden, when we started with our meetings with the World Maritime University in Sweden, where we wanted to start having some training in terms of, some of our people in the maritime sector. And I think at the time we were also concerned about, the qualification, because they just started with the qualification, and we raised quite a number of issues with them to make sure that our people are going to come back with a qualification that is credible. And then I remember it was a tense discussion at that time in a boardroom. We were led by the Minister of Higher Education at the time, and then I'm happy that he's also with us today. It's a long history, but it's a history that we must all remember. I have to acknowledge the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Dr. Blades Nzimande, the CEO of TETA, Aus Mapefo. I also need to acknowledge the chairperson of the TETA board and the members of the TETA board. I have got with us from the SA Navy, Admiral Mbuleyeni, Chief Naval Staff, who has taken my appointment after I've been appointed as Chief Human Resources. I also saw from the Air Force, General Musami, that also is here, who is Director Education and Training in the Air Force. And I'm aware that General Butler will also be presenting at some stage today. And then I've got a number of our people that are with us. I listened to the CEO when she's spoken about, the collaboration of all the sectors in the maritime space. And then I can confirm that I think we're doing exactly that. This session that we're sitting with today it's a confirmation of exactly your vision. Maybe we're not doing it good enough. Maybe we need to move very fast in terms of how we really want to roll out this relationship, and so that we can also be able to see the results that goes with this relationship that we're talking about. I just want to give you a snapshot of the military, and then today I'm not representing the Navy, I'm representing the DoD. I want to tell the audience to say, I tried to get out of this presentation, because when I got the call last year in November from the CEO and Ausnana, I said, I'm no longer Chief of Naval Staff, and Admiral Buleni must do the presentation. I cannot do the presentation. And then I thought we agreed, but I don't know what changed after that. So after I briefed Admiral Buleni what to do and what to expect with all the relationship that we started with all the sectors that I know was very instrumental in those relationships, I thought Admiral Buleni is well placed to actually come and talk on those issues. But I see that things have changed, and then now been told to come and talk on building human capital, talking about human capital with all our partners. And then I realized now the thinking changed, and because they realized that I'm Chief Human Resource, they wanted now me to come here and talk on those issues. But that's fine. I'm happy that I was invited and I am here. It's unfortunate that I have to request this because I'm seeing the minister just before the budget vote. So after I'm finished, I have to withdraw quickly and then attend to certain matters with her. So if you don't see me, please accept my apology because I won't be able to spend the whole day with yourself. What are we doing in the military when we talk about human capital? I want to talk on that one before I actually go to my script that I want to share with you. We take human capital very seriously in our department. The people are our most important asset. I always term them a strategic asset in the military. We're the only sector that I know that you start people from scratch with no qualification and you graduate them to PhD level. We're the only one. And we're the only sector that I know we're so generous to give all the other sectors our people after we've trained them. That's how generous we are. Because we do have the resources. And we're also aware that without doing that, our country can't grow. We cannot be selfish and keep the human capital that can actually add value to all the other sectors, and we want to keep them to ourselves. So we share them with us, with all the sectors. Not only the maritime sector, but all the other state departments as well, and the parastatals. That's who we are in the military, and we are going to continue doing that. I do engage a number of role players on this particular concept. And I know when we started with the military skill development program that we implemented in 2004, everybody was saying, why do you give people contracts and invest so much in them and let them go? But my argument was exactly the same. If we don't allow our people to go and work within other sectors, what are we saying? We don't also love our country. This country is invested so much in the military that we want also to give back. And if our people are there and going back and serve in other sectors, we also equally are happy in the military that we're doing something for our community. I just wanted to start with that so that we all are aware where we're coming in terms of this position in the military. Program Director, allow me to sketch the biggest ever uncharted grounds on ocean economy. This is an economy that is security-driven, as we are currently witnessing in North Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The defining element of ocean economy is closely associated with insecurity in the developing world. Geopolitical facts dictate that we prepare an all-round entry to this ocean economy. The dialectical connection between ocean economy and insecurity has determined the progress of these nation states. South Africa's future is therefore no exception. The South African National Defence Force, as an organ of state, depends on human capital to define the skills mixture required to defend and protect such economy in the medium to long term. The ocean economy is 90% natural science heavy and 10% social science based. I'm not yet convinced if these percentages are still relevant to date, taking the nature of certain skills acquired through studying and qualifying in the social sciences. My contention on this is that we are a country that produces more of social science graduates as opposed to natural science. With higher rate of unemployment, reskilling of our graduates could still serve the ocean economy well. Diving deeper into the phenomenon of human capital, one is overwhelmed by broader contestation that exists among diverse groupings. Scholars, policymakers alike, and opinion formers view it differently. Nonetheless, human capital is and will remain the corner pillar of all organizations, either in developmental sphere or in social support role. It guarantees continual sustainment of developmental organization as going concern. The fundamental question that needs to be answered is, what is then human capital? Or how can we contextualize human capital in real organizations in South African context? Human capital is usually defined as accumulation of competencies, knowledge, and skills to perform a task in order to produce economic value for the organization. Human capital is the original and purest form of equity that has proportional effect on prospects and outcomes in the future. The prominent issue is that the notion of human capital is still undecided, and most scholars have endeavored to analyze human capital using conventional measures based on tangible resources. Similarly, following the resource-based view, organizations consider human capital as one of the resources that are efficient, it is rare, non-substitutable, non-inimitable, and valuable. While human capital is connected to personnel, its measurement is important to permit organization to put necessary management measures into place. The dominant paradigm in the economics of education in human capital theory, which suggests that education and training are investments that make individuals more productive. More productive individuals, according to this theory, will have higher earnings and will be more employable. The private economic gain to individuals can therefore be measured by the net gain in the lifetime earnings based on the results of their investments in education or training. The theory also affirms that professions require many years of training results in relatively higher wages than those with no such restrictions. A rational human being will, for the possibility of higher earnings, incur tuition costs and lose earnings during the training period. The human capital theory offers an explanation and insight on topics as diverse as discrimination, inequality, unemployment, fertility, marriage, markets, immigration, and productivity. Human capital in the South African context is better expressed in broad terms as a socio-political process and activity on the one hand is of socio-economic nature. The dominant element between these broad expressions is that human capital
resonates in society and thus a social-driven process. On the socio-political angle, human capital is more than ever expressed by the policies that the government implement and promulgate. We are privileged as a country that a national development plan, and I'm happy that it was mentioned already, was done with a detailed assessment of the country's trajectory and associated human capital for respective industry is now easy to populate. The basis under which this national development plan was formulated in South Africa, human capital, for it to be relevant and appropriate, is and remains triangulated upon the major challenges facing the country. The minimum that is required from all efforts aim at empowering and capacitating the human capital. It is the ability to move the country away from the three fundamental challenges that we are facing, and these are poverty, inequality, and unemployment. This is important, ladies and gentlemen, that whatever solution and technology that is available for production, it must move the country away from ever-increasing percentages and polarization arising from these fundamental challenges. Human capital, therefore, need to be at the center of balancing mixture for both society to feel the benefit of the ocean economy and the ruling class to gain political grounding in the public eyes. The other vital angle of human capital is that it is socio-economic process and activity that seeks to address major challenges in society. Human capital therefore refers to the intrinsic productivity of human beings through investment in education, on-the-job training, and health, hence an asset that generates a flow of services measured in terms of earnings. The acquired and useful abilities of individuals is a fundamental source of wealth and economic process. The human capital theory therefore implies that the individual takes action that are likely to improve their well-being. Although other authors place too much emphasis on investment in formal training, they still continue to neglect the critical role of informal training and learning. Human capital is therefore defined as the knowledge, information, ideas, skills, and health of individuals. It therefore emphasizes the attainment of organizational goals and increased productivity in a workspace. I needed to pause on this one because the CEO also mentioned on this issue. We are the supporters of training that is not purely academic. We are the supporters of training that actually we are able to use our hands and work. I think the technical training that you see in the military is one of those. And the relationship that we are having with so many other institutions around us is a testimony to how serious we take non-vocational training in the military. The first central legislative document that governs human capital, if we can all recall, is the Public Service Act of 1994. This act defines the governance of human capital in South Africa. I'm mentioning this specifically because the public sector remains the biggest employer in South Africa as compared to other private companies. This does not mean that these companies does not employ larger part of the population. Furthermore, the White Paper on Human Resource Management of 1997 is another policy framework that is very fundamental to the management of human capital in our country. Yeah, I'm almost done. This white paper required the development of service-oriented, multi-skilled, and multicultural workforce. I argue that South African ocean economy is multifaceted industry that spread from primary, secondary, and industry. The success of of these identified streams requires support from the secondary and tertiary industry directly associated with ocean economy. I would be remiss not to talk on ocean economy without referring to Operation Pakisa, specifically in terms of the role the SNDF would play in supporting this grant initiative in order to ensure its sustainability. The SA Navy will probably touch on this in their presentation. Suffice to say that the involvement of the SNDF is very critical in this regard. We need to look at all training interventions and exchange programs to ensure sustainability of our economy. What I can mention is that the Military Skill Development Program is the feeder to the regular and the reserve force. This program has been implemented, as I already mentioned, in 2004. Unfortunately, due to budget constraints, we are not able to recruit as much as we would have wanted to. There are requirements in the other maritime sectors. We must look at all avenues that our support and collaboration should enhance exactly what the CEO of SETAB mentioned. Working in silos will do us a disservice. Some sort of MOUs must be formalized to ensure a sustainable economy for the benefit of our country, the region, and the continent. Collaboration will also reduce insecurity in the maritime space, and I'm challenging this seminar to interrogate all the challenges, appreciate the benefits in working together, and develop recommendations to this effect for implementation in the short to medium term. My team this afternoon will be engaging yourselves on these initiatives. I thank you.
Thanks to the Admiral. So I can see here on time, we are running a bit behind. So I'm gonna try and ask the following speakers to maybe, if you could try and move a bit faster. And I will appreciate that so that we can get back into the schedule that is allocated on the program. The next speaker, I'd like to call on stage Dr. Sipho Nzimande, the regional representative from the Department of Higher Education and Training. Dr. Sipho Nzimande holds a PhD and is the DHET Regional Director for KwaZulu-Natal and is responsible for TVET colleges and universities in KZN. His experience involves ensuring governance, compliance through constant induction, and specific support to management on the core business issues. For example, teaching and learning. Dr. Sipho Nzimande has risen through the ranks from being a teacher in high school to colleges as a lecturer, and as well as being the head of the department, and as a music inspector, acting rector, and deputy chief educational specialist, supervising KZN colleges in education, and presently as a KZN DHET management. As part of a self-enrichment within the TVET sector, he has traveled and forged partnerships with countries such as China, Germany, USA, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, Russia, and Britain. Dr. Sipho Nzimande, I'd like to welcome you on stage, and I think he will also introduce the Minister of Higher Education. And after the Minister has spoken, Then we can take a break for tea until 11:45. Thank you.
Program Director, I note that I'm the only one who have come to the stage without a gadget behind the ear. I can't have my ears painted by the glasses, the mask, and then the thing again. The Minister of Higher Education, Director of Programs, CEO of TITA, Mama Mapefo, Mr. Sam Zungu, the TITA-SITA chairperson, Mr. Ernest Khoza, Executive Chair, Civil Aviation Authority, Dr. Tabi Mlefe, Captain Bega Zulu, Mr. Dumisa Ntuli, Ms. Motsi, Chairperson of Aerospace, representatives from SITAs and other public and private entities. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two tasks to carry out in this session, to say a few words and then introduce the minister. I did not plan, and I was not part of planning the program, as in why the Nzimande should introduce A. Nzimande. Please allow me to provide some context to the launch of the Ocean Economy Skills Summit 2021. In March 2014, the South African Cabinet approved the piloting of Malaysian Big Fast Results methodology, which is popularly known as Operation Phakisa in South Africa. There were 6 growth areas that were then prioritized to contribute to unlocking the economic potential of South Africa's oceans based on their potential to economic growth and job creation. The 6 focus areas were supported by 2 cross-cutting strategies, namely, 1, skills development and capacity building led by Department of Higher Education, 2, research, technology, and innovation led by the Department of Science and Technology. The 2 departments have since been combined under the current administration, which means that the 2 cross-cutting strategies now reside within 1 Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation. Soon after the launch of Operation Phakisa, the Minister of Higher Education and Training, Honorable Dr. Blade Nzimande, posed a challenge to all post-school education and training institutions, these are universities and TVET colleges, to come up with programs on how they will then respond to the 2 cross-cutting strategies. By the way, this sector is presently facing challenges such as youth who are not in employment and also not in education, skills mismatch in terms of what the economy needs versus skills produced by institutions of learning. To worsen the situation, we as South Africans, much like the rest of the world, we will be battling with the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic that has impacted us extremely badly and threatens to further deepen into our education, economic, health, social, and climate challenges. We are happy today that, although not all institutions responded positively to this clarion call by the minister, there are a few who have already made some strides in introducing maritime and aviation programs in their curricula. Going forward, we would like to see more institutions partaking in the ocean's economy activities as part of driving the transformation agenda in this very important and strategic sector. This event, therefore, marks a clear commitment by the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, together with its entities such as SITAs, NSA, NSF, quality assurance bodies, learning institutions, other government departments, and private sector in response to the ocean economy skills development needs. which means that synergized partnerships are therefore needed to achieve goals and objectives of this Skills Summit. I'm glad that the TITA CEO mentioned something about partnerships and also one of their strategic pillars being innovation. Before I become too lengthy with my passionate speech, which sometimes is a sign of aging, let me introduce our keynote speaker. Dr. Blade Nzimande was appointed as Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology on the 30th May 2019. He was Minister of Transport from 27 February 2018 to 25 May 2019. He was the Minister of Higher Education and Training in the Republic of South Africa from 26 May 2014 until 17 October 2017. He is a General Secretary of South Africa or South African Communist Party, Chairperson of the Parliamentary Select Committee on Education, Deputy Chair of the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party, and Chairperson of the Financial Sector Campaign Coalition. Dr. Blade Nzimande holds a doctorate in philosophy, specializing in sociology from the University of Natal, presently known as the University of KwaZulu-Natal. His career, Dr. Blade Nzimande has lectured at the University of Zululand in 1985 and was a lecturer in industrial psychology at the University of Natal in 1987. He was a council member at the University of South Africa, a member of the National Deployment Committee of the ANC. Dr. Blade Nzimande has produced a number of publications, one of them being on Social Science Indicator, Essay Volume 11, Number 2, Schooling in the Context of Violence in South Africa. Dr. Blade Nzimande has also written a book titled Children of Wars, The Impact of Violence on Schooling in Natal, Durban, Education Policy Unit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Bonginkosi Emmanuel Blade Nzimande, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation in the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nzimande, for your kind introduction. Let me greet the chairperson of the board of the Transport Education and Training Authority, Mr. Sam Zungu, CEO, Ms. Mapefo Ano Frempong, the president of the College Principals Organization, Mr. Mlojwa, the chair of the Civil Aviation Authority, Mr. Kosa, the acting CEO of the South African Maritime Safety Authority, the Department of Transport Chief Director, Mr. Dumsani Ntuli, representatives from our South African National Defence Force. All of you are welcome. I'm uneasy to mention all of you because I may miss out the protocols and the rankings. We recognize all of you from the different components of our National Defence Force. AMSCO representatives who are also here with us, the representatives from both my departments, Higher Education and Training, and the Department of Science and Innovation, my advisors, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to be with you today, albeit virtually. I would have liked to be with you physically, but my other commitments did not allow me to do so, but I'm pleased I'm able to participate because this is a very significant and important event. We are meeting in the midst of a global pandemic, COVID-19, and we don't know how long this pandemic is going to be with us. Just a warning that we need to give to everyone. That we have started vaccinating does not mean we must then drop all the health protocols that we need to uphold in order to deal with COVID-19. I'm very pleased also to be addressing the first ever Oceans Economy Skills Summit in my capacity now as Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and of course, having had a stint as Minister of Transport at some stage, where the issues of marine transportations are managed. This summit is being held at an opportune time when we really do need to be looking at practical measures from the standpoint of skills development to unblock whatever blockages are there in skills development, especially for the oceans economy. Also, we are holding this summit as the President on the 15th of October 2020 launched the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. President has also given us marching orders when he delivered his State of the Nation address on the 11th of February, identifying 4 overriding priorities for us as government and the country for 2021. And these priorities are critical for the oceans economy as well. The first one is the necessity to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic. The second one is to accelerate our economic reconstruction and recovery. The third priority is to implement economic and social reforms so that we create sustainable jobs and drive inclusive growth. And lastly, the priority as outlined by the President for 2021 is fighting corruption and strengthening the state. Our economy has been stagnant for decades, with low levels of investment and growth, and faced with seemingly intractable challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Whilst we are clear that the major causes of our distorted and unequal growth path are deeply structural and tied up with our particular economic and social history, it is also true that the global pandemic has put a significant strain on our collective efforts to tackle these challenges. However, I must emphasize that the challenge remains that of high levels of youth unemployment, which is standing at 61.3% in the third quarter, especially for young people between the ages of 15 and 24 years. And the challenge of what we call the needs, those who are neither in employment, education, or training. Government believes that the oceans economy presents us with a potentially significant opportunity to unlock latent potential in our vast ocean and coastal heritage and assets, and bringing its benefits to bear to the majority of our citizens, especially the youth, the poor, and the working class. Recent estimates done in 2015 have projected the growth potential in the ocean economy in the region of 177 billion rands, with the creation of just the potential to create just over 1 million jobs by 2033. Clearly, in the light of the recent recession and contraction in the global economy as a result of COVID-19, we will need to work extra time and do some more in order to be able to realize this huge potential from our ocean economy. Therefore, this inaugural Oceans Economy Skills Summit is a golden opportunity for the oceans economy stakeholders and the entire post-school system to ensure that our oceans economy plays a critical role in our path towards an inclusive and sustainable growth trajectory, as demanded by the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Inclusivity, because it's not just a fancy word to talk about an inclusive economy. Inclusivity demands that we firmly redress the deep structural inequalities I've spoken about across racial, gender, and spatial lines. And sustainability requires us to ensure durable and decent jobs, as well as preserving our biodiversity and climate stability. I like to emphasize this matter of inclusivity, because growth on its own does not automatically address all the problems we have. In fact, you can have high levels of economic growth, but with worsening poverty and unemployment indicators, as we have had in the past, by the way. If you take the 1960s, which some people refer to as the golden age of South African capitalism, at the height of apartheid repression after the Rivonia trial, the South African economy experienced one of its highest growth levels ever. But the situation for the Black majority got worse. So it is very important, therefore, that we emphasize the matter of inclusive growth, so that you don't have growth for some, but exclusion and marginalization for the majority. I have noted broadly that the oceans economy sector has some 3,700 companies registered in terms of the South African Revenue Services data as of April 2020. They are categorized roughly as follows: that we've got just over 1,000 in forwarding and clearing, just under 1,500 companies in freight handling, and just under 1,200 in maritime. My immediate challenge to you is to note that 71.5% of all those employed in the ocean sector are males, and that 54% of them are between the ages of 35 to 55 years old. Yet, if we look at levels of unemployment, our young people, they're experiencing 61% unemployment. Equally, the racial patterns of ownership and control, especially for large and medium-scale enterprises active in the oceans economy space, we do not enjoy Black majority participation. Similarly, there is also a strong imperative to address spatial inequalities by diversifying our ocean and coastal economic activities, including infrastructure and skills, beyond just large cities, so that we bring benefits to these over many rural communities along the sea, by the way. Those of you who are more or less my age will remember the days under apartheid when the whole of Gauteng, the Witwatersrand then, and large parts of KwaZulu-Natal would descend to a beach that was very well known in KZN, Mgababa. I don't know whether that is still happening today. But whenever I drive past Mgababa, I can hardly see any significant development. Yet there is so much potential given its location along the coast. Just by way of an example, we can cite many such areas along our more than 3,000 kilometers of coastline. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan has also identified gender equality and economic inclusion of women and youth as one of our priority interventions. As you deliberate in this summit, please incorporate gender considerations very strongly. The National Development Plan has also identified the potential of the oceans economy as one of the key industry sectors that can contribute to unlocking the country's economic recovery. It can thus serve as one of the drivers to fight against the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We know, for example, that the eastern half of the Eastern Cape province has never developed coastal and maritime assets, such as small harbors for trading and recreation, that are typically found in the Western Hemisphere of the country. We also know that the region's spectacular coastal plains, with their unspoiled beauty and amazing cultural assets, remain to be one of South Africa's most promising tourist destinations of the future. When I was Minister of Transport, by the way, Mpemba, I see, is participating here, the Chief Director in the Department of Transport in the maritime sector, knew that what I was very passionate about was actually developing domestic, coastal, or maritime transportation. Because there is huge, huge potential. I remember when we had our first maritime summit in my capacity as Minister of Transport, that the National Association of Motor Vehicle Manufacturers, they were saying, for instance, that 3 years ago, that Toyota, for instance, in Durban, sends more than 4,000 cars per annum at the time to Cape Town. But how do those cars get transported from Espingo to Cape Town? They have to be driven through the N3, and at Harrismith, beyond Harrismith, you join the N1 on the road to Cape Town, when they could easily be transported by ship from Durban to Cape Town, and thus creating huge opportunities along that value chain, for instance. We also know that Saldanha Bay is recognized as the deepest and largest natural harbor in the Southern Hemisphere. It has a land and sea surface of over 19,300 hectares and water depth up to 23.7 meters. This means that it can handle the largest container vessels. Indeed, it has been argued that our territorial waters are South Africa's 10th province. This ideal geostrategic position of South Africa means that we must develop effective strategies to maximize the economic contribution of the ocean's economy. It's reported by Operation Phakisa that South Africa has 127 vessel berths that can collectively handle a total of 160 million tons of cargo per year. Now, given the fact that we have 8 major seaports that are responsible for about 80% of trade in South Africa, with an estimated traffic activity of 30,000 vessels sailing through our waters annually, means that we are ideally positioned to provide maintenance and all sorts of support to these vessels that come onto our shores. Training and skills development is vital in assisting us to exploit these opportunities. We know also from Operation Phakisa that when we are talking about the ocean's economy, we are referring to a wide range of economic activities, including primarily 3 subsectors: shipping and transport, marine resources, and marine tourism. We also know that this includes 4 secondary industry subsectors, which are operational support services that includes shipping logistics, manufacturing and construction, which includes civil engineering, business services, and the public interest cluster, which looks at public maritime functions and services. We must therefore identify economic growth points and address challenges to unlock this potential, especially focusing on skills and innovation. I must congratulate, by the way, the conveners of this summit, because we have managed to do something that we have not been able to do effectively in our country, bringing together all the key role players in the ocean economy, including our National Defense Force, within that the Navy and the Air Force, to be part of one single effort. In fact, I always feel to our generals, that we are not fully utilizing the potential that is there in our National Defense Force in terms of skills development and also developing our own economy. So this is exactly then what this inaugural Oceans Economy is about, to put our heads together to determine how we as a country can skin this cat. This is where the post-school education and training system has a huge role to play. Hence, as I say, the importance of the Skills Summit. The South African International Maritime Institute research report shows that, for instance, the South African labor market is a contradictory reality with a structural mismatch between labor demand and supply. Our labor market shows something that is very unusual. High levels of youth unemployment sitting side by side with huge skills shortages, which means even where we trade, there is a mismatch, but also signifying that a lot of our young people are not accessing skills to be able to effectively participate in our economy. This summit might as well, by the way, set a trend for other sectors of our economy to focus on the challenge of skills development in their own areas as part of building this inclusive economy that we want. Now, our challenge, therefore, at this inaugural Oceans Economy Skills Summit is to ensure that we balance skill supply and demand so that we are able to tackle such high levels of unemployment. And there must be close working together. That's what excites me also about what we are doing there today. That you bring together our post-school education and training institutions, that is our universities, our TVET colleges, our community colleges, and our SETAs, together with employers and role players in this oceans economy sector, and indeed our National Defense Force. Although we already have some post-school educational institutions that are offering learning programs in marine and maritime fields of study, we can still do more. Not only to attract the groups of learners we are targeting, but also to enhance our innovation, research capacity, and development of new learning programs. We also need to integrate technology in our classrooms, improve infrastructure to deliver this program, conduct professional development of staff, create greater collaboration amongst role players in the sector, and support innovation. For instance, some of our universities offer a variety of maritime and marine-related degree programs and diploma programs and courses that support the oceans economy. These include civil and mechanical engineering, law, medicine, economics, and business studies. The Quality Council for Trades and Occupations also has programs in boat building and repairs that are accredited appropriately. This means our programs offerings must, though, still accommodate a wide range of knowledge fields so that we can even absorb some of our unemployed youth. I'm glad to learn that maritime subjects, such as maritime economics and nautical science, have been introduced in some of our high schools. Our sector education and training authorities have also made a great contribution to skills development in our oceans economy. For example, I'm very pleased about some of the work that is being done by TITA. TITA has developed some internal capacity and expertise on the oceans economy and conducted various types of research to ensure thought leadership in this area. TITA has trained 208 artisans in marine and subsea apprenticeships in disciplines including boiler making, millwright, pipe fitting, and welding. TITA has also trained 850 learners in fishing skills. Annually, TITA supports 5 master's and doctoral students to obtain a formal qualification from the World Maritime University in Malmö, Sweden, which I had an opportunity to visit when I was Minister of Transport. To date, 25 such students have completed their studies, specializing in important fields like shipping management and logistics, port management, maritime safety and administration, marine environmental and ocean management, or maritime law and policy. While this is commendable, I remember at the time, though, that some of these students were returning with their master's degrees and were unable to absorb them, some of them remaining unemployed. That's still a challenge. I hope we are addressing that. But also this suggests that as a country, we must still develop our own curricula in our own institutions in programs that are related to the ocean's economy. In partnership with the Royal Yacht Club in Table Bay, I also noticed that TITA commenced the implementation of a sailing training program. This was a transformation-based sailing training program that provides 30 youth from disadvantaged communities with the opportunity to develop pre-sea skills and experience actual sea time before launching a maritime career. You may not know, for the people of our age, how important this work that we are doing, especially for the Black communities in our country, who are very well known for their fear of water. You know, there's even a story that Black South Africans, they demand transformation in all sports, you know, whether it's cricket, whether it's rugby, they fight, we want transformation. The one area that they don't really worry about transformation is swimming. They simply say, no, that one can stay as it is, because we have a reputation of being scared of water. So what we are doing here is also our young people not to be like us and not to be scared of our waters and oceans, because they are sites for economic development. But the examples I have cited on the transport SETA are just but one example of what this SETA is doing. I'm sure other SETAs may be doing work that could be of benefit to the ocean's economy. SAIMI, with its partnerships in the ocean's economy, has also reported that between 2014 and 2019, about 1,199 and 3,521 learners were trained in apprenticeships and skills programs in marine manufacturing, respectively. 650 and 4,825 learners were trained in cadets and skills programs in maritime transport, respectively. One can cite some more exciting examples. I have, by the way, Mr. Zungu knows this, and the CEO of TITA, said that we need to be publicizing these achievements in training so that we also change this narrative. Yes, our SETAs have got enormous problems, but they are also doing an enormous amount of positive work and training that we need to showcase. And I hope you will also use this summit to showcase some of the very good work that, for instance, our transport SETA, TITA is doing. We need to appreciate this. And let us also use this opportunity then, having brought together all the stakeholders, to develop a clear plan for the next 5 years that takes into account our economic reconstruction and recovery program and the skills and innovation strategies that my 2 departments are developing. I would like you to familiarize yourself with both our skills strategy and our innovation strategy. As I move towards closing, you will also be aware that on the 26th of November 2020, I launched what we call the National List of Occupations in High Demand in South Africa. The list identified, for instance, 345 occupations that are in high demand in South Africa. These occupations are at both at the high end as well as intermediate skills levels, and some of them very critical for our oceans economy. My colleague, the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, has also published and gazetted the critical skills list on the 18th of February this year, which was announced by the President in his State of the Nation address prior to their gazetting. The list identifies those occupations that may require skilled personnel to be recruited from outside of South Africa. But recruiting skills from outside of South Africa does not mean that we must have that as a permanent arrangement. We need to expand our own training capacity domestically to also train South Africans in a whole range of fields. That is why, for me, this summit of yours is truly historic. Lastly, I am particularly impressed by the involvement of the South African National Defence Force, the South African Air Force, the South African Navy, Transnet, AMSCO, Civil Aviation Authority, and the Department of Transport, and other government entities that have been mobilized through this summit. Truly impressive. You have my full support. By the way, I mustn't also forget to say this in this platform. I have also engaged some of the transport entities when I was Minister of Transport, and I'm still passionate about this. And the Air Force in particular needs to listen carefully. We do need to establish a public aviation academy for South Africa to be able to train people in the variety of fields. It can't be that in this day and age in South Africa, for instance, pilot training is still exclusively done by the private sector and hugely expensive and inaccessible to many young, poor, Black women, South Africans who want to be airline pilots. Just to highlight that one example. Of course, aviation is broader than that. I can't lose that opportunity. We need to do a similar thing to as TITA in the aviation space as well. I'm just exploiting this opportunity to state one other matter that's related to this that I'm passionate about. When I presented my strategies on innovation and skills to my colleagues in cabinet, they impressed upon me that we do need to be utilizing government and state-owned entities as the training space to engage young people in various workplace-based learning opportunities, especially those associated with our economic reconstruction and recovery plan. That's why I'm so happy about the involvement of AMSCO and also our National Defence Force. Because those are our institutions that are important, but also they are training spaces. With this then, I am looking forward to your robust engagements and fruitful collaborations in our economy, in our oceans economy beyond the summit. I will also be awaiting keenly for a report on your recommendations and commitments as different sectors on what you are going to do to push skills development to support the growth and development of an inclusive oceans economy. With these words, I'm sorry if I've taken a bit longer, but I'm very passionate about oceans and maritime matters. And I am then wishing you all the best and a successful summit. It's a pity that I can't stay with you because we have cabinet today, which I have got to go back to. But thank you very much and congratulations for this historic summit. Siyabonga, ngiyalebonga.
I'd like to thank the Minister Because one thing that is very clear that the minister has mentioned and also was emphasized by the CEO of TITA is that we need to continue to innovate and also continue to work together to create the maritime industry that we want. And so, on that note, I'd like to take this opportunity to give you 15 minutes of leg stretch, tea time, and ushers will assist me in terms of timekeeping. I don't have a watch here with me, but we've got 15 minutes to have tea. Thank you.
eThekwini cluster, recognize the Western Cape cluster, recognize the South African boat building. I would have loved to fully embrace and acknowledge each and every one of you present. However, in the interest of time, I would like to really get into setting the tone with regards to this conference.
South Africa's oceans are rich. 30,000 vessels sail through South African waters every year. Durban has the largest container facility in Southern Africa, and it is the busiest port on the continent. More than 96% of South Africa's volumetric trade is moved by sea through the country's 8 commercial ports. In fact, capacity is
It takes a village to raise a child. It is only hard to house a dream that you cannot dream yourself out of its nightmare. Every African child needs you and me.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May we all be seated? I hope after the tea break we are all refreshed and focused on the second session. So to make up the time, because we've lost a bit of time, we're going to have 3 speakers on stage just before lunch, and then we should be able to get back on track. So Munzi, the chairperson of Aerospace, Maritime and Defense, AMD. Sefale Munzi is the chairperson of the Aerospace, Maritime and Defense Industry, whose members comprises of suppliers to defense and the security cluster. They supply effective solutions, including cutting-edge African continent and around the world. Along with fellow industry members, she is building credible partnerships for interrelational cooperation between subsectors and all stakeholders to realize the potential of the industry to improve South African life, to generate new business. She has served on the board of Diamond Shipyards Cape Town since the Diamond Group first invested in South Africa in 2009. With the global team, Sefale champions sustainable initiatives to enhance local supplier development. As part of Munzi Investments, Sefale has worked with partners to the family-held company, adding value through strategic development, stakeholder management, and business development across a range of industries, including mining, financial services, and oil and gas industries. Her current interests include consulting services in the ICT space, working with multidisciplinary teams to develop robust, sustainable digital solutions in the way that empowers clients and enhances efficiency. Ms. Sefale Munzi, may you please join me on stage.
Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Blade Nzimande, our host, the chairperson of TITA, and Mr. Zungu, the CEO who spoke earlier, and ladies and gentlemen, the speakers who spoke before me before the break recognized everyone who's here present in this room and everyone who is virtually present. I humbly request to be associated with those acknowledgements and those greetings, lest I incorrectly exclude somebody or I mess up the very complex protocols that I know exist, especially in our defense space. So with those words, I'd like to just say good morning. Fortunately, several people have spoken before me and they have addressed some of the things that I had in my speaker notes. So I trust my speech or my presentation will be as short as I am, and I will aid Mr. Bali to manage the time of our agenda. I give thanks for the invitation to be part of this multi-sectoral summit, because it is at times like these where we have already been facing very difficult economic conditions. We have this global pandemic that is causing lockdowns, that are causing shutdown of businesses, shutdown of education programs all over the world, not just in South Africa. And, you know, we are forced to break out of our comfort zones, break out of our silos and our spaces, and come together really to come up with real, sustainable, effective, and efficient solutions to the challenges that face us. Dr. Blade Nzimande, our minister, spoke at length about the potential that this particular economy has, the oceans economy, to contribute to the South African economy. So I will not go into that level of detail, but I will say that Ours gives a possibility, if well managed, well resourced, and well regulated, to shift the South African economy from focusing on extractive or finite resources to moving to more renewable, more climate-friendly, more sustainable resources, such as we have in our 10th province, which has more area than our physical landmass. The industry, or the oceans industry, is quite a broad industry. It encompasses, it encompasses fishing, it encompasses shipbuilding and ship repair, it encompasses boat building, the oil and gas sector is active there, there's opportunities and possibilities to grow what we're doing in aquaculture, and there's huge, huge scope for coastal and marine tourism. All of these various sub-industries are driven by different factors and influences, and the nuances between them are quite different. However, their goals are all the same: to ensure global competitiveness and sustainable transformation. Our objectives are in economic growth and job creation. As industry players, we are in there to deliver services, to deliver products that somebody is willing to pay for at a price that is greater than what we have to put in to deliver them. As the chairperson of AMD, the Aerospace, Maritime and Defense Industry Organization of South Africa, I would include defense and security in these because defense is an apex industry. Vice Admiral Kubu already spoke about the essential nature of defense for our oceans economy. We know about the need for security and safety on the high seas. We know about the need to protect our resources from poachers, from irresponsible fishing, and things that are going to create huge problems and lose that benefit of sustainability that we can have if we manage our resources well and if we keep everyone safe there. Another thing to add is that the skills, the technology, and the innovation that you get through in with the defense industry is key for marine manufacture. Admiral Kubu alluded to also the flow of human capital between defense, industry, and so forth. And what I'd like to add to that is, if you don't have that flow, if you don't have those opportunities for people to come up the ranks and go into industry, into politics, into education, and so on and so forth, then you will have a bloated and top-heavy defense force, or you will have very highly skilled, highly trained defense people sitting unemployed in our economy, and we don't want to do that. So it is critical, it is vital at every point to look at how industry and defense work together and can collaborate. Mr. Ntuli and others before me also detailed the transformation imperative, why we care, why these past wrongs remain a challenge for us in 2021, so many years after the change. Over and above what they have added, futurist Isaac Nkama, in a recent City Press article, emphasized the fact that without transformation, we will have inequality, and inequality sparks social instability. Without a stable society, all of this investment in education and training, all of the investment in various infrastructure comes to no good. It does us no service. So it is incredibly important for us to transform. For industry, our initiatives, whatever we do, has to make business sense. As I said before, we have to be able to produce at a cost less than what someone is willing to pay for it. Our industry, whether it's in marine manufacture, whether it is in fishing or in tourism, has to compete head-to-head with companies and opportunities from Spain, from China, from South America, from Romania. And we can't, if I am going to bid for a project in Mauritius, say no, pay a little bit extra because I have this transformation imperative. This is why it is so important to have the partnerships and the support. Madam CEO, you spoke about not wanting to pay. You spoke about wanting people to come with money. And I completely agree that we must give value for the value we receive. But we have to recognize that our tax revenues are our pooled resources so that we don't have to be disadvantaged versus, for example, the Spanish state-held shipbuilder that has benefits from generations of shipbuilding, people whose grandfathers and great-grandfathers knew how to weld, people who have been on the sea and they're not afraid to go to water. So it's, they can be ship engineers and it's not a big deal. So let us, when we look at what value we are giving, also look at what value we get. Maybe we can take a similar approach to what some of the departments in the CSIR, if I recall, in particular the TLIU looks at, to say, what is the total value I bring, not just in rands and cents. And maybe that will allow us to have the developmental approach, not just at state level, but also in all the state organs and entities, so that when we say to TNPA, make your lease rates business-friendly, because we are creating jobs, we are circulating funds in the economy, we are bringing in foreign exchange, and we are bringing in very scarce skills, they can put that on their bottom line. And it doesn't just have to be at the rands and cents, where we are paying so much more than anybody else around the world for the use of very, very tightly held port property. That is absolutely vital for anybody operating in this economy. Without this developmental approach and without this partnership, if private industry has to bear the full cost of what it will take to transform and to build the skills up, we will not succeed. If we do things that are not sustainable and don't make business sense, then we will go belly up and the time and the resources invested will be wasted. So in the framework, we have government providing leadership, providing a vision, and providing policy instruments to guide us. It is important for these policy instruments to be transparent, to be consistent, and to be predictable, because as industry, we need to plan. When you invest your 100 rands, 100,000 rands, 100 million rands, or 100 billion rands, if you have pockets that deep, you need to have a sense of certainty over which you will be able to recoup your investment. As the oceans economy, we participated in the Operation Phakisa initiative in developing those documents, and we came up with the key points that needed to be achieved, and those were also spoken to earlier. The Minister of Environment, Forestry and Fisheries, Minister Barbara Creecy, had further industry engagements to shift from the Operation Phakisa framework to the master plan framework, which looked at practical actions that we could put into action for the economy, for business. In these interactions, we came to the conclusion that the oceans economy is bleeding, is on life support. Even before COVID, we were struggling with markets, with rates, with sustainability. We were looking at models that would make it reasonable and business-like and sustainable to grow our industries. We were looking at challenges where the financial sector doesn't really understand the kinds of horizons it takes to build a vessel, the kind of risks and rewards that are involved in investing in coastal tourism. So with challenges of raising those funding, it's very difficult to plan forward. So we came up with a few initiatives to really kickstart the industry in general, and we'd agreed to look at the forward planning once we had some sort of stability, because you cannot say to somebody, plan for the long term, when in the long term we're all dead. However, we know that a rising tide raises all ships. In the maritime manufacture industry, we are very fortunate to have some significant investment or partnership where we're building vessels for the Navy. There's a hydrographic vessel under Project Hotel being built in Durban at South African shipyards. There's a Project Biro, where just last week there was the blessing of the first of 3 inshore patrol vessels. We know that there should have been another. We know that there would have been another 3 offshore patrol vessels as part of the project. However, for various reasons, that part of the project did not roll out. These projects have allowed us to learn the tough lessons from the previous defense acquisition programs. We have seen the various commissions, and I give thanks for the initiative by the president to fight corruption and strengthen the state, so that we don't have to be struggling to use our resources to their best use. We have been able to do significant enterprise supply development, where we brought new skills and we enhanced skills that already existed. We have been able to not just talk about skills development, but also skills retention. And this is something that we don't speak about enough, but I think it's an important thing for us to consider, because there's a fair amount of investment in the type of specialized skill it takes to operate in our industry. When times are tough, when there is no business, these people leave. And when business picks up, we then have to import these skills, and we have lost the benefit of our investment. One of the benefits of COVID is that we have learned we don't need to be in a physical space to interact directly with our minister and various other people. So maybe one of the things we can look at is how to leverage on our skills, the South African skills, no matter where they are. So I've spoken about skills, I've spoken about ESD, and time is running out, so I need to pick up speed a little bit. But in terms of industrial development, we've been able to, through those projects, put back a significant amount in creating opportunities for South African companies that would not otherwise have come to South Africa. Because what Armscor has said is that for every cent that you spend bringing in some foreign resource, some foreign input, there has to be a portion that comes back or that goes to our local economy. So there is a very hard story, but there is also a story of hope. In the AMD, as an association, we also look at not just the siloed industries, but the broad range. The aerospace, looking at the actual space, there's a massive investment there, and we need to leverage that opportunity, build skills for that opportunity, because you can't transform a space when you don't have the skills, the experience, the exposure. In other places, little kids grow up with little telescopes. They already know that space exists, But we have not only lost that advantage, but we've lost our indigenous African knowledge and awareness of the skies because of the history that has gone before. So our skills development at tertiary level, at higher education level, also needs to look at making up for that deficit. We've also looked at how unmanned vehicles can expand the range of a platform. So we look not just at existing silos, but at a cross-sectoral, cross-industrial cooperation. In the aerospace and defense industry, the master plan was developed, and the master plan really focused on repurposing aerospace and defense to improve South African lives for generations to come. That master plan has 4 key pillars. One is to increase market access. That is really to address the challenges of the current businesses that exist, to make sure that we can get into not just expanding what we can do in our local industry, but also reach other industries. We are already exporting around the world, but our share of that market is decreasing because our skills are leaving the country, because companies such as Denel are struggling to stay afloat. So those people who have benefited from not just the education, but the exposure and the experience in South Africa are moving to the UAE, to Australia, and to various other countries. As part of increasing this market access, I would also encourage, as we look at education and training programs, looking at how do we encourage an awareness of the opportunities on the continent. As South Africans, when we cross the Limpopo, if we are not flying over the rest of the continent to go to Europe or America or Asia, we talk about going into Africa. So that Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is not going to benefit us as much as it can. We in South Africa have the experience of working with the economy where we have to deal with foreign companies that come in. They want to bring their own people, they want to bring all their own supplies, and we've had to really aggressively transform and ensure the local spend. So maybe if from an education perspective already we have that in mind, we can create exchange programs, we can create interactions where by the time the person is applying to work at a Damen, a Denel, a Reutech, they have had exposure, and they know that north of the Limpopo is not a dark world. It's not just huge potholes and a lack of opportunity. They have some sort of cultural exposure because that is how you grow markets, that is how you see the opportunities. The second pillar is localization, and I think I've spoken to that, really speaking about the opportunities spilling off from the 2 programs and ensuring that we create real opportunities for South African industries in markets that they would not otherwise access. The third pillar is looking at industry competitiveness. And again, this is where it is important that we leverage on all our resources, pool our resources together, so that the disadvantages that a South African company would have versus a French company that would walk in accompanied by their president, or a Chinese company that would walk in with the full weight of that Belt and Road funding from their national government, can also compete. Through that, then we have the platform for the 4th pillar, which is human capital development and inclusion. This is where we speak about skills retention. This is where we speak about skills creation. This is where we look at educating for life, not just for unemployment. Educating for life, not just for looking at a job. So, to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, when we look at training and development, when we look at what we can do as industry, what we can bring to the party, we are the workhorse that create the opportunity, that actually implement the policies that are created in this space. We have the experience, we know what we need and what we can do, so we can avoid the challenges that we have, where we have a lot of seafarers being trained, but not so many opportunities for them to go into, where we have graduates coming from Sweden and other places, but they're sitting at home unemployed. We can bring those realities to bear. And each individual sub-industry has its own variables, but if we work together, if we create South African solutions to our South African problems, then we can really, really transform our economy in a meaningful and in a sustainable way, doing sensible things together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fale Munzi. So now there's a bit of a change again on our program. We're supposed to have on stage Major General Bakla, but however it has changed. So now we're gonna call on Brigadier General Kevin Munsami, who's the Director of Education, Training and Development for the South African Air Force. Sorry for that. Brigadier General Munsami completed his officer formation course at the South African Air Force College in 1996 and was awarded the prestigious officership trophy and was subsequently appointed as the training officer at the South African Air Force Gymnasium in 1997. He completed a 4-year stint as a staff officer at Directorate, Operational Support and Intelligence System, managing all security operations. Brigadier General Munsami was then appointed the training coordinator at the South African Air Force College from January 2008 until December 2010. In January 2011, he was appointed as the officer commanding South African Air Force Gymnasium, managing the development of recruits. He was promoted to Brigadier General on 1 January 2017 and appointed as the Director of Education, Training and Development, managing all development for the basic flying training. He attended a military assistance training program in Canada for 8 months. He completed his Joint Senior Command and Staff program in 2006 and received the award of the Best Commander Research Paper from the South African Air Force students. Brigadier General Munsami has completed 30 years of outstanding service at the South African National Defence Force and his country. Brigadier General.
Admiral, permission to continue? Thank you very much, Admiral. You see, in the military, we always ask permission from our seniors to start. Because if we start without the permission of the senior, it'll count against you one day. So we always ask permission for things. Unfortunately, my Chief of the Air Force, Acting Chief General Buthelezi, could not be here. He's busy with the other engagement. General Butler is also not here. But we are well trained to stand in for them, so it's not a serious problem. To the organizers, thank you for the opportunity for letting us present. I will talk on behalf of the Air Force, the skills. It's going to be at a tactical level, the skills we impart to our soldiers, airmen, and then how we can contribute to the country. I have with me Lieutenant Colonel Tau, a seasoned navigator, spent some time in Brazil, so he understands the flying environment fully. He's well versed in training, he understands it, and he will present after me on the strategic level how we take that skills and we put it into use. The minister spoke about a public aviation academy, and the Air Force was smiling. That's our bread and butter, ma'am. So we just wait for the cash and we do the job. I would acknowledge the presence of the CEO of the theater, ma'am, the chairperson of the theater board, members from the maritime and arms industry present, and the admiral and the team from the Navy. Thank you very much once again for giving us the opportunity. So let us kick in. The aim of my briefing is very simple, to brief the delegates on how the Air Force contributes to skills. Now, if you look in the maritime space, if you look at the slide, you will already see That's our students getting out of a aircraft in the water. They wear the yellow, the orange flying overalls so they can be made visible. And that's our workhorse of the Air Force, the Oryx helicopter, involved with the civilian counterparts on the high seas. My scope to achieve the aim is very simple: entry-level requirements, what you need to get into the Air Force, our training, what our training consists of, youth development, our part that we play in developing youth, and what skills we can offer the country. And I will conclude, the two aircraft you see on the screen is the mighty C-130. Their call sign is open the gate, it's 28. And our Lynx helicopter. The Lynx helicopter, you'll see, it's written SA Navy on it. But there's the Air Force badge. We just park it in the Navy's garage. It belongs to us. And the Admiral will fight with us and say, no, 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 it's our aircraft. Training, why do we train? We train in order to prepare through training a responsive and agile air defense capability to defend and protect the integrity of South African airspace by applying air power and to support the landward and maritime strategies. So we are involved in maritime strategies. Our motto is simple in the Defence Force: we train as we fight as we train. As you can see those pictures, self-explanatory. So we already start them in a small river on land before they go to sea. Our entry-level requirements. The critical skills, what we have is the pilot, navigator, airspace controller, and engineers. Unfortunately, these skills are heavy maths and physical science. And that's where we unfortunately do not get graduates, because some of them are so skilled, but they do not have that components. 18 to 24 years old, completed matric. If you're 26, you've got an additional qualification. Physically and medically fit. I don't have to explain that. No hearing impairment and must have a 6/6 vision. They must be able to see well. The airspace controllers will look at a screen the whole day. Pilot navigators also look at screens. Engineers working heavy with maths and science. Then we have our technical trades, 18 to 24, completed grade 12. If in possession of a degree, we lift the age to 26. Maths and physics, physically and medically fit. This will also, if you, by colleagues from the Navy, when they explain, this will also be on their slides. We have also, if you did not do well in maths and science, you are not excluded from becoming a soldier. We also have support musterings. We have the HR environment, human resource, hospitality, our chefs, and protection services, to name a few. The requirements is also 18 to 24, completed grade 12, 26 years and in possession of a degree or a diploma. Again, physically fit. You'll see physically fit for a soldier is our bread and butter. As a soldier, you learn two things: to run and shoot. If you can make contact with your enemy and shoot, well done. If you cannot, you start running. But we have not run for a long time. Our training. We take people with zero soldiering skills. They start basics at a place called Hoedspruit. It's 6 months long. There we simply transform civilians into soldiers. We break them down. They do not talk back. It's one-way communication. We talk, they listen. The officer forming is transforming these soldiers into officers. Now we take them to a different level. 6 months at Air Force College in Pretoria, and you can see the transformation from camouflage to nice uniforms. This is our flying phase. We start off with basic flying training. That school is in Central Flying School. This is in Hoedspruit. college. Then we go to the military academy, we give them a certificate. Then we go to survival training, ground school, aircraft technical phase, and then we go to the flying phase. This whole takes you 2 years. But it depends on two things: aircraft availability and weather patterns. Once they complete that, they go on streaming. You either become a fighter pilot, you become a helicopter pilot, or you become a transport pilot. That's the 3 streams we have. And then you go to your advanced flying schools, you do your tour, you do your instructor's course, and eventually you'll end up being an instructor. Category A, B, or C. Then if you look at the bottom, this is our survival phase, quite rough. And I must tell you, ladies can endure pain. Eh? During survival, you see guys crying, but the ladies are tough. So it's a good thing for our ladies in our country. This is the, as I explained, the orange flying overalls to fly over sea. This is the air traffic control training, also takes about 2 years. This is the eyes in the sky for the pilot and the navigator. Without these air traffic controllers, we will not survive. It's going to be very difficult for us to fly. So they sit on the ground and they talk to the pilot all the time. So if you see again, basic flying training, formative, back to the airspace control school, which is also in Hoedspruit. They do all this, total hours of validation, that's controlling, and then they become an ATC. But in each case, we work with simulators. The more you simulate, the easier the practical becomes. Technical training, basic training. This part here is outsourced to Centurion College, where they work with us. We get them trained there. They go through all the phases, and eventually, from apprentices, they become qualified artisans. Then they can fix aircraft. From the smallest to the biggest. You would ask why this Oryx is painted in white. Means it was used by the United Nations. So that's why it's white in color. Our support training also, basic training, functional courses, then they are placed in the whole of the Republic of South Africa. If you can see over here, these are our chefs. They start with eggs early in the morning and lots of eggs. But they are quite brilliant. This is a skill that we've taught. We've got our own schools of cookery where we teach people to cook. This is one of our chefs on the naval vessel. So we're also interoperable. We work with each another. This is the logisticians at work. This is our task force, the protection services, fast sloping. And we also can purify water. So we are also self-sufficient. Now, we are heavily involved in youth development. Youth development is very key to us to empower our youth. We have a Young Falcons program that lasts 3-year program where we take youth who have a passion for aviation. We move them through a 3-year program and eventually they have to apply to join the Air Force. And if they come in, aviation becomes easier to them. So they do not get a shock when you see this big flying machine. CNDISA is our marketing strategy, where we go out to schools, to universities, and talk to the public what the Air Force is about. Winter schools, we partner with the Department of Education. We have winter schools where we have a sort of a boot camp, where we try and educate children on what is going on in the military and also skills about the world. Maths and science classes, we also teach that. We have engineers who have done brilliant. We go out to schools and we teach them maths and science. Now, if you look at these pictures, this is teaching kids on the simulator. We take them to orientation flights. Here we have a private partner who flies them. Kids in the classroom, at the end we have a graduation for them. This is an article in the newspaper. And this is sea survival. Now, what skills can the Air Force provide? Firstly, life skills. Very important for our youth of today who do not have life skills. They do not have the hustle in them. They more interested in cell phone devices. So they do not understand or comprehend the world. Airmanship, we teach them there the theory of flight, how an aircraft works, what it is to be a pilot. Maths and science classes, I alluded to that. Then leadership training. We give them some training about leadership and management. We can also offer hospitality training. We have our own school where we teach people to cook and to serve our clients. We have protection training and VIP protection training. We're the only military provider of that. Civic education. How does government work? Why our national flag are in those colors? Our coat of arms, what does it mean? We can teach fieldcraft, how to survive in the field. We also have skills in map reading and navigation, basic first aid, physical fitness. Now, if the audience looks at our kids today, our youth, we have a problem with physical fitness. The only thing our children know how to do is change remote control and move from the sitting room to the kitchen. I think some of them do not even move, they just order. So we have parents are also allowed that. Firefighting and fire prevention, we offer that. We have advanced schools with that. Water safety, basic how to survive in a swimming pool. The minister spoke about that. No transformation in swimming. So we have to teach our children how to swim because accidents do happen. Environmental awareness, where we teach them about flora and fauna, how to protect your environment for future generations. Driver training, we teach how to drive. We first start with a simulator, driving simulator, which I think the youngsters are good at, and then we do the practical driving. Now, one of the strategies of war is you must learn how to play chess. Chess teaches you a lot of things. It teaches you self-discipline. It teaches you how to overcome obstacles. And we have introduced that in our military system. Writing and presentation skills, how to write, how to construct a document, how to present on stage, how to brief an audience. Some of these skills are credit-based, very important. So you can carry those portable credits and go do something bigger. So it's not just a certificate that you get and say, okay, that's it. It can help you in your future. Now the scarce skills. This is maths and physical science heavy. Pilots. We are the masters in training pilots. So when the minister spoke about a public aviation academy, give us that job. But as I said, give us the cash with the job. Navigators, we train also navigators, as I said. Air traffic controllers, technical personnel, and engineers. Now, if you, next time you board a flight on SAA, ask the air hostess, that pilot who announced, welcome on SAA, and I am Captain so-and-so. Ask the air hostess, what was his background? She'll say he belonged to the South African Air Force. Everybody, nearly everybody that flies SAA comes from us. So we must be good. So what we're trying to say, we do not only have to train pilots for the Air Force, we can train for the entire country. We do not have to have people from outside coming to fly for us. We've got the skill in the country. If you look at the slide here, the pride of our nation, the first African female to fly a fighter jet, Major Mfeka, excellent. I think you saw her in the TV adverts. She's a beacon of hope for all females that are going to follow in that path. And it takes a lot of courage to fly that machine. The presidential inauguration, she was in the lead aircraft, flying the formation. This aircraft is a Hawk. You can see in the colors of the country. And once she finishes there, she's going to finish off flying the Gripen. So she'll break all records. Very young, very capable, and who knows, she may become the future Chief of the Air Force. We spoke about the entry-level requirements, the age. We spoke about training, what you need to train, youth development, how the Air Force is involved in youth development, and the skills that the Air Force can impart in the greater society. If you can see that picture, we take a lot of youngsters from schools for orientation flights. Do you know that some people who join the Air Force have never been on an aircraft? Some of our people in the Air Force, they have a pilot's license before a driver's license. You ask him, can you drive? He says, no, sir. Can you fly an airplane? Yes, sir. Now you'd wonder, you think this guy is crazy. But that's how it is. We have youngsters with so much potential. You know, our country is going through a very rough phase. And as I say, we all need to be responsible. This too shall pass. In the Air Force, our motto is, through adversity to the stars. Meaning, whatever adversity faces us in this country, we'll overcome it and we'll get on the other side much better. So COVID will also pass. And if we want to leave a lasting legacy in this country for those that come after us, we need to do skills development. We need to empower people, especially the youngsters, because we were all here, our older generation, we may move on. And your children going to ask you, Mama, Papa, the country is in a state of disaster. What did you do when you were the CEO or the general or the admiral? Now that question I leave to you. I thank you very much. I am still got 40 seconds. So I'm close to the runway now. Thank you very much. Admiral. We're going to raise it now to the strategic level. Colonel Tau will come on now. Colonel. You're going to introduce me.
Admiral, permission to join, ma'am? Okay, thank you. Thank you, General Monsami. Okay, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Tau. I qualified as a navigator. Then I flew at 35 Squadron. I specialized in maritime operations and planning, and I also flew our EW capabilities, electronic warfare. I'm currently a staff officer, maritime operations and planning at the South African Air Force headquarters, at the Directorate Air Transport and Maritime Systems. Okay, from our side, when the students qualify at Langebaan, they are usually streamed into 3 lines, which is the transport line. That's where my responsibility lies, because I'm also in charge of the air transport capability on both navigators and pilots. From Langebaan, on our side, the students will go to 41 Squadron. That will be at the Air Transport School. And then those that are streamed for fighters, they will go to 85 Combat Flying School. That's where they fly the Hawk trainer. That's the one that Mandi Samfeka is flying. And then those that are streamed for helicopters, they will go to Bloemfontein at 87 helicopter flying school. And then with the Air Force, we have three important elements, which is firepower, reach, and surveillance. On today's topic, my focus will be on surveillance. And today I will cover the strategic roles of the Air Force in maritime. And then the aim of my presentation is just to give an overview of the strategic roles of the Air Force to this audience. And to do that, I will cover the following scope points. I will cover our area of responsibility with a focus on the search and rescue region and our EEZ, our exclusive economic zone. And then from there, I'll move to the basing of our maritime assets. That's where the aircrafts that are involved in maritime operations are based, from Cape Town up to Durban. I will go through each and every base. And then from there, I will tackle capabilities from helicopter, fixed wings, and then the maritime strike. And then from there, I will move to our maritime roles. And then mostly, you'll pick up that, like with our maritime roles, we always do it in support of the Navy. And then from there, I will also touch on our past and current involvement in maritime operations. And then the future requirement to support maritime safeguarding. Then I will conclude. I take it that questions and discussions will be done in the breakaway rooms. Okay, looking at our area of responsibility, basically from the west, it extends from the Angolan border up to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And then on the east, it extends up to just south of Madagascar and then down to the South Pole. Then if you look at the area that is covered there, and actually the responsibility that South Africa has to cover, actually is about 27.7 million square kilometers. And then in comparison to our land region, which is only 1.2 million square kilometers, then that's when you'll realize that basically our responsibility is huge. And given our infrastructure and our capabilities, SADC mostly rely on South Africa. And then basically that also includes the Prince Edward and Marion Islands that are about 2,000 miles southeast of Port Elizabeth. And then just looking at our EEZ, the first small blue line there, you'll see that's the territorial waters. That's up to 12 nautical miles. And then we move to the contagious zone. That one, it goes up to 24 nautical miles. And then the EEZ itself, it's up to 200 nautical miles. And then I think in 2016, the continental shelf was approved. And then with the continental shelf, it extends up to 350 nautical miles. And then just southeast there, it's the two islands, the Prince Edward Island and the Marion Island. That also, whatever resources are there, basically those are our resources. So that's the slide for our EEZ. And I think that previous slide is very important for the ocean economy. Basically, that's where our resources lie. And then just looking at the basing of our assets, starting from Cape Town, we have 22 Squadron. At 22 Squadron, they have the Oryx helicopter.
and the Super Lynx. The Super Lynx is the one that the general showed, because that one actually, it operates with the Navy. It is always on board the Navy frigates. And then from there, it's 35 Squadron, that's where I flew. That's the C-47 TP, that's the Dakota. Actually, I think it's the oldest aircraft in the South African Air Force. And then moving to the east, in Port Elizabeth, we have 15 Charlie flight. There we have the BK-117 helicopter. And then moving to Durban, we have the Oryx helicopter there, together with the light utility Augusta A109. And then if you move inland, here in Pretoria, we have the C-130BZ. Basically, the C-47 TP, if we cover the EEZ, it can only cover the EEZ. Anything that is beyond 200 nautical miles, that's where the C-130BZ comes in, being for search and rescue or whatever engagements we need. And then from there, if you go to Makado, we have the Gripen, the Jazz 39. Okay, I will show the picture of that. And actually with the Gripen, I remember 2016, there was some illegal fishing that was taking place south of PE. The Dakota was not available, the C-130 was not available, and then that time, the Gripen was used. It has a flare ball, a forward-looking infrared, and then with that, it can take videos and then also provide you with images. And then the capabilities themselves, that's how the Oryx helicopter looks. And actually, this helicopter, as I said, on our maritime operations, we always operate with the Navy, always in support of the Navy. This same aircraft that you see here, it is also utilized on board one of our naval replenishment vessels called the SAS Drakensberg. It's a medium transport helicopter. It provides search and rescue and utility duties. Just doctrinally, if there's a search and rescue that is over 50 nautical miles from coast, then here we will use 2 helicopters. It can be 1. And then now is the Super Lynx helicopter. It provides surface edge capability in the anti-surface warfare roles. It can also assist with search and rescue, maritime patrol, and utility duties. And with this one, when it's used with the Navy on the frigate, it can be sent to go about like 50 miles ahead of the ship to go and scan the area, and then from there, come back to the ship. So it also assists with the situational awareness on the ship. And then now you have the light utility helicopter. It provides search and rescue, and then it's also used for utility duties. And remember, this is the one that is based in Port Elizabeth, because remember, I had the distribution of all the bases along the coast. This one, you find it in Port Elizabeth. Then the light utility, the Augusta A109, it provides surface search capability in a search and rescue role. However, it has a limited range of 100 nautical miles, but it can be utilized actually to support the Oryx helicopter. And then this one is based in Durban. And then now coming to the fixed wings, the medium transport aircraft, that's a C-47 TP. This one is based in Cape Town. Actually, this is the one that is used primarily for maritime operations. It provides a search and rescue, maritime patrol, and utility duties. Okay, what I'll do is I do have like some of the slides where it was utilized, and then I will tell you, especially with the ships that I've also indicated, the role that it plays together with the Oryx helicopters. Like I say, it's the primary aircraft that is utilized for maritime operations. And then the C-130, it is utilized where the Dakota can reach. However, this one is not a primary maritime aircraft, but when coming to range, it can assist. And I think in the Mozambican channel, because from 2011 till 2016, we were involved with anti-piracy operations. And when the Dakota wasn't available, especially after 2016, then mostly we started sending the C-130. The good thing with the C-130 is it flies fast, so it covers like a vast area in a very short period of time. If you were supposed to deploy a Dakota for about 5 days, you can send the C-130 there for 2 days, then it will be able to complete what the Dakota was supposed to do. And then now, the light liaison aircraft, this one we mostly use it for our territorial waters. It's called the Caravan. The C-208, this one we call it the K-208 because it has the coiler system, it has a flare ball. And it was even utilized during the Soccer World Cup. The good thing about this one is it can, with the flare ball that it has, it can basically give you a live feed if you have a station next to the coast, wherever you deploy it. So it helps with surveillance as well. And then now going into the maritime strike, with the Gripen, the combat aircraft, accurate strike capability up to 50 nautical miles off the coast. Then the range can be extended up to the EEZ, dependent on the search and rescue capability from a deployed ship in the target area. So if like on this one, if you deploy with the Navy, then you can extend its range. And then it is exceptional in ISR, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, capability with radar and digital surveillance equipment. Like I said, it has a video. You can get a video feed, and then you can even take pictures with it. And the good thing with this one is it can operate from high level, so it won't even be easy to detect it. Okay. And then the roles of South African Air Force in maritime operations. The Air Force participate in maritime warfare in the following manner. And then mostly in these ones, that will be with the Navy. And then we'll do anti-surface unit warfare, anti-submarine warfare, and then anti-air warfare. However, on these ones, like I told you, we have a very old aircraft. So with the Navy, they've got advanced systems at the moment. So if you go into your anti-submarine warfare and anti-surface unit warfare, at the moment, the systems are not compatible. So the tandems that we used to do and the Bravo 6s with the strike crafts, basically with the new technology that the Navy has, you get detected like while we are still about 50 nautical miles away. So it means actually for the Air Force, we need to up our game in this regard. Okay, however, and then the maritime strike, that will be with the utilization of the Gripen, maritime intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, both electronic and visual. Vessel boarding operations, replenishment, combat search and rescue, and medevac. And then ASW, limited to detect and destroy when surfaced. And then aerial interceptions. Aerial interceptions you can also do with the fighter jets. And then roles of the Air Force, these ones will be roles other than war. Okay, we can be utilized for maritime surveillance, like with Op Corona. This is what we do, especially in our EEZ. And with this one, we used to do it with the Department of Agricultural, Forestry and Fisheries. And then with this one, you'll find that sometimes they will deploy one of their vessels, which are Lilian Ngoi. I think there's another one called Charlotte Matleke, and then Ruth First. So we'll go onto the patrol, and then usually they will tell us that they will have their ships like in certain areas. Then what we'll do is whatever that we'll detect that will be illegal and stuff, we'll just communicate with them, and then they will go and investigate, especially on the ships that will be conducting illegal activities in our waters, specifically the EEZ. And then we also conduct Op Arabella, that will be for both search and rescue and medical evacuation. Then for medical evacuation, I will show you a picture on the medical evacuation that we conducted while I was still at 35 Squadron with the air crew from 22 Squadron. Environmental resource protection, and on this one, we used to struggle a lot, especially with the container carriers and your bulk ships. Who knows that, like, if they have to clean their ships and come alongside, they will spend a lot of money. But now what they'll do is, like out at sea, over 100 miles, then they will just dump oil into your EEZ. And we know with that, you will kill the resources. Then the economic resource protection, I also have a slide to show you the pouchers, especially the abalone pouchers, especially in the Port Elizabeth area. That's where we used to have the biggest problem with the abalone pouchers. We also support disaster management, anti-piracy operation. That's OPCOPA that we did actively from 2011 till 2016. And then from there, it was sort of done in drips and drabs. And then illegal fishing, anti-poaching operations, drug smuggling and human trafficking, vessel boarding operations, replenishment, peacekeeping, and peace support. And then just the pictures that I told you about, if you look at that picture there, this is in, like when we do surveillance, you can see that you see containers there, but then check underneath. There's military vehicles there. So these are some of the activities that will come across. And what you'll do is you'll have an aerial photographer that will take the pictures, and then from there, once you zoom, but in a situation like this, then that's when you'll talk to the captain and like ask him, what cargo do they have on board? And then in 2009, maybe those that are in the industry, they will know about this one. There was a ship from China. Apparently that time it was destined to go to Zimbabwe. And then intelligence came through. Then we had to intercept the ship around Durban, and we escorted it outside the South African waters, moving to the west, up to Namibia. And then here, that will be with NSRI and MRCC for search and rescue. And then there, that's a TP deck doing a SARAF drop. And then now that's a fully deployed SARAF drop. That will be in a search and rescue environment. And then here it was a medevac that we conducted south of Cape Point. It was at about 160 nautical miles. Okay, we were activated by the Maritime Rescue Coordination Center. We flew into the area, and then once we found a bulk carrier, then we communicated with the two Oryxes that were flying from 22 Squadron. And then on the same ship, that's the Oryxes picking up the patient. And then here, that's a picture for anti-piracy operations in the Mozambican Channel. As I said, we conducted this between 2011 and 2016. Then abalone pouchers that are active in the Bird Island area, that's in Port Elizabeth. And then that's how an oil spill look from the tanker. And usually this one, they will do it over 100 miles from coast. And then post and current self-involvement in maritime. Okay, like I said, OPCOPA, we did it from 2011 till 2016, and then we do have maritime exercises that we do with our BRICS partners. There's one called IPSAMA, we do it with India and Brazil. It's a biannual maritime exercise. Actually, it is led by the Navy. Like I said, we'll always do things in support of the Navy. So most of those maritime exercises that you see there, it will be in support of the Navy. And then we also have Atlas Sur that we do with Argentina, and Uruguay. And then we also have exercise oxide. I think the last one we did it in 2017. It was at Reunion Islands. And then the very new one, it's exercise Umuzi. We did it in 2019. That's with China and Russia. And then 2019, we had an initial planning conference, planning the SADC maritime exercise. But unfortunately, last year, due to COVID, this one couldn't take off. But then this one is a SADC one. It's a regional exercise. And then future requirement to support maritime safeguarding, and then we'll do it with the following government departments and NGOs. Just the most important thing, it's an integrated maritime air strategy to be a subset of an overall SADC maritime strategy. And if you look at SADC, South Africa basically leads in SADC in a lot of things. And then in conclusion, the inability to ensure maritime security can be devastating to the maritime environment, which is the ocean economy. As a maritime nation, South Africa needs to be able to protect its maritime assets in times of peace and war. The SA Navy, as the maritime service of the DOD, is responsible for maritime defense and associated security with the support of the South African Air Force. And then the Air Force is not a primary maritime security agency, but it is, however, essential for the ocean economy of the RSA in terms of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And lastly, creative solutions to mutual problems are required. And I think the grouping that is here is the one that can achieve that. I thank you.
Thanks to Brigadier General Kevin Monsami and Lieutenant Colonel Tau. I think we have reached the end of our morning session. Now we're going to break away for lunch. The ushers will direct you where exactly you need to go. What I know is that it's Keystone Restaurant. You need to go up the stairs. But as you come out the door, the ushers should be able to direct us where we need to go. And lunchtime will be 40 minutes. And please, after lunch, come back straight in here so that we can continue. I think we are recovering well with time. And thanks to our speakers, and let's continue. Thank you. Okay, the request is please be back at 2. Thank you. Can continue. Ladies and gents, may we please take a seat as we are about to get ready so that we don't waste any more time. We're trying to recover on time. So we're going to continue with our program. On stage, I'd like to call our next speaker, Mr. Russell Egypt, who is a scientist at AMSCO, at IMT, Institution for Maritime Technology. Mr. Russell Egypt is a chief scientist at the Institution of Maritime Technology, IMT, a division of AMSCO Research and Development. The institution is a multidisciplinary organization that specializes in techno-military research and development. He started at IMT in 1995 as a computer scientist and has worked on various maritime-related geospatial technology projects applied within IMT and within the South African Navy. During his time at IMT, he became a geospatial technology specialist, developing a number of customized geographic information system, GIS, solutions for the naval research applications. And currently, he is the technical manager, scientific technology overseeing the maritime decision support, environmental characterization, naval electro-optics, and underwater sensor and signature domains at IMT. Current projects include the ongoing development of maritime rapid environmental assessment capability for the South African Navy, the integration of the maritime rapid environmental capability within the maritime domain awareness. Let's come on stage.
Thank you, Program Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please afford me also the opportunity just to acknowledge the people that have organized the Dr. Bladen Zimande, which is the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, and then the CEO of TETA. I will just cover all the other people as distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as my program director indicated, I'm at heart a scientist. I've taken the role as a scientific technology manager, but probably about 4 years ago. My presentation will specifically be around the Institute of Maritime Technology and the role it plays in support of the SA Navy. But before I start with that, I would like to just take this opportunity on behalf of my Arms Corps Group Executive Manager, Professor Makaza, just to convey his apologies. Unfortunately, he couldn't attend because he had some prior commitments. That said, I would like to convey that my presentation will be from a perspective of the Institute of Maritime Technology and not necessarily the Arms Corps R&D section in that respect. So I will just continue. Okay, I think I've said that. I would like to convey my thanks from Professor Makaza for the invite and for us to participate as the theme talks about transformation through active participation. Now, we are situated in Simonstown, very close and next to the SA Naval Base. We are strategically situated there because to serve our main client is the South African Navy. And just to indicate, the little red box is our offices. We've got some spectacular views from our offices, enjoying the environment. As you can see, the ocean is our background, is our playground, and that is where we do all our R&D work on behalf of the South African Navy, primarily. That is our building just highlighted. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to just talk about 3 aspects, specifically looking at the overview of IMT and why we exist. I'm specifically going to look at the concept of maritime domain awareness within the context of ocean economy. And then I'm going to talk about our initiatives, that is the Institute of Maritime Technology, specifically with skills development, skills transfer initiatives within specifically the South African Navy context. Now, looking at the overview of IMT, we are an R&D, research and development service provider, specifically in maritime technologies, marine engineering, and sciences. And as I said before, specifically for military purposes for the South African National Defence Force, and primarily our main client, the South African Navy, and to the greater defence industry, and also for industrial and commercial purposes, the oceans economy, and for other engineering industries. I think we pride ourselves from a provision of providing applied maritime technologies. As you can see, the oceans is our background, so that is actually the coalface of where we do our work. We're at sea, we put down instruments, we measure. So we do applied maritime technologies for utility to the primary client, and then also for other commercial clients. Looking at the breakup or how we are structured, and I must also again reiterate here that the 2 sections in scientific technologies and engineering technologies and the various domains is very much structured around the requirements and the expectation from our client of what we need to deliver. So our various domains consist of various domain specialists, and those are the interface towards our client, South African Navy. And importantly, as I said, we do applied. We've got a very experienced seagoing support capability in our Sea Lab, which is our scientific vessel. And then we also have a scientific dive team that also dives with the Navy divers in that respect. Now, coming to my next slide, I think a lot has been said on the importance of our economy. I'm going to focus on the maritime domain awareness and what that has and how it can play in respect to the challenges we face on this side. But let me first also just give you a definition of what maritime domain awareness is. It is the effective understanding of anything associated with the maritime domain that could impact security, and we've talked about security, we've talked about safety, we've talked about the economy and also the environment, the sustainability of that environment for our nation. Now, as previous speakers has already alluded, the oceans economy is a very complex environment. The words that came up as interdependent, interrelated, and also that was said that you can't see the ocean in isolation. You must look at the supply chain. And taking all those components, it creates a very complex environment. And I think this is one of the reasons why the Navy has vested in a maritime domain awareness capability, and we're supporting that initiative. My next slide, I think already as from the Air Force, they've indicated the various maritime zones. And all I would like to say there is the vastness of the area that needs to be covered with the limited resources that we've got. And I think that is the place where maritime domain awareness can play a very effective role. Just to give you an understanding, we've got various sensors around our coast. We've developed various compact sensors in terrestrial AIS, which is our automatic identification system. We've got radar systems, we've got optronics, where we can actually slave a camera to a particular ship, and then we can take photographs of that. That's currently very much focused within our port infrastructure, as in Cape Town and Durban. But putting all that together, and I think a lot of effort can still be put into that area, because we do have a lot of dark areas. We do know that we've got a very large, long coastline, and we know it's geostrategic in that respect. But all those sensors put together then slaves into our back end, which is our private network. That is where all the data gets assimilated, all the data gets fused, and that gets fed into what we call our maritime domain awareness centers. There's an example of one of a screen slide of all the monitors that you can get in these MDACs. All information gets assimilated within those MDACs, and from there strategic decisions can be taken in what to go and investigate, and then also to narrow down the areas of which to patrol or to put our focus on because of the limited resources that we've got. Just a bigger picture of that is just my forte. As I said, I'm a geospatial specialist, and that is the type of technologies that I play with as part of being a manager. And that is just an overview of an AIS picture of a live shipping around our coast, overlaid with our collaboration with the Hydrographic Office, where we can also display ENCs, and from that we can do some other types of decisions in that respect. I think, in a nutshell, that is what I wanted to say from an MDA perspective. I think there is a lot of opportunities for collaboration, especially when we look at our sensors, working with our Ports Authority, working with TNPA, working with Transnet for areas where we can get sites that we can put up these mobile sensor setup where we can get a better picture of what is actually happening in our maritime space. So I think there's definitely opportunity for collaboration in that respect from IMT's perspective, because we've developed the mobile technologies. We can interact with radars to get the feed of vessel traffic, and then we can assimilate that into our back end, which is our VistaNet system. I think I'm just going to now change tunes, where I'm going to discuss some of our skills development initiatives and knowledge transfer that we specifically do towards our main client, the South African Navy. I think the first one is the Combat Officers Qualifying Course. We've now been involved with that course over many years. Was actually part of the curriculum where we give the overview of the general content, but I'll get into that a bit more detail. Then there's a big drive from the Hydrographic Office where we're supporting e-learning initiatives, which I will also discuss. And then the Arms Corps Maritime Initiative of developing specifically a maritime SMME, where we're in full support of that, which I will also give some feedback on. Looking at our CUQ2 and CUQ2-1 courses, as I said, it's the Combat Officers Qualifying courses. And we have also taken this opportunity of introducing e-learning within the Navy, and I think this was one of the good examples where we've done that. We've taken all our course material, and as you can see on the right, we've taken all our course material and we've converted that into iBooks. We provide the students for that duration that they're at IMT with those course books, and then with the interaction with the teacher and with the course books, we go through that part of the curriculum that we need to cover. I think it has definitely have been well received, especially from the students, even to the point where they don't want to give back the iPads. They want to take it, but unfortunately, they need to give that back, and so that we can obviously then give it to the next students. We are in the process of moving that out of the Mac technology and doing that into the EPUBs, to make it more interoperable with all the other Androids that we've got out there, platforms. I think the reason why we've used the iPad is just from a concept demonstrator of what is possible from an e-learning perspective, and then introducing the students to that environment. I think this was also a very good place where we introduced the concept of blended learning, which I believe is the way forward from an effective skills transfer perspective. And what that means is you have the lecturer or the experienced operator with the aid of e-learning material, and together as a blended option, we convey or we transfer knowledge in that respect. I'm not going to say a lot about this particular initiative because I know the hydrographer, Captain Theo Stokes, is going to talk about their initiatives towards collateral capacity skills development. But I wanted to mention that in supporting the hydrographer, there's a big drive in the hydrographic space in providing e-learning materials, specifically within the SADC region, to empower. And I think this is a very good opportunity and a very good possibilities that can come from this particular platforms that we've made available for SADC to evaluate. We are also busy with various other models like hydrography and tides, and I think from the vision of the hydrographer is to empower specifically the SADC regions from a hydrographic perspective. And then lastly is our involvement with the maritime SMME development. It's an Arms Corps initiative specifically to develop an SMME, also a requirement from DoD. It's part of the DEFTED, which is the Defense, I think, Transformation Enterprise Development Program. We started out in 2019 as phase 1, providing specific knowledge transfer to this particular earmarked maritime SMME. We've now progressed successfully into the next phase where we are now actually subcontracting the maritime SME specifically for work related to IMT. And I think this is part of the legislatures as in on DRDB contracts. For a percentage of that, it needs to go to the development of SMMEs within the defense industry in that respect. I think I've come to the end now. I think I've got a last slide and a very important slide. I think I've said a lot about blended learning. I think we've started very much as early adopters of the technology. The examples that you see in front there is some of the examples that we've worked with in the environmental characterization domain as in empowering also the Navy. A very good example is there, a CTD operation, and that was used on the SAS Protea, and actually how to operate that instrument by just using that tool which they can have on their cell phone or on their tablet. But I think this is one of the reasons from a effective perspective, from a skills transfer, is this blended learning of not taking the traditional out of the equation, but having both, and which what they call blended, because I think both has its place as in empowering and skills development and for transfer of knowledge in that sense. I think that in a nutshell is the end of my presentation. I don't know if there's any questions because I've got 4 minutes left, but I know we need to also make up time. So I will leave that to the program director to decide on that particular aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Russell Egypt, and also for respecting the time that is allocated to you. Thank you. And I think the next speakers can also do the same. I'm sure we can try and summarize. Before I call on the next speaker, there is a request that please keep the masks on. Thank you. So on the program, we're supposed to have Mrs. Simon Smith Godfrey, but she'll be replaced by Dr. Isabel Meyer. Dr. Isabel Meyer is a principal researcher, Smart Mobility Cluster at the CSIR. She has a PhD in Information Systems and Operations Researcher with experience in logistics systems and skills research in the sector. She has done extensive work in identifying the skills and research gaps in critical key areas in the freight, logistic, and maritime sector, working with key industry partners such as TNPA, Imperial Logistics, Barloworld, and other universities. Dr. Isabel, please welcome on stage.
Thank you, Program Director, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying after lunch to listen to us who are left. I will equally try and be brief and see if we can save some time. But just to start out, to acknowledge and thank the Minister of Education and the CEO of TETA to invite us and to organize this particular event for us. So I will, as you may have gathered from the little brief introduction, mostly be talking about commercial aspects of logistics and logistics systems. And I'm always a little bit intimidated with all the uniforms in front of me. But as you all may know, CSIR also have a strong presence through its DPSS, its Defence and Security Cluster, and has been supporting both the Navy, the Air Force, and the broader Defence Force in many aspects. So just to contextualize the few things that I will be saying, really just covering two things. The one is to say, what are the activities of CSIR in the maritime sector? Where are we focusing and what are we doing? And how have we been contributing? But also I want to step back a little bit and say, in the bigger logistics system, we are building a capability at the moment and just share what that means and what we're doing. And then, if I can get this to do what it should. Yeah. And then talk a little bit about skills development and how we are making contributions to strengthening capacity. So that's the brief overview. So for those of you who are not aware of what CSIR does and where it's positioned, it's very much a strong socio-economic prosperity innovation focus. So it's a RD&I organization, research, development, innovation, with a very strong technology focus. And our emphasis is on economic development and social development. So those are the two key issues that CSIR is focusing on. So the strategic objectives, contract R&D and localized transformative technologies. So what's out there in the world, what is smart, what can we use to build and strengthen our economy? Collaboratively improve competitiveness of high impact sectors. So in other words, again, how can we make all the good work that's being done economically every day in this country, how can we make that happen better? Driving socio-economic transformation, we've got a huge focus on SMME development and on developing initiatives that support household income. And really, I think in the challenging times where we're living at the moment, we have got lots of opportunity to be innovative in that space. Human capital and infrastructure, and then the last point that I've got, the diversify income, maintain financial sustainability and good governance. I think in the words of our CEO, we are jealously guarding our ability to govern the organization in an ethical and responsible way. So that's just about CSR a little bit. Moving on to logistics, I just want to share, we are currently, as I said at the outset, developing a logistics capability in support of industry. And where we are going with this capability is to say, putting up a center of excellence that's leading in logistics practice, but also that looks at enhancing the supply chains and national logistics performance. So that's where we're going. I've got a word up there that says Logistics Observatory, and we are beginning to think about integrating our information sources in logistics and see how can we use that in support of decision making. So that's what that part is about. It's all about collaboration and integration, and when I get to that a little bit later, that's what industry is telling us is missing. Organizations are doing their own thing and they're being effective in that, but that channel-wide integration and collaboration is missing. And then, of course, African, regional, and national, and obviously also subnational. But we're not only playing within the boundaries of the country. I think that would be senseless for African development. We need to be able to start to think of our supply chains across barriers and boundaries and see how we deal with that. And then, of course, global collaboration. So that's where we're situating this logistics capability. So I think I have touched on a number of those things, but to say create a capability that enhances the performance of our national logistics system. That's what we want to do. We want to make supply chains work better, and we want to be excellent in the research around those systems. So I just want to refer you to that little picture at the bottom there that says, how do we measure our performance nationally in trade logistics? And that defines 6 particular elements. The one is around how good are we at customs processes, how good are we at crossing borders, what's the cost of logistics, etc. So for all the countries across the world, that index is being calculated, and that gives us an indication, are we moving forward or backward? Are we really making progress or not? And what CSR wants to do is in support of that, that capability to improve our international performance. So I've got a lot of text there that may be a bit small to read. But the first point saying, CSR wants to focus on 2 things. The one is the macro logistics system, and the other one is making supply chains smarter. So that's where we are at. The very first point refers to the Logistics Performance Index that I just referred to say we are 33rd out of 180 countries. Now, that may not sound too bad, but if we look at our trade partners, we are lagging behind. So that means we are always a little bit, there's a lot of room to improve if we put it in a positive perspective. The other point is that number is sliding. So we're not at the moment currently moving significantly forward as a country in that respect. I've got some other figures there on the cost of logistics. That's a parameter that's often quoted to say 12% of GDP. That's how much we are spending to move things around. And that's always a good indicator because the cost is an indicator of being efficient or not. What I want to pick out at the bottom part of the slide is just to say ports efficiency. I don't need to talk to this audience about that. I'm sure you all understand that there's room for improvement in ports efficiency. When we think of the agriculture sector, that's a huge impact. On the pharmaceutical side, I just want you to take note of that reference that I've got at the bottom there. Let's say a consumer of medicines in Africa, on average, and there are obviously ranges around this figure, but on average pay 20 times higher than the international reference price for pharmaceuticals. And I think that's a very clear and important indicator that we want to influence and improve on. So when CSR talks to industry about what role should we be playing in the logistics sector, those are the 4 points that came up. The one talks about dynamic information repositories that I mentioned initially, facilitation and coordination across organizational boundaries, across departmental boundaries. That's what people are asking for. Research coordination and uptake. I think the research done in the logistics space is situated at specific universities, and there's room for making that visible and translating it into policy. And then technology advisory and innovation and localization. I think a lot of the smart organizations know how to be smart. They understand that. And our role then, what they are asking for is to say, but there's a lot of smart out there, and how do we apply that effectively in our organization? So that's sort of what industry is asking from us. So I'm not going to go through this in detail, but it's really saying CSR then positions itself as an integrator of what's being done information-wise and research-wise, to say how can we add value to the national performance. So I'm going to move on to the maritime industry, and I'm probably going to go through this a bit faster because you must have heard quite a lot about this today. But when we think about what do we do in the maritime industry, we are saying, let's understand what's happening in the industry, and that very colorful diagram there just articulates a little bit what sectors are more dominant in the maritime industry than others. And obviously the energy sector on the blue side dominates the whole picture in terms of transport of crude oil and etc. So what do people want? I think the shipping, the bulk cargo is dominated by foreign firms. That's a characteristic that we need to be aware of. Customers are looking for price, speed, reliability, security. I know earlier speakers also mentioned what supply chains should be doing. The fleets are aging, there's inefficient port operations, we spoke about that, climate change, etc. So the challenge in terms of supply chains in the maritime industry is actually quite significant. And then, obviously relevant to this gathering today, limited sector-specific training in South Africa. We're still aware of a lot of students that go to Europe or Asia to get the training that they need in terms of logistics and maritime aspects in the center. So all of those constraints also talk about opportunities, of course, at the same time. So if we just very briefly look at drivers of the maritime or any transport value chain, there's quite a lot of things up there, finance policy, etc., etc. What does that mean for research and in terms of what we're doing? And it really says we need research innovation that supports flexible industry responses, so not to have the research lag 10 years behind what's happening in industry. There need to be smart technologies in there. We can think we can live without it, but we can't really. But the technology needs to match what industry can absorb. I think that's a very important point. What's your readiness for absorption, and how do we enable that? And then, of course, we need to have skills development for a modernized environment. I think those are sort of the key takeouts. This I'm not going to go through in, too much detail, but just to say, within CSR, we have done work in a number of areas, and some of them relative to the maritime sector. Sustainable exploitation of maritime resources, transport and logistics, environmental impact, etc. CSR is a huge organization with multiple focus areas, and there's quite a bit being done. Now I'm just going to zoom in a little bit on our coastal engineering and ports facility, just to give you a feel of the more detailed work that's being done there. And I think the work that's done at IMT obviously also deals with some of this level of scientific detail. So we're talking about the capability in physical and numerical modeling, dealing with waves around structures, so understanding what happens to harbor walls and when waves are moving, that kind of thing. Decision support models that give port operations the real-time opportunity to understand what must they do next given the weather conditions or the nature of the ship that's coming. That's level of decision support. And then met oceans and surveys, what's happening in the wind and the weather and how does that influence operations. So that's a big part of that capability. And then on the infrastructure side, of course, we have a physical hydraulics laboratory, which is the largest of its kind in the Southern Hemisphere. So in there you can simulate and play around with what happens when waves hit structures and how do we build vessels to respond to that. So that laboratory has been serving South Africa's ports and coastal engineers for over 55 years. It's old, but old also means there's a lot of experience in there and a lot of understanding in how to do things. Very briefly on port decision support systems, I think that three bullets in the middle there saying it's about improving efficiency, maximizing capacity, and aiding safety. So that's what we want to achieve with this perspective. I've got two specific models there. The one is talking about under-keel clearance. So when a ship is moving into the harbor in real time, the model can say, given the weather conditions, should this vessel now enter the harbor or not, or should it wait a little bit? So what are the implications around that? And then the other example on the integrated port decision support system, that is providing wind, wave, and current data, and there's a website up to say this is exactly what's happening at all 8 national ports, given the weather and given the measurements that we are taking at any particular point in time. So I'm going to switch as well as the previous speaker did to a little bit more to capability development. But before I do so, those are just examples of some of the work, and Ms. Simone Smith, who should have been presenting today, have been party to many of those publications where we say, how do we look at the blue economy and what are we doing about it? So now I'm going to talk a little bit about skills development, and I think by way of background, CSIR has done a number of things in skills development outside of the maritime industry. We've run a fairly large project in education in schools in the rural Eastern Cape, and that taught us an incredible amount about how do we use technology in constrained environments to aid students to learn. And I think there's a lot of things in a rural environment that's different from an urban environment in the sense that how do we have sustainable power supplies? How do we have teachers that are able to deal with that technology in those contexts? So there's quite a lot of experience. And then a pretty picture that I did not bring today is the learning factory that we're developing at CSIR, where we are putting technology together to enable people to gain manufacturing skills in a context that's virtual. And I think that is quite an exciting initiative that I did not put up here. So what do we want when we collaborate with other institutions? What do we want to get right in terms of skills development? An increased pipeline of research and development practitioners. So systemically, if we stand back, that's really what we want to deliver. We want to have more smarter people out there, to put it, to summarize it, and that are able to do the things that the economy needs. Increased availability of local skills and not skills development opportunities, and I think also in collaboration with international opportunities. It's always good to have that perspective and not be ring-fenced in the South African context, but having more of those available. Funding of experimental work for localization of technologies. We're doing the next item, universities and TVET colleges. We're doing quite a lot in research collaboration with some of the larger universities, and also looking at the establishment of a research chair in smart mobility. So that will be the first of its kind in the country, to say let's have a node of focus on research around smart things in logistics. So that's another quite an exciting initiative. So finally, and I shaved 4 minutes off the timetable, CSIR continues to invest in maritime sector research and development, and I think nationally the industry has told us there's a need for collaboration, and CSIR is positioning itself in that integrative role to say let's bring all the good things together and see how that can impact industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to Dr. Isabel Meyer. And I think we have recovered well on time, so we are back on track. Thanks to our speakers. Now I would like to invite Captain Theo Stokes, who will be joining us virtually. Captain Theo Stokes is a National Hydrographic Officer He's an accredited International Hydrographic Officer, FIG Category A Hydrographic Surveyor with a postgraduate diploma in hydrography, first class, through the University of Plymouth. Captain Stoke is the appointed senior officer in charge of the Hydrographic Office for the South African Navy. During his career, he has served on various South African Navy vessels and has commanded the City-class offshore patrol vessel, the SAS Tequini, and the Hecla-class hydrographic vessel, as well as the South African SAS Protea. Captain Stoke is extensively involved in various research projects at the Institution of Maritime Technology in support of the naval operations. In September 2017, Captain Stoke was formally appointed as the South African Navy hydrographer. He is an active member within the International Hydrographic Organization, representing the South African Navy and the region on various steering committees and working groups within the subcommittees.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Program Director. Today's presentation will focus largely on the South African Navy's, or now known as the National Hydrographic Services, contribution to lateral capacity skills development for the oceans economy. I'd just like to direct you to the images at the bottom of your screen. The bottom left-hand image is the South African Navy Hydrographic Office, proudly situated at the foot of the Silvermine mountain range in Cape Town at Takai, the home of the Hydrographic Service. The middle image you've seen before from previous presenters is the maritime boundaries, which the Honourable Minister, Dr. Bladen Nzimande, referred to our national waters of jurisdiction as the 10th province. And then the right-hand image, bottom right, is an example of a typical nautical chart. It is indeed an honor, ladies and gentlemen, to participate in this opportunity. I would like to acknowledge the Program Director, the Honourable Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Bladen Nzimande, the CEO of TETA, my Admiral, Rear Admiral Mabuluweni, Chief of Naval Staff, Chief Directors, Directors of various government institutions, captains of industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Next slide, please. The aim of the presentation is to introduce the National Hydrographic Services contribution to the collateral capacity skills development for the oceans economy. The scope of my presentation will cover the following: an introduction, the South African Navy mandate, the Maritime Defence Programme sub-programs, the Hydrographic Service in terms of its mandate, its responsibilities, the Hydrographic Service assets available, partnerships, cooperation, and clients. We'll then have a look at the oceans economy, service capability rejuvenation, and of course, our main topic of today is the excellence through capacity building, also known as skills development, and a way forward, after which I will conclude. Next slide, please. The late Honourable President Nelson Mandela, during a fleet review hosted in Cape Town in 1997, said the following, and I quote, "The sea is a vital national interest, and that is why we maintain the Navy. As a nation, we believe in the freedom of the seas. That is a matter of national strategic interest. We are a maritime nation trading all over the world. We accept our obligation to combine with other maritime nations to uphold the freedom of the seas and to protect our national interests through naval power. And it is here that the Hydrographic Service is a force enabler to the naval power protecting our national interests. Next slide, please. The South African Navy mandate is well encapsulated in the Department of Defense Maritime Defense Program, which comprises of 5 sub-programs. They are listed below, mainly consisting of the maritime direction, maritime combat capability, maritime logistic and support, base support, and maritime human resources and training. The 2 that are highlighted in bold, namely the maritime combat capability and the maritime human resource and training, is what will be focused on in my presentation on capability, combat capability, and the next presenter from the Navy will be on maritime human resources and training. Next slide, please. The Maritime Combat Capability sub-program has various sub-programs, of which the Hydrographic Service forms an integral part to supporting all the various sub-programs, such as the surface warfare, subsurface warfare, patrol forces, mine warfare, the naval control and guidance of shipping, combat support and sea lift, maritime reaction, and of course, combat research and support. We all provide a service and we support in that regard. Next slide, please. Almost every human activity that takes place in, on, or under the sea requires some knowledge of hydrography of the area. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, knowledge of the shape and the nature of the sea floor, its characteristics and hazards, play a crucial role. Without hydrography, no ship sails safely. Without hydrography, no port is built. Without hydrography, no coastal infrastructure is developed. Without hydrography, no marine environmental plan is implemented, nor coast or inland waters are defended, nor can there be a maritime rescue attempted. Without hydrography, no inundation model can be developed, and importantly, no maritime boundaries can be delimited or enforced. Hydrographic services of coastal states provide an essential contribution to the national maritime infrastructures. National hydrographic services support safe and efficient navigation, foster national maritime development, help to safeguard life and property at sea, facilitate the protection of the marine environment, and support the management and sustainable development of the national maritime zones. National hydrographic services also support national security and maritime defense. The South African Navy has been involved in hydrography since its inception in 1922, with the very first survey ship known as Her Majesty's South African ship Protea. And this was during the auspices of the Royal Navy. Since its formal establishment in 1955, the Hydrographic Office has played an essential role in supporting safe navigation with its partners at sea within the South African region. The National Hydrographic Service is recognized as the best in Africa and is seen internationally as one of the leading hydrographic services in the world by the International Hydrographic Organization. Next slide, please. So where do we derive our mandate? Through the Department of Transport that ratified the United Nations Safety of Life at Sea Convention, Chapter 5, which addresses the safety of navigation. Our mandate stems from this publication or this convention, and in particular, Regulation 2.2, which is an appointed organization, Regulation 4, which addresses maritime safety information, and this is very important for the mariner to remain safe at sea, and Regulation 9, which is hydrographic services, the ability to plan, collate information, analyze the information, produce nautical charts and publications, and then very importantly, have the ability to disseminate these products to the mariner. Recently, I had the privilege of participating in the development of Act number 35 of 2019, the Hydrographic Act. And this act provides the legislative status of the Hydrographic Office to be the National Hydrographic Office. This act enables the following: to provide for the establishment of the National Hydrographic Office residing within the Department of Defense, the South African Navy. Provide for the safety of navigation in the exclusive economic zone and internal waters of the Republic. Ensure that hydrographic surveying is done in accordance with the requirements of the internationally accepted specifications and standards, and this is from the International Hydrographic Organization. It also makes provision for the appointment of the national hydrographer and powers and duties of the hydrographer. These are the key mandatory requirements that enable us to do the much needed work in space. Next slide, please. The responsibilities of the hydrographer include compilation, printing, supplying, and the maintenance of local as well as international charts. The hydrographer and his office or her office is the coordinator of all charting within the International Hydrographic Organization Charting Area H. And the next slide is a graphic which will give more meaning to that. The tide tables which mariners used to determine what time to leave and enter port safely, as well as the fishing vessels. The tide tables are prepared by the office, as well as other navigation publications. We also have the added responsibility of coordinating and the transmission of radio navigational warnings for Navigation Area 7, which has been alluded to by previous speakers, for search and rescue. And this is part of the International Maritime Organization's worldwide navigation warning service. The Hydrographic Office is the custodian of all bathymetric and tidal data for the Republic. And the hydrographer is responsible for hydrographic surveying and nautical cartographic training within the South African Navy. Next slide, please. I apologize for this very busy slide, and let me just draw your attention to the top right-hand slide, or top right-hand image rather. The world is divided into various charting regions, of which there is an internationally appointed coordinator to coordinate all charting and surveying efforts within the region. The picture to the left is an amplification of the area. You will see Africa, and to the south you'll see South Africa, and around South Africa and Namibia is a blue strip. This is South Africa's primary charting responsibility. The South African Navy Hydrographic Office, from the high water mark out to the 200 nautical mile EEZ, is responsible for conducting hydrographic surveys and charting within that blue area, starting from Namibian Angolan border right the way around to the south to the east coast of South Africa to the Mozambique South African border. There are other role players that participate in our area, H, namely Portugal, which is responsible for Angola and part of Mozambique and the western side of Madagascar. Then you've got United Kingdom, which is responsible for Kenya and Tanzania. And then you've got France, which is responsible for the eastern side of Madagascar and the islands, Seychelles, Comores, Mauritius, and La Réunion. A small partner within the area is Norway, which is responsible for the Bouvet Islands. So this is a large area that gets coordinated by the South African Navy Hydrographic Office. The bottom right-hand image is an area that's been shown, but in a different format, is Navigation Area 7, which is South Africa's responsibility for transmitting any maritime safety message and more importantly, collating all the information and distributing it on time. You can see the vastness stretching to Angola all the way down to Antarctica. Next slide, please. So how do we achieve this? The African Navy Hydrographic Service has various assets. And currently we have the South African Navy Hydrographic Office situated in Silvermine, in Takai. You have the aging hydrographic survey vessel on the bottom left. That's the image on the bottom left. The SAS Protea, which has served our country very well. She has two organic survey motorboats, which does the inshore and nearshore hydrographic surveys, the shallower waters, for lack of better words. And you have a third boat, which is utilized for underwater security in the mine warfare domain. We also have a hydrographic office survey team, which is responsible for detached surveys, personnel such as the cartographers and hydrographic surveyors, and very importantly, we have a training facility. A lot of investment has been committed to the future to support the hydrographic service going forward. And this is through a hydrographic capability replacement project under the auspices through Arms Corps and the South African Navy. And this facilitated the upgrade of the hydrographic office, a new hydrographic survey vessel, which is being built, in Durban, two brand new survey motorboats, which is being built locally in Cape Town, in Pardon Island. And of course, you have the survey team, you have the Maritime Rapid Environmental Assessment capability, which Mr. Russell Egypt alluded to earlier on, personnel, and very importantly, an upgraded state-of-the-art training facility. And I will talk about that a little bit later. Next slide, please. We have various partners, partnerships, cooperation agreements, and clients. I'm not going to mention every single one of them. There's a long list there in order to save time, but I'll allow you a brief opportunity just to take a look at each column to identify the various clients, our primary one being the South African Navy, but of course, the national and international maritime community. Nationally, we cooperate with other government institutions, and of course, very importantly, we share information as best as we possibly can. And internationally, we have to, of course, cooperate with the International Hydrographic Organization, the IMO through the Department of Transport, and of course, electronic charting companies, as well as other hydrographic offices. It keeps the hydrographic service very busy. Next slide, please. So coming a little bit closer to the oceans economy, which is why we're all here. Part of the hydrographic services responsibility is collecting data. And data is central to everything at the moment. Operation Phikisa has been previously alluded to, the oceans economy, hurry up. And South African Navy Hydrographic Office participates in Initiative 6 and Initiative 10. Initiative 6 is the Oceans and Coast Information Management System, which is a spatial management tool for marine spatial planning, which is realizing Initiative 10 below. And Initiative 10, marine spatial planning, very important with all the various stakeholders sharing data, how to best maximize the ocean economy. In making sure that we contribute towards South Africa's future development. The current philosophy of product centricity is changing and moving towards data centricity. Data is key to everything. Next slide, please. I'm not going to dwell too much on this slide. Suffice to say that there is a hydrographic capability replacement program that's currently underway. It will deliver a brand new ship, 3 new survey motorboats, and an infrastructure upgrade at the Hydrographic Office. Next slide, please. So this is quite an important slide. The South African Navy Hydrographic Office, we support the initiatives of capacity building. And we have to do this in the most reliable fashion. We rely heavily on technological advances, and of course, we subscribe to modern international trends and survey techniques. We have committed ourselves to the highest standards of hydrographic surveying and nautical cartographic training, catering for the needs of the South African Navy as well as the region, in the spirit of cooperative capacity building. And we've often had foreign learners coming for learning opportunities. How do we achieve this? The South African Navy Hydrographic Service, through our training facility, hosts 3 learning opportunities per annum: a survey recorder part 1 through to 3, and including a basic hydrographic survey course for young officers. We are currently developing a cartographic learning opportunity, and this will be rolled out in the future. Next slide, please. The goal of the South African Navy Hydrographic Office, through its training facilities, to create a sustainable workforce within the South African Navy, and importantly, the SADC maritime industry. Is trained in that is trained, of course, in hydrographic surveying best standards and practices, and to enable youth development in accordance with the national development programs. We aim to accomplish these goals through developing an internationally accredited Federation of Engineers and internationally hydrographic organization recognized Category B curriculum, developing a locally recognized Category C standard for training, and this we propose to have it accredited by a South African tertiary institution, tapping into existing youth development programs and military skills development systems to provide basic hydrographic survey training, proposing the implementation of a public-private partnership, perhaps, with local hydrographic surveying industry and or other partners to provide hydrographic survey training and cartographic training, and inviting regional partners to participate in existing survey learning opportunities. That's what the LOs are for. Mr. Russell Egypt alluded to the fact that the Institute for Maritime Technology is assisting the hydrographic service with the development of e-learning packages or blended learning. And this is a plan that we envisage to roll out in the medium to long term. Areas that we focused on with their kind assistance is the oceanographic training, basic oceanography, the maritime safety information, which is currently under review by our peers within the hydrographic region and internationally. Then we're looking at basic tide education, the science behind the tides, and then of course, basic hydrographic surveying techniques is the 4th and final e-learning package that's been identified. And this we expect to roll out within the next 3 to 5 years. This is something that the International Hydrographic Organization is very excited about and is indeed watching South Africa, and in particular the Hydrographic Service, as it develops and it rolls it out. Next slide, please. The benefits of providing training to local and regional stakeholders. Very simply put, we're creating a workforce that is sustainable within our Navy. The training requirements of well-established local and regional hydrographic surveying industries, which closely support the oil and gas industry, can be met by creating a qualified and skilled workforce. Training requirements of the coastal SADC states and hydrographic officers can be met without having to send personnel abroad for training at huge cost. And this is something that has been done for many, many years, including myself. We were sent overseas for extended periods of time at huge cost to get our skills. The South African Navy Hydrographic Office, through its training facility and cooperative partnerships with national regions, be included in the South African Navy's Collateral Capacity Building Skills Development Project, which highlights the youth development, through established platforms and improved partnership management. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Basically, while we wait for the slide to catch up with us, in order for us to proceed forward and to determine the way forward, just go one slide back, please. In order for the proposed capacity building initiatives to be successful and reach its full potential, the following is required. Buy-in from local and regional stakeholders, local and regional hydrographic survey industry, youth development programs, SADC member states with interest in hydrography, and of course, very importantly, tertiary education institutions. Selecting the most beneficial mechanism to roll out these programs and proposals will be critical to the success of capacity building initiatives and, of course, skills development within the blue economy. Establishing robust partnerships and memorandums of understanding with all stakeholders is key. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the next presenter from the South African Navy will focus on more generic maritime areas for skills development for the oceans economy. However, the importance of hydrography is not only a national concern, but also regional as well as international concern in terms of its contribution towards the oceans economy. It is thus a critical area of skills development for the South African maritime industry, and it is exactly what Operation PEKISA seeks to achieve. The Hydrographic Office Training Facility, which is recently renovated and modernized through the Capability Replacement Project, is the only one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. We are uniquely positioned to offer skills development towards the oceans economy. Next slide, please. Thank you very much, and thank you once again for the opportunity to brief you all on the South African Navy Hydrographic Office and its contribution towards skills development, potentially, and towards the oceans economy. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Captain Stokes. I think now we have reached the end of our program. We are almost at the end. One last speaker, and I promise you no more presentation. On stage, I'd like to call Captain Prince Shabalala. Captain Prince Shabalala is currently the Senior Staff Officer for Naval Education, Training and Development at the South African Navy Headquarters in Pretoria. His job entails managing development, monitoring, and implementation of South African Navy's educational and training policies. His career mission is to establish a dynamic environment where he can contribute and support positive outputs by serving the country as a military leader and a peacemaker. He is a scholar of strategic communication and also an innovative, solution-driven military leader. He has keen interest in international affairs and on strategic governmental development agenda aimed at finding sustainable solutions on matters of peace, security, and governance, and social cohesion. He is a firm believer in the SANDF and its capabilities for leading initiative of restoring peace, security, and stability within the region and on the African continent. Captain Prince, may you please come on stage.
Program Director, thank you very much. And I'd like to acknowledge the speech by the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Blaine Nzimande, when he eloquently stated the mission of the military very eloquently. The CEO Teta, Ms. Mapefo Ano from Bay, we also acknowledge you, and may you please, audience, just forget me, I have to pay the necessary protocol. Admiral, permission, request permission to proceed. Thank you. General Monsami has already deliberated on the matters at stake in terms of the National Defence Force mandate. We also acknowledge the presence of CEOs of various maritime companies represented here. Of course, the chief directors that are also here and other stakeholders and the leaders of the maritime industry. We had Vice Admiral Kubu, who's the chief of HR in the Department of Defense, who had left us obviously due to other commitments. And we also have a company of other officers who are experts in various domains. With that introduction, I would like to say all protocol is observed for those that I did not mention. As an opening remark, I would like to first start by a confession, ma'am. All these Defence Force members that you see here today, they are present or they are working in this industry by sheer accident. Obviously, coming from a poverty background, we were exposed by sheer coincidence to join the National Defence Force. As you know, prior to 1994, the aviation and the maritime sector was reserved for few privileged people. And therefore, this industry was very close in terms of its privileges. Therefore, we accept that the maritime and the aviation skills awareness did not exist prior to 1994. And therefore, we as a team here, we commit that it is our duty today to create that awareness to the future, our youth, our children. And we hope with this important Oceanic Economic Summit will lead us to this goal where skills, knowledge will be shared by all. Without further delay, let me quote, I was reminded to check my historical knowledge. I believe John F. Kennedy, who was a naval officer and a president who later became a president of USA, was once a naval lieutenant. And in fact, he won 2 Purple Hearts, which is a bravery during World War II. And he quoted a very significant quote when you say, quote, "We are tired to the ocean, and when we go back to the sea, whether it's to sail or to watch, we are going back from where we came from." In other words, he acknowledged that we as human beings have a close link with the sea. Whether we like it or not, our creation can be linked to the ocean. Close quote. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Defence Force is a very dynamic environment. That means, in other words, our skills, our embedded skills, can be transferred across the board to a civilian sector. We have 12 transferable skills, which I can mention, which are regarded as soft skills. Communication, we are leaders in that. Planning, flexibility, problem solving, technical skills, integrity, teamwork, leadership, organizational skills, management, of course, dedication, devotion to duty. We are well known to be that. During COVID-19, we were the first people, the department, to respond, because in terms of the National Disaster Act, it compels us to respond accordingly to save the nation. Therefore, we remain one of the most critical people When solution cannot be found, Defence Force shall be called to render that assistance. Mascope, I will touch on the Maritime Sector Skills Report, Technical Task Team Report of 2013, which I believe was developed by the industries, not the National Defence Force, but we are the participant. And this is, I will just highlight to the audience what that report entailed. And then I will zoom in into, just to remind our people where we come from as the Navy. How do we train to lead us to that? Of course, I will touch base on our well-renowned program, the MSDS, and then I'll touch base on the Naval Career Path. This is significant because it is linked with the maritime industry. I will then look at the requirements to join the Navy as a reminder as well what General Munsame has already alluded to, and then I'll zoom in into the main crux of solution-driven mandate that we are given today. And the question is that how the Navy could assist in terms of maritime skills and training and development. And this is where the Navy comes in. And fortunately, I've been given this mandate to be able to expand more on what the Navy could do. I will then share examples of, say, essential Navy skills that could be translated into, say, civilian maritime industry. The Navy in 2016 had already had intimate interaction with SAIMI, and we kind of created a path. And with that, I am sure in the next years to come, there shall be results. I will touch base on the passion, particularly from being the boy from Soweto here, who had never been exposed to the ocean prior to 1994, on the youth collateral and the importance of supporting the youth awareness initiative. And then I will conclude and I'll take questions. CEO, authorities here, the leaders of the industry, this is your report. Your report in 2013 identified the following challenges in the maritime sector. You pointed out that there is a lack of infrastructure and the capacity to train mariners and seafarers. You indicated to us that there was ever escalating cost of producing skilled professional mariners or seafarers. Then you also pointed out that there's a lack of maritime awareness in the school foundation phase, of which the minister has also touched base on that. Of course, this one relates to the industry, the lack of ship ownership, RSA flagged ship, the lack of available training vessels to train South African mariners, our own platforms, is lacking. Insufficient protection of South African exclusive economic zone. We know Captain Stokes already alluded to that, to say we are playing a major role in that regard. We know our successes in Mozambique Channel, where we fought off piracy. The Colonel Tau mentioned some of the operations that we were very successful on. May I take off this mask because it will look like I'm discussing myself. Thank you. Let me start by the basics. How do the Navy train its personnel? The SA Navy provides training for boat ratings and sailors and naval officers through utilization of its specialist training institution. We have 5 of them. We have the Staff College, where senior officers get trained and exposed to staff courses. Leadership and management is the main focus. Then we have the Naval College, where our officers that have just newly been recruited have to be taken through an 8 months long course. Then we have the SS Wingfield, which is our institution which provides artisanal and technical training. And then, of course, we have SS Samuelsberg, where our maritime specialist courses are being provided from. Of course, SS Saldanha is a main, where everyone in the Navy has to commence there. This is a prime unit where our main focus of being a Navy sailor starts from. As I understand, the General has spoken about the importance of MSD, which is a 2-year military skills development program. The Navy also has adopted such approach. In fact, the whole entire National Defense Force work on this premier military skills development program. Naval officers must, those who have meeting the requirements, must at least do MSD shortened course, which consists of basic military skills, basic military training, and thereafter they have to complete the next phase, which is an 8-month-long course at Naval College in Gordons Bay, before they report to their next specialist training. Others then later, once they've graduated from the Naval College, they then proceed to complete their university degrees at BMIL in Military Academy, which is linked with the University of Stellenbosch. And we also, some will then go to specialized schools where they will be taught the skills on how to execute their jobs at sea on board the warships, as well as learn how to support these ships was ashore at sea. In other words, those support officers will have to be equipped with those skills as well. These are some of the available career paths that are available where we train on the other side. On my left-hand side, it highlights the officer's career path. We have submarine officers, of which I believe TETA has privilege of having one in the midst. In your fraternity, Raymond Sitlaku was our first black product. And then we have surface warfare officers who are combat, maritime reaction squadron officers, maritime law officers, public relations officers, technical officers, who specialize in both mechanical and electrical, naval engineering officers who work closely with the technical officers, human resource officers, logistics officers, hydrographic officers. Captain Stokes is one of them, diving officers, port officers. Now, this clearly illustrates how serious the Navy takes its core business. On the other side, we have the Navy rating career path, which is linked with the maritime industry itself. We have the chefs, stewards, which is the hospitality services, surface warfare operators, who are the people that can crew the ships. We have the maritime reaction squadron, which is equivalent to the Marines in the US. We have the firefighters, the engine room attendants, of course, the clerks, PR clerks. I think I saw one of them there. She's doing this, obviously, this whole event will be publicized in our website. We have the logistics, hydrographic surveyors. Captain Stokes also mentioned eloquently how we will be offering some of the hydrographic survey skills to our counterparts in the region, as well as in the broader maritime industry. We have the weapon specialists, the radar operators, and physical training instructors. The list is quite long. And all these skills, in other words, ladies and gentlemen, they are all portable to the maritime industry, and they are in high demand, by the way. I had a recent privilege of checking the Google to check what are the maritime skills that are currently in high demand, and some of them, they've been listed here. Same slide like Brigadier General Munsami. He alluded that in the Navy, we have specific requirement, and one of these requirements is that applicants must meet the minimum requirement. Under the MSD program, it compels us that if you don't have a post-matric qualification, you have to have at least be 18 to 22 years, and you must not be you must have a single citizenship, which means we don't allow dual citizenship. You must have no criminal record, preferably be single, not area bound. I'm a lad from Soweto. I had to adapt to the culture of the ocean and be relocated as a landlubber to love these oceans. And so it's been one hell of a, excuse me my language, I'm a sailor, it's been a ride to land the ocean and to be able to live there for 22 years of my life, basically. I only came back in 2010, back to when I was forced to relocate with the family. Of course, you mustn't have no physical disabilities. And I just want to mention specifically on the grade 12 metric requirement, combat applicants should be 18 to 22 years and must have taken level 4 physical science and mathematics. That's a problem. You know, the other day I was looking at my son and say, how difficult is that? Because in our environment, it was compelled for us to learn mathematics. There was no literacy at all. So in the Navy, we're still maintaining the status quo. We love our maths, we love our physics. Of course, if geography is also included, we also love that. On the technical and engineering applicants, they must also be 18 to 22, and they must have at least level 4 physical science and mathematics for both subjects. And on the support mastering, we are not discriminating for those who have not taken MET, but at least they must have metric exemption. Because if they, in case they follow the career to become officers, that will be a requirement so that they can proceed and obtain their degree at the University of Stellenbosch. So it makes sense that they have to be compelled to have a metric exemption. And of course, those grade 12 graduates with national diploma, we accommodate them in the field of mechanical, electrical, and if they have those qualifications, as long they are not beyond the age of 26, we will accept them. So also the general degrees, those who have support degrees in logistics and human resource, we do have a space for them as well. Now, this is my politics today. This is my politics because we were asked by the minister, come up with action. Minister is looking for solution. The Navy has declared itself and exposed itself today and say there are great possibilities which the SA Navy could contribute by developing its training program to meet the agent demand of the merchant navy, the maritime industry at large. As I alluded in my previous slides, these skills are in demand, we know about it. However, I must emphasize, this is possible only if the Navy is adequately funded, ma'am. And this means that these obligations and through sustained partnership with the maritime industry, all these role players here, it can be achieved. As a township boy, I say, Fagimali uzobona. Invest in us, you'll get the rewards. The advantage of utilizing the SNF as a skilled training provider of the ocean economic skills is influenced by the fact that it could cost less to use in terms of our resources because they are state-owned resources as compared to our private sector who are offering the very same courses at a very expensive and high cost value. So we feel that maybe perhaps it's high time for the industry to invest and enter into partnership with the military by developing its infrastructure. Remember, the military is out there, we do things in a way of doing it yourself. You guys have the technologies, have the latest gadgets, and we feel that with you investing in our infrastructure, they can be expanded, modernized, and therefore we offer quality programs which will benefit the industry. We are having these resources, but I must warn you, as much as the minister has alluded to say they are there, they belong to the state, but we know the state of the defense budget over the years have been every time, even today, I won't be surprised the Minister of Finance will not be investing in us. However, the maritime industry has an opportunity to partner with us to develop those resources. They are there, but some of them, they are not really in a good state. So we are saying, once again, faki imali uzobona. For example, we have partnered with the Department of Rural and Land. There are no, I've corrected my slides, it's now land reform. It's no longer land affairs. And there have been a great success in this program. I've counted from the year we started this program way back in 2015, 2017. Over 5,000 have come through the Navy environment where they were exposed for 3 months as a preliminary course before they go and do other specialized courses with TETA, CETAs, and TVET colleges. Why it was important for them to come through us? It was meant so that they can be instilled this discipline and life skills that are quite needed by the nation. We have Amapiano now, generation. We are saying if they are well trained and exposed to life skills and soft skills, which are quite essential in terms of discipline, we can have a better society as a South African way of life. Now, the SNAV also is very involved and very passionate about this program. We've been involved in the development of the Sea Cadet program, supporting them with youth camps, you know, our uniforms, when we have find that there are challenges in terms of its state because we are relying on various suppliers, we normally donate them to the Sea Cadet, and we support them with some of the resources. We do send now and then the instructors, and we also host the annual youth camps, which we finance it from our limited budget. And we are also very proud to say this program, we believe that it is the future of how maritime awareness and culture could be adopted by the country. In my next slide, I'll expand more how that can be done. The Navy is also intimately involved with supporting the universities in terms of the work integrated learning program. We've been part and parcel for the past few years in this program, and we believe that it is a very good initiative where we can exploit because we are involved in exposing our student in that. So yeah, I won't read too much. These are the skills that from the Navy, they are transferable to the maritime skills. And I will provide this presentation. I'm sure the organizers will provide these slides to all those that will be interested. And there are many. These are just a few listed ones, but in terms of the demand from the maritime industry, these are the skills. Saimi, we had explored that, and I'm sure we even went to a stage where we were comparing in terms of how can we share this quite intimately with the industry. Now, I would like to, I've already covered these youth skills and basically talk about that. I would go to remind our members today to say the SNAV offers a number of exciting careers with commensurate education and training and skills development agenda. However, as I indicated before, we need to be funded, we need to be supported financially, we need to have collaboration so that we can actually be able to achieve these goals. The embedded maritimes could be shared with the industry on condition that we have MOUs, service level agreement that clearly articulates their responsibilities, their obligation, and with agreed recovery mechanism coupled with thorough planning, we can do it. As I indicated in terms of quality, we are very aware that we have to start from the foundation phase of creating maritime awareness. And also, before I conclude, I'd like to say we are grateful to TETA. Today, we are having 2 graduates who were offered bursaries and sponsored by TETA. Due to your generosity, ma'am, you have made a difference. These 2 commanders, please rise, Paul and Letta. Thank you. I had a privilege of mentoring them, and they are still working with me. So I'm grateful. On that short notice, I thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Captain Shabalala. And as promised, this is the last presenter for today's program. And before we move on, I'd like to remind all the speakers for tomorrow to please go to the technical desk and make sure that their presentations are loaded. And if there's anything that is required, technical related, like sound check and stuff, they can do that before we leave today. So, this is the point where now we are at the breakaway session. So this is divided into 2 breakaway sessions. There is a breakaway session 1A and 1B. 1A will remain in this venue, and then 1B on a smaller venue. As you go out this door, there is a venue that side, and ushers will direct exactly where it needs to be. So the facilitators for session 1A, which is the enhancing employability outcomes of ocean economy skills learners, will be hosted by Mr. Odwa Mtati, who is the CEO of South African International Maritime Institute, SAIMI, and also Mr. Dumisani Ntuli, the Chief Director, Maritime Transport. And session 1B, where now the focus is on entrepreneurship development, where is fostering ocean economy, entrepreneurship, a system thinking approach, will be on a smaller venue across the hallway. That will be hosted by myself, as well as Vanessa Davids, who's at South African Boat Building Export Council, SABEX. Now I'm thinking of the best way of dividing the room. You see, because of how we are sitting, we are not evenly sitting. So I think the best way is all the tables at the back, they can move to the smaller breakaway session. And you must remain in a smaller breakaway session until we complete the entire breakaway session activities. Because what's going to happen, all the hosts for breakaway session 1 and breakaway session 2 are going to move across. So you don't have to move. You just remain in the breakaway session where you are until we tell you that now we are at the end, then everybody going to move into this room. But we'll guide you to it. So now I suggest that all the tables at the back, please move to breakaway session 1. Yeah.
Colleagues, good afternoon. The lights are right into my eyes. Good afternoon, colleagues. You can always respond. Thanks very much. We have been afforded 2 questions for the session to be able to advance our support for the Oceans Economy Skills Summit. Those questions are the following. What role do you think your institution can play in support the employability aims and objectives of the Oceans Economy Skills Summit? What role do you think your institution can play in support of the employability aims and objectives of the Ocean Economy Skills Summit? So that's question 1. Question 2, what type of support would your institution need to contribute meaningfully to employability beyond the Ocean Economy Skills Summit? We have 2 choices, colleagues. One is that you can volunteer on behalf of your organization, or I act like a good old school teacher. I point people out. You know, the option is left with you. You have 30 seconds to decide which one do you prefer. What role do you think your institution can play in support the employability aims and objectives of the Ocean Economy Skills Summit? So there are 2 things. It's employability, then the second one are the objectives of the Skills Summit. So that's question 1. The second part deals with what kind of support do you require in order for you to be able to contribute meaningfully to those 2 objectives. Any volunteers? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. I think there's a mic here, Lyndon.
Can I take the mask off?
Yes.
Do I look at you or do I?
No, the choice is yours. You
Yeah.
must just be audible. That's the
Okay.
requirement.
All right. Well, it feels funny to be looking at you and not the people behind me.
Then don't make it funny.
So it's okay. So if you don't mind, I'll just rather stand like this. Sure. Okay. Hi, everyone. Those who didn't meet me before, I am Lindani Mchunu, and I come from an organization in the Western Cape called the Royal Cape Yacht Club. As you can hear, we still have problems with Her Majesty. We're thinking whether we need to depart from her or not. Maybe the Zulu King can give us a decree. Then we are no longer royal under the auspices of the United Kingdom. So it's something we're debating quite strongly. Do we want to call ourselves Royal Cape, or do we want to call ourselves the Cape Town Yacht Club, or do we get a decree from Zululand and the king gives us a decree and we just become part of South Africa somehow? But nonetheless, I think I have an advantage maybe over everyone else, because to speak on these topics, I've actually done, in the past 2-3 years, I've done work with SAIMI, the South African International Maritime Institute. Mr. Otto Mtati, the CEO, I know from brief meetings that we've had with them. And I've also done work recently with our organization with TITA as well. And that project actually, we are just bringing it to a close. And so I think the two projects that I've done with SAIMI actually speak to the questions that have been posed today in the summit and how we can play a role in terms of employability and what support we would need. If I start with just the beginning of how the project started, SAIMI was quite instrumental in what our organization looks like today. And it was through their mandate of supporting service providers within the maritime space, trying to engender maritime awareness, because as we heard the minister speaking, for some reason, abantu abamnyama are afraid of water. We don't know why. Me, myself, I jump to it like a duck, and some of the kids that you'll see also, they have no problem. But of course, it's about exposure. Of course, it's about bringing them closer to it and all those things, and building that generation within our communities that's going to bring people closer to the water and show them that there's nothing wrong there. But I digress nonetheless. So I approached SAIMI about 3 years ago, I think. And I said to them, look, I think there's an opportunity here to use the space of sailing. For those of you who are not familiar with sailing, not the big ship, not the Navy, but the ones that use the wind. We pride ourselves because we are the cleanest sport, you know, in the land, because we just use the wind, nothing else. In fact, when the engine is on, we don't like it. We get very agitated. We want to switch it off. So we use the engine just to come out of the harbor, and once we're out the harbor, as soon as we're out the harbor, we switch it off. And we use God's mighty wind. I've had the pleasure actually of also sailing with the CEO of TITA. I took her out on a very, very strong day, and the waves were very big, and we were in a sailing boat, and we were just using the wind, and it was wonderful to see what the program can do. But nonetheless, sailing is a sport that, in essence, was started somewhere in the 70s by, you know, South African white people who were interested in it. There are legends within the sport who did what is today called the Volvo Ocean Race, and what is today called the Vendée Globe, which happens in France. France would be probably the biggest nation in the world when it comes to sailing. As a result, what does that result in? It results to them having the biggest boat building capacity in the world. They build in volumes from all types of crafts. And there are kids who live in the south of France where they all sail. There's a bay called the Bay of Biscayne, and I've sailed there a couple of times. And if you look there, they have a festival once a year, which is called the Vendée Globe, and it's basically one sailboat, one sailor, and you get on a boat and you sail around the world, and it's a race. So they sail around the world. They go all the way to the... Yes, sorry.
That you're not facing me does not mean that you mustn't...
all the time?
Yes.
Okay, I'm looking at it. How long do I have?
You have 2 minutes now.
2 minutes now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'll be as quick as possible.
Thank you.
Cool. So I'm just trying to paint the picture of France and how France is a sailing nation. And out of that becoming a sailing nation, they then become a boat building nation of note. And they create jobs over and over again and subsidize those guys. So that's what France is. No one can compete with them. And the reason why they stay at the top is because from the grassroots, every French little child in Brittany knows that the water is my friend, and they have heroes on the water. So in our industry, when it comes to employability, there are 2 boxes that we tick in terms of this summit. We tick the box of transformation. My industry, which is sailing, does not have transformation. In the boat building sector, maybe I would say there's about close to 50 or 40 boat builders. A majority of them concentrated in the Western Cape, 80%, and another 20% in Durban, in UKZN. That 80% between St. Francis, Western Cape, going down all the way to Cape Town, we have 1 boat builder in the Western Cape of non-color. It's the Jacobs brothers, who started in the 70s sometimes, and they were helped by some German guys and all of that. 1, that's it. There's sail-making capacity, There's boat repair capacity. There is a delivery skipping capacity where I started, where the boats are built in Pardon Island, brought to the Royal Cape Yacht Club, and then they go to various parts of the world. That's how I started my career. I was taking boats from Cape Town, taking them to all over different parts of the world. But every time I saw that it is probably the most untransformed industry, and we are always getting sidelined because we're a fringe. People don't think of us in this luxury sector, in this sailing sector. They think of shipping and all of that. But it's an international industry. There are kids, white kids, a lot of people don't know this. When white kids come out of high school, they go out, they go and do their firefighting courses and all of that. Their mothers pay for their tickets, their mothers and fathers pay for their tickets. They go overseas, these white kids. And they work on big super yachts owned by billionaires in Europe. And from ages of 18, they are making close to 40, 50,000 rand a month. Some of these white kids then come back to South Africa at the age of 24, buy a house, buy maybe 2 apartments, pay for their own tuition at school. Some of them get into aviation. There's many of them. If you go to STC SA in Cape Town, you'll see crunch time. It's just that now it's COVID. Crunch time, when it's the European season for yachting in Europe and America, which is around their summer, all South African white kids are there doing their courses and all of that. Then off they go to America, to Europe, and they are making crazy amounts of money. We have not even touched into that one, where we can empower our kids to be able to go and actually make their own kind of money and come back and teach themselves. And I'm telling you something that's happening now. Then there's the boat building sector. So this is what we can do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So from the Royal Yacht Club, we've taken out 3 things. One is alternative careers to that what we know, which is seafaring, which is in line with the topic raised earlier by the CEO, that there are alternatives too, which include sailing. The second part is the connection between maritime awareness and success in the field. Because the maritime awareness thing, what it does is that it eliminates the dropout rate later, because quite a number of them would have been introduced to sea earlier, and they develop the love of the ocean and related. So that's the second part. Then the third element is that of changing the complexion of the subsector, because you know these things are important. Some don't realize that it's a numbers game. You know, South Africa is 50 million African and 5 million the other. So unless your efforts are geared towards empowering the 50 million, you're always going to find challenges much later. So those are the 3 key areas that have emerged by the presentation by the Royal Yacht Club. I'll take that, okay, sir, come. Thank you. Your name, your institution.
Thank you, Program Director, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you. My name is Nkotsi Dintwe, and I come from the province of the Free State. I'm in Bloemfontein, and I come from a beautiful institution called Motheo TVET College. And I think in the broader discussions on presentations of today, how I think as an institution we can really contribute is really changing mindset and how we defining the ocean economy. Especially coming from the Free State, we are right in the center of South Africa, and a lot of times we think that the ocean, for you to participate effectively, you've got to be staying in Durban or in Cape Town, you know, just next to the ocean. Whereas in actual fact, the N1, which is one of the main roads in South Africa, passes right through the Free State. And so really trying to think around transport and logistics. And this is where really we need the mind shift. And it starts not only from, I think, management, but from to lecturers and to students to say, it's not about you being right at the ocean. Where we are, how do we contribute? Warehousing, it's an area where we can literally contribute to transport and logistics, roads, and I think the CEO, in your introduction when you spoke, you really spoke about the importance of road infrastructure, and that's the areas that I really think we can contribute a lot. The second thing, I think, right now, we as Motheo TVET College, we've started to introduce the maritime programs. We started with hospitality at a very small scale. We have also started with transport and logistics and freight. And however, it is at a very small scale. If you look at the institution itself, and not only Motheo TVET, but institutions within the Free State, how do we make sure that our infrastructure is in such a way that we are able to accommodate and be able to train a student, because we have to look at how we emphasize skilling and a lot of practical work that needs to be done. How do we change our infrastructure to encapsulate that and to accommodate that? And I think it is a whole lot of mind shift in terms of where are we putting our money, where are we investing our money in terms of infrastructure, and making sure that we are able to incorporate this big sector, because I think it's really a sector that we really have to look at. One of the bigger challenges that I have seen since I joined the TVET sector is the fact that we struggle with a lot of generic management programs. Your HR, your business management, your financial management, that's where the focus is. So we really have overproduction of students in those areas. And if you look at job opportunities that are there, they're very, very few. Emphasis on this sector is actually going to change the dynamics within the province itself and within our country as a whole, to say, now we focus on skills that are critical, that we need as a country to move forward and to make sure that we can deal with the pandemic of high youth unemployment. Fortunately, part of the program that we've started also this year is skilling of lecturers, because that's also where the big challenge is. If your leadership is not skilled, it's going to be very difficult to move the youth into that direction. So we started a program. We're training right now 9 lecturers into the space of maritime, and they will be doing their second year this year. And so the aim is to ensure that as we train them, they come back and they become part of the change, to say, where are we moving as a country, and how can we best participate within the
2 minutes.
The marine. And fortunately, I was done. Thank you
Okay,
so much.
thanks very much. From Motheo TVET, 3 things. One is the emphasis of maritime awareness with a particular focus on inland provinces. What are the opportunities for inland provinces, such as Free State? The second one is the introduction of maritime courses. Now, I just want to, share some tidbit of gossip to say, we've agreed under the leadership of TITA, SAIMI, TITA, SAMSA, South African College Principals, QCTO, those are the critical parties that will work this year on a TVET capacity program with 3 critical areas. 1, curriculum development and qualification development, 2, infrastructure development, and then the last one being lecturer development. So some of those areas that you're speaking to are things that are envisaged to be part of the task team that will be formed between the parties that I've mentioned. TITA, SAMSA, the South African College Principals, QCTO, and other relevant stakeholders such as industry playing a critical role in this regard. Because part of what we've learned, we have a pilot program at False Bay College, wherein you find the non-participation of industry brings about limitations because you must have an outlet, and therefore industry participation, is critical in whatever it is that you're doing. Don't look behind you. Yes. Volunteerism is over. Classroom. Either of the two.
Either of the two.
Yes.
I think, let me start with the first one. What role in support of employability can we play? Yeah. What role in support of employability can we play? Now, if I look at our organization, and again, we've got principals, which is Armscor HQ, and they've got various programs of which they get either TDPs, internships. So most of those people sometimes will come to us for empowerment, for on-the-job training, because we've got the C right there with us. We've got experienced scientists. So in essence, that is how we've been contributing towards the first one.
Yes.
In the essence, actually, as our principals providing us with the students, TDPs, and empowering in that respect. Like the SMME, we've got TDPs currently at IMT, 3 of them. Actually, they are seconded to the SMME, and we are providing training, knowledge transfer in that respect. So I think that is where we can play a role in the first question. Looking at the second one, how do we need support? I think this is very much related to constraints of budgets. I mean, I think in 2017 we were 90-something people. We're sitting at 62 people. So we are getting to a critical mass as in what we can do with the resources that we've got. And it is a challenge taking on TDPs and all the others with the requirements that we've got as we fulfill in that respect. So not that our principal doesn't know about this constraint, but we need to increase our numbers. But increasing our numbers brings other constraints as in budgets, and we know where that is in that respect. So from our side, definitely numbers is a critical aspect.
Thanks so much. So I think from this input, there are 2 things. One is a resourcing model for the country, because part of the difficulty is how we build, our systems on silos. And therefore, your 1 cent is spent literally on one person, instead of a 50 cents, that is shared up amongst a bigger group. So I think from your input, part of what we need to look at is a resourcing model. Because if you are going to listen to the Minister of Finance afterwards, you will note the shrinking of the fiscus, and therefore the need to collaborate more as opposed, to the model built for kings. So I think that's the one part. The second part deals with the provisioning of opportunities, such as internships, to make sure that, learners do get opportunities. Then the last one is the support to SMEs, because, some of them could either have the skill but not the experience, and there could be lack of opportunities. So a systematic support allows them to be part of the value chain. Admiral, who have you nominated? Or you're going to speak yourself? Thanks. Important people usually delegate.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rear Admiral Gladys Mbulayeni, Chief of Naval Staff Personnel at Navy Office Base in Pretoria. Yes, today we have gone through so many presentations, particularly emphasizing on the training skills and development, and what is the role that the Navy can play in terms of the ocean economy. They've elaborated a lot. Then I just need not to repeat that. Maybe to just add certain things that maybe we can come together and come up with a program to see what is the way forward. Yeah, when you look at the interaction that the Navy has with the external stakeholders, key people in the industry, and the education in terms of higher education and training, there is a lot of training that we are doing, but it is not coordinated. The main important to say, we must identify all these pockets of training that are happening in various spheres to say, let's bring them to one big and maybe have an umbrella of some sort and have different institutions that are collaborating there. Then after that, after the training has been done, exposure, what happened? Because as the Navy or as the Department of Defense, we are unable to absorb all of them. We can take a certain number. If they meet all our requirements that we indicated today in terms of having matriculation, metric exemption, and having maths and science, and they can be employed in the Navy through the application of MSDS program. Then what happened to those who does not fit in? That is where our challenge and our focus should focus on that, to say, what do we do with this grouping? I will give an example of we'll always go back to that example of rural development. Rural development had an initiative with us where they go out there on their own with graduates and graduates who just undergraduates, students and all those things. They did their own selections according to their own criteria, which talks to their needs. And bring this group and say, Navy, this is the group that we want you to train for us. We sit down, we look to say which area that they want to be exposed. If they are going for agriculture, we'll partner with the people who are going to do a focus on the agriculture. Now we are talking about the ocean economy. It means that grouping, we will sit down and decide to say, we've got gaps 1, 2, 3. Let's take for an example, they say they need seamanship, they need exposure at sea, all those basic things, first aid, NBCD, all those things that are seamanship, which are general across the board. Whether you are a South African Navy, you are a civilian or merchant, it's across the board, it's the same. If a chef, it's on board South African Navy, is doing the same responsibility on the merchant ship, then we can train that. Then now, is the issue that get those pieces, get the structures correct, then we have our funding model to say, how are we going to do this? Then you bring these kids, we train them, then you take them, but you must know where are you taking them, because what is the use of training somebody who's going back to sit at home? This is what we encounter with the program of Sudan, where we send people, the Navy at least were lucky, all 8 of them, they are still employed in the Defense Force. But what happened to those that there were no companies to receive them? Then the main issue that we should come up here is, after training is done and everything, where are these kids going? Because that is where we are going to start now impacting positively on their life and South Africa in general. Then my input in this is that whatever that we do, we must formalize it and have a structure that talks to the employability of these kids. We can offer any training that you want, tailor-made to your specific needs, but where do you take these kids after that? Because we found that when we train them with our own, once our own, they know that they are going to be absorbed, then you start having that friction with those that they don't know where they are going. Because now they can see that these ones, this group is employed, this one is not employed. Then these are the things that we need to come up with. And finally, as we are saying, we've got all the types of training that you need. You can even tell us and we design if we don't have it. The issue now is say, we have infrastructure, but the infrastructure, it's aging. And at some stage, it won't be able to take all this. Then that is where we say we can partner with every key industry in the maritime environment to say, let's take for an example, our entry point is SA Saldanha. You can just go there, we give you a tour, you see the facilities, and you can tell us to say, I can help you with that, I can help you with that. Then so that we make sure that we start focusing on the training and development of maritime skill in South Africa, as we like to claim to say we are a maritime nation. I thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll take that table, and then we'll have Mr. Nduli. Oh, we'll have two, and then come, ma'am. Please come through. Yes, ma'am. From the Admiral, we can take out about linked to what the Minister also raised, is the building of a system. Because if you have the critical skills list and you're still not training people to reduce the critical skills list, what are you training for? So the identification of those things that you are training for is as important. Linked to it is the issue of supply and demand. Is there a demand for those that you are training? So the overproduction of skills without defined outlets can also pose a challenge by itself. So one, it's the critical skills list. What is it that we're doing to reduce that? What are we training for? We need to address supply and demand. We need to address training coordination so that not all parties do the same things. Then the last one, obviously, is industry participation. Ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mantlwane Khobe, and I am from Transport Education and Training Authority. This morning we've had a number of presentations and a number of potential collaborations that we have identified. And mine is just to say, we are here for a purpose. We are here to refocus ourselves so that we then unlock the ocean economy, or the potential from the ocean economy. So from TITA's side, we are here to listen, and we are here to start to formalize partnerships and as we move forward.
Thanks very much. Yes, sir. Then Mr. Nduli.
Thank you. I'm not going to say much today because I think I have a slot tomorrow to do my presentation. But on the other hand, I'm tempted not to keep quiet here just because I know I'm presenting tomorrow. What I want to say now is the importance of us coming together, including the organization where I come from. I run the Maritime Academy at Umfolozi Tibet College, and I am Wilson Zimande. The importance of a systems approach in looking at what the entire value chain on dealing with the issues, particularly of skills development in the oceans economy, is critical. There are many elements and the list could be exhaustive, but I could just mention a few. I think the revisiting of the programs and the qualifications mix, the PQM that is obtaining broadly in the sector, looking at what it is, how it is configured, how it is structured in terms of relevance and the methodology and the approach and everything to do with the kinds of the programs and how we want to offer them and how we arrive at them in terms of the selection processes for them. The issue of providing a more holistic training and development approach. In this sense, I'm looking at issues such as the general aspects of marine economics and trade, broadly. The issues of technical maritime. It's a lot, it's broad. I'm just saying technical. Could be marine engineering, could be the deck officers, could be all those things. The whole issue the minister pointed out, the affective side of awareness and inculcating the passion and the broader understanding and appreciating the need for maritime participation, as well as the issue which not many of us mention, the issues of individual participants' personal mastery. There are many observations by various structures internationally about, for an example, South African cadets. Because of the history, it's recorded in many reports and all those things. At some point, part of our packaging needs to begin to address those issues so that we look at the issue of the quality, behaviorally and otherwise, of the people that we want to generate so that they are marketable out there, the way they think, the way they assume in terms of the issues of rights, privileges, entitlements, and that. But most importantly, last is the whole mobilization of strategic partnerships across the entire value chain to ensure that we leave no gap. The whole system has got a sense of completeness. There is no weak spot where everything gets stuck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. So from the last speaker, or from Tita, one is the critical importance of a collaboration system. You know, how do we collaborate? Then from follows the academy, it's the systems approach which we need to introduce in how we do things, the relevance of the curriculum, because that's part of the difficulty, is to teach something that was developed in 1950 in 2022. Obviously, we're going to have limitations. We're engaging the Global Maritime Forum, in which they are talking about the decarbonization of vessels. So if you're now teaching people, you know, in something that does not address those things, you're going to be left behind by processes. Then I think of utmost importance is some of us understanding the maritime value chain. And you know, if you don't have a sense that most do not understand the maritime value chain, you must listen to SMEs when they come and approach you. What do you want to do? Now, I want to do something in maritime. What is that? Something. So how do you define something? No, but I need to be involved in the maritime sector. So I think not only must we understand the value chain, but we must promote the understanding so that people can, you know, find expression, you know, in the different aspects of the maritime value chain. I now hand over to Mr. Ntuli, who was watching TV and taking some comments from the TV section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mutati. And I think the enthusiastic participation was very good. I think it has generated quite a number of ideas, which I'm sure would form part of the resolution that will be adopted at the end. We were following on the virtual platform. I'm not sure to our advantage, but it seems like people are enjoying the conference. So there is not much input that is coming out from the virtual platforms, which means it's either it confirms that we are on the right track, or or people are actually getting more information and they're absorbing it and so forth, because we are a maritime nation in the making. But I've just got few points that, as you were making the input and Mr. Matot was summarizing, there are quite a few issues that I also wanted to mention to you. That indeed, I think if we become innovative in identifying the interventions, then we would not come with the usual solutions that we normally generate when we interact in this way. I picked up from what the Admiral said, particularly in relation to dealing with the issue of employability. Because indeed the challenge is you train the young people, but then they come back, they've got nowhere to be placed. Now the question that came to my mind as she was intervening was, do we have a maritime database of those that have gone through training? So that if there is such a database, then through the platform that the Admiral suggested, where it will be an interdepartmental or intersectoral platform concentrating on employability, then such a database will then come in handy to be used to identifying those potential candidates. Because it could happen sometimes that those candidates may have been sponsored by the Navy, and then, so their return point will be the Navy. But only to find that maybe DOT has an opportunity. But because we don't have this platform that is being suggested for employment, for employability, we then lose them. So I think that recommendation needs to be carried forward to form part of the resolution. The other issue that came out relates to building the maritime nation. And if the approach in building maritime nation, again, we need to just go a little bit deeper in our thinking. Because the general awareness that we normally apply, it seems like it's not doing much. It's not doing much. So let's just think for a moment that there are sports codes that were preserved for a particular section of our communities. Okay? And through transformation, we try to introduce those codes in schools that did not have such codes, sports codes. Maybe that's what we need to consider by investigating through the partnership with the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Sport and Recreation to investigate the possibility of introducing sailing as a sport code. Because I can assure you that kids are not participating in the maritime economy. They are not sailing, not because they don't want to sail, but they don't know that there's such an opportunity. Children by nature are receptive to new information and learning. So maybe we need to explore this opportunity. I think I was building on what Lindane was saying, sharing with us the example of France, where at a very young age, these kids are introduced to sailing. Because I think I seem to be convinced that sailing is going to turn this thing around. Sailing is going to help build a maritime nation in South Africa. Noting that we are just not looking into something for 2 years or 3 years and so forth. This is a long-term commitment. What we are doing today must be lasting for the many generations that will come. The last point, which I think must be emphasized, relates to maritime schools. maritime schools. There is the beacon of maritime schools in South Africa at the moment, and that's the Simonstown School. It's doing an excellent piece of work. I think the minister earlier on in his address mentioned that where we are doing good, let's shout about it and make it known, because it's only through that we can. But still, that school requires more assistance and funding, and I think we may need to use this opportunity to as well consider supporting even more those schools. But for the sport code, it may as well extend to tertiary institutions. It should not just be at school level, but it also be at tertiary institutions. I think in terms of time, are we doing well, Ms.? Are we doing fine? So we are not. So we can summarize. Okay. So I think unless if there is another burning point that comes out after I've just said these few words, I would like us to then move towards conclusion. Yes, officer.
My one will be short and precise. We did not need to concentrate in promoting sailing in the coastal towns. At the moment, I'm concerned about the diversity of the Sea Cadet program. It seems to be benefiting only those kids that are in the coastal lines. Okay. Our proposal is that we must promote, letting on Mr. Ntuli's proposal, creating sailing clubs and Harte BS in Brits, in all communities where there's rivers and dams. I believe that we can create sailing clubs, and in order to promote maritime awareness. And then also, one of the things that I also mentioned, but briefly in my presentation, was that every year we have national youth camps. The SNDF has been hosting national youth camps. I think the Army is very big in Northwestern hosting these national youth camps. The Navy as well, we host the Sea Cadet program, the one that normally absorbs the kids from the coastal towns. But we believe that if we adopt a national youth programs which can be supported by the Department of Education, basic education in particular, kids can visit Simonstown, see the ships, because once they identify that South Africa has frigates, big ships, then they will start to love the Navy. They will start to be aware. They came. Obviously, schools are not the same in terms of the background and the economic empowerment. So we believe that such schools from underprivileged, from inland particularly, they can be sponsored by the department to visit our ports. We are in Durban, we are in Simonstown, and we also have a small station in PE. So we are encouraging this interaction with their Navy. It's their Navy, we have the skills, but we are also encouraging that sailing clubs where communities have access to rivers, dams, can be created as well in order to create this maritime awareness. However, the industry needs to jump on board, the stakeholders need to jump on board, because these communities, that's why in South Africa now we have a high rate of drownings. And it saddens me every time I hear that there's drownings in Limpopo, in Brits and that, because it's all goes back to this thing of water orientation. The Navy is excellent in doing that. We can provide maybe our training instructors to expose that. However, the industry needs to fund us because it's very costly to invest in these youth programs.
Okay.
That's all, Mr. Ntuли.
Thank you so much. Collaboration, not working in silos, both public and private sectors working together with the support of TITA and the education. I thank you really for your participation. I'm told we are very thin on time. We would continue on the other side. Okay? Thank you so much. We are adjourned. Okay, just a short announcement. There is coffee. So before you go into the next session, please grab a cup of coffee and some literally outside. That's all. Come back in the same room. Oh, okay, so we come back here. Okay, that's fine. Then you join, yes, you join your group once after tea break. Thank you so much. Enjoy the tea break.
Check, check.
Good afternoon, everybody. Could I ask you please to take your seats? And my name is Vanessa Davidson. I'm with the South African Boat Builders Export Council, and I'm going to be the first facilitator for our session this evening. We're already at 5 o'clock, so I'm sure we've all had a long but extremely interesting day. Perhaps could we have the question up on the screen? What we're looking at now is the role that you can play in supporting entrepreneurship in the Ocean Skills Summit. And this particularly relates back to the CEO's point about the TITA board prioritizing entrepreneurship and SMMEs in the maritime sector. So just a few pointers just to kind of get your thinking going about what you can do and what you can contribute. One of the key things that really struck me from the minister's speech was that there are 1,200 maritime companies, according to SARS. I don't think our job is that big. We're relatively small. And one of the other key issues was what are we doing about gender equality? And my thoughts around entrepreneurship is, what do you need as an entrepreneur to establish, thrive, and succeed? Not necessarily just attend an entrepreneurship training program. I think there's a whole lot more to what it takes to be an entrepreneur. So could I put it out there to you? So I'm kind of keeping this informal and walking around. We've got 2 microphones here. Any thoughts about what you would like to contribute personally or as an organization or as a company to supporting these entrepreneurship aims? One of the things I've thought of is, what are the low-hanging fruits for entrepreneurs and what are the high barriers to entry for entrepreneurs in our sector? I hear it over and over again in boat building, it's a high barrier to entry subsector. So, how do we overcome those? And we don't always want to have the low-hanging fruits available to our entrepreneurs. Something that came out of our previous session as well was they're entry entrepreneurs, and then they're entrepreneurs who've been in the industry for 20 years. And what do they need to take their business to the next level? Are there any thoughts or contributions from anyone?
Just add on that one.
Okay.
And also just to maybe, excuse me, try and rephrase the question. It's not only about what do you or your organization can contribute, but also what do you think can be done differently in contribution, in achieving this objective. So don't only look at it in terms of your own organization, because you might find that you don't have the capacity or the resources to make any contribution, and then you don't make any input. And that deceives the whole purpose or the objective of this discussion. So let's be open about it. There is no wrong or right answers. We are just gathering enough information so that we know exactly that what are the possibilities that are available that we can look into. Thank you.
Lindani, can I put you on the spot? I know that you've incubated entrepreneurs. Come take the mic.
Yes. I think, Vanessa, I'll just speak of an example in terms of what an organization like ours can do. And I think it really speaks to incubation. So we had a youngster in 2017 who was finishing his maritime studies at CPUT. And it was actually wasn't maritime, it was in sports management science. And he was at a primary school. What they have to do is that in third year, they have to do a 6-month stint in a sporting code to actually get credits to do the degree. So what happened at that time is that I'd approached CPUT, various CPUT campuses in the Western Cape, and I'd said to them, I'd like to introduce some of you guys to sailing and the sailing program and the maritime economy as a whole and stuff. And they were very excited, and they brought some kids, and this young chap happened to be one of those kids. And they went sailing, we went around Robben Island, they were all excited, and on the day that they left, he waited for all the other guys to leave. Then he came to me and he asked me, he said, Mr. Mchunu, you know, I'm doing this primary things, this coaching at a primary school, soccer, but I'd like to tell my lecturers at school that I'd like to now change over to sailing and do my 6-month stint with you. Can I do an internship, you know, under you? I know I don't know the sport, but I want to learn. So he came in, you know, green, not having been on the water, not knowing anything about our industry. And I'm glad to say that 3 years later, he told me, because we normally walk sometimes together in Cape Town, and he said, I'm quitting my job next month. I just wanted to let you know. And I said, what are you talking about? He said, yeah, no, I'm starting a company, and I've seen a gap in this industry, and we're going to do boat repairs, and we're going to do cleaning of boats, and we're going to start there, and then we're going to get youngsters from Kailicha and Langa, and we're going to train them, and I'm going to use your institution, you know, to help me with bringing them on board. So he came, a guy from Worcester, never had any contact with the water, doesn't know anything about sailing, and he stayed there and he saw what we're doing, and he found his niche, and that's what he's doing now. So I think organizations like myself, and it's what we are already doing, and I alluded to this earlier in the other one, that, you know, TITA is helping us already quite a lot in bringing youngsters and then just opening up the industry. And the great, I think with me as well, what makes me our organization even more at an advantage is the fact that we are in the harbor. So, you know, when we go out, my kids have to phone port control. And they have to talk to port control. And sometimes the ships are shouting at them. So the kids from Langa or Kailicha or Delft or Mitchell's Plain are seeing the traffic within the harbor taking place every day. They're seeing the bunkering. They're seeing the oil refineries. They're seeing, the fuel refineries. They're seeing everything right here every day, interacting with it. And what happens in that, in turn, seeing the pilot boats go out, in turn, what that does, then they're asking questions. What is that about? What is that about? What is that about? Then we find ourselves taking tours to TNPA and so forth, you know? So I think there's a lot, organizations like mine and yacht clubs around the country, that they can do just in terms of incubation, getting young people, getting them on board and saying, you know, what do you see? What can you do within your community, You know, I mean, I could go on and on and on. There's upcycling of material. There's youngsters now that are going to join a small organization that does sail repairs. So they're teaching these youngsters how to, you know, fix sails and sew them and so forth and all of that. And then take old sails and those old sails, upcycle them and make bags out of them and so forth. So there's like this ecology that's growing. So definitely if you're talking about entrepreneurship, that's what we're trying to do. And that's what I think organizations like mine should be doing. I think if any yacht club is out there in the country, that's what they should be doing. They should be engaging with their community and saying to their communities, here's a sport, here's an industry, how can we show you what's involved here and then empower those youth? There's absolutely no reason why kids in Bloemfontein, close to the Gariep Dam, are not actually finding some kind of economic activity around that big dam, where they're doing something, whether it's houseboats, whatever it is, and taking tourists on. Why can't we be building houseboats on the Gariep Dam being driven by kids from the townships in Bloemfontein? Why can't, you know what I mean? So there's no reason we're not doing that. And I think those are the things that we should be looking at.
So
Yeah.
I'm stepping a little bit into Benny's turf here, but what support would you need to extend the work that you're already doing?
I think it was Admiral who said, "Fagimalo Zobona." He said that. but no, you know, just I think not even necessarily even. I mean, money, of course, funds are important, but for me, you know, what I've found, and that makes a big difference, is exposure. You know, exposure makes a huge difference. It played a critical role in my life in maritime, where I am. Just, you know, so I think if we could be given access, you know, why isn't my organization, why doesn't it have a collaboration with the Navy? Why can't my kids be able to go to the Navy and see what's there? That doesn't take lots of money. That takes connections. So maybe, and that doesn't need money. That just needs people to connect with one another. Do you get what I'm saying? And then our kids are in the Navy, and then after that they're going to the Air Force, and after that, you know, we're just, and their guys are coming to sail with me. That's, you know what I mean? So that outside of the funding, I think, you know, how I see the world, I see it as a puzzle, and there's pieces on the ground. And organizations like TITA need to find the pieces and put the picture together. That's it. And just pull us as one and pull us together. And I promise you, we're industry, we're private sector, you know, we've got ingenuity. When the money's not there, the other South African saying is, a boer maak 'n plan. And we can make a plan even when the money's not there. But you need to connect us because we don't know each other. We don't know that we exist and what the other one is doing and the other one, because we can share resources.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And to me, it's been, yes, round of applause. Thanks, Lindani. What's been refreshing for me has been this conference in bringing the airspace and the defense sectors with the maritime. Sorry, over to you.
I'm thinking loud of opportunities that are low-hanging. The first one is, over the past few years, we've taken a number of business leaders on an international leadership development program. As at today, the number that has been exposed to what happens out there in the world is 250. But if we were to take those leaders back to the role players that are here, expose business leaders to what exists in the country, so that when they're looking for social corporate investment, they already know in the country, the SA Navy does this. In the country, Air Force does that. All the role players that are here, we don't have to spend a cent. We just need to connect the dots. So it just came to me as we were sitting here that, oh my God, we already have 250 business leaders that just need to know what makes the economy, the ocean economy tick. If they were just to be given a day, or even half a day because they're busy, and just get to have a sense like everybody had today, they would just go back to their companies and provide opportunities. Now, the second part of it is how young learners need to be exposed. Young people need to be exposed to the ocean economy in real. How this can be done is access. If this young children that we have adopted as TETA, for an example, in the 54 schools, can be exposed to what exists. They can, therefore, some of them have an entrepreneurial flair and have the guts to say, I want to go overseas, I want to go and clean a yacht somewhere and make money for myself. But if they sit and they don't know, then we can't expose them. So I believe there are quick wins that can be on an access basis as well as from business leaders. The last one for me is with regards to TETA and CAT-SETA, which is a SETA that deals with culture, tourism, working together to explore the idea of sailing as a sport, pilot it nationally, and have these young kids, who knows, they've got too much adventure and energy. Maybe we might have a lot of sailors. And then we can go to the Department of Basic Education and say, we want to introduce a new sport. We as the two SETAs have combined our efforts. Some might take it as an adventure, but some might end up being entrepreneurs, and they could end up really, so that we don't focus too much on employment, but we really allow those with a passion to do what they are meant to do just by connecting them.
Thank you, absolutely. I think that exposure is critical. If I think about the Law Hill Maritime School and the level of exposure for their learners as well, it goes beyond just the curriculum. And as Lindani said, it's an organic process. As you sail past a container ship, you suddenly have a very different take on it, because you're very small and that ship's really big and you're not looking at it from the shore. And also the idea that we need to tackle this from the top with the business leaders, and then also from the young, exposing them and giving them, they'll find their own way, their own entrepreneurial thoughts will surface. Can I open the floor to anybody else? Yes, sir, would you like to come up?
Thank you. These points are not very well structured, because I was thinking them right now as you were raising the issues. What would I or my organization do? Coming from a maritime training space, I think it would be important to, at a local level where one operates, to strengthen the innovation and market demand capacity in terms of research, to identify the ocean-based entrepreneurial opportunities, basically. So that if you go to the next steps, you know that you've secured relevance in terms of what you would want to be doing. Two, would look at the entrepreneurship support structures, the CEDAs of this world and many others, and ensure that they are mobilized to assist those budding entrepreneurs with the initial or seed capital resources or whatever they might require, so that they are not blocked by lack of support, even if they've got brilliant ideas to do things. Thirdly, could identify entrepreneurial services for local maritime activities. Could be marine, but I'm specifically saying maritime, including the inland waterways, fisheries, and then assist the training providers like colleges to ensure that their programs are packaged such that they generate the capacity for their learners to respond to those opportunities by being appropriately skilled. Lastly, I'm also thinking of supporting the local supply hubs. These are the strategies that are used in many industries, and I would assume it's also applicable in the oceans economy-based industry, where in terms of procurement, there is a promotion of local is lekker. And you want to capacitate the local suppliers so that the JIT philosophy, just in time, in terms of delivering whatever is required, could adequate skills to be the suppliers of whatever resources or raw materials that are required locally to service the ocean industry in the country.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to hand over to Benny to handle the second question. Lights in my eyes. Thanks, Benny.
Can we please flesh up the second question? Thank you. So the second question is, what type of support would you or your organization need to contribute meaningfully to entrepreneurship development beyond the Ocean Economic Skills Summit? So I'll give you at least 1 minute. Look at the question, think about it, and make your input. And for me, the most important thing, what I've realized over the years is the involvement of TVET colleges, that how can we capacitate TVET colleges nationwide, that they, they build the center of entrepreneurship. Because we found out that type of model works, but not every TVET college has a center for entrepreneurship. And if we are really serious about developing young businesses, the partnership between the private sector and TVET colleges, I think it will be a logical choice. But that's my input. So I'd like to hear your input as well in terms of what support can government and also private companies. I know there's a couple of companies here that they're doing enterprise development, and also like to know that what can be done, whether from government or from private sector, through partnerships, through access to other markets, through financing. Let's have a conversation. Sir?
Thank you, Program Director. And in our group, we're looking at this question and we internalized it to what programs as a college right now are we already running. And we actually have what we call the Center of Entrepreneurship Rapid Incubator. Basically what we do in the center, we skill our students into various skills, business, accounting, marketing, and through the years, what we've seen is that we've produced a number of small companies out of the center, about over 30 plus companies that we have produced out of the center. And looking at this question, we then said, how do we then maritize? I think that's the new word we just came up with. How do we maritize and we can effectively participate within the ocean economy? And really is to, we're thinking, looking at the center and what it is doing right now, understanding the aims and objectives of the ocean economy and saying, for us to really become effective role players, the main resources that we really need is, again, to look at expertise that we have. And as it is now, within the maritime and the ocean economy, we don't have those expertise. So we really need to look at capacity building and bringing in expert knowledge into what the ocean economy is all about, so that we can then say, how do we realign the programs that we are already having and building capacity on them to address the aims and objectives of the ocean economy. The second thing is to really look at the current and existing infrastructure, and how do we adjust that so that we become, I think, a center from where we are, because we're right in the middle of the city and right in the middle of the province. How do we adjust that so that from us as a college, knowledge begins to flow throughout the province in the Free State in terms of what the ocean economy is all about, and how can we be effective participants and contributors into the ocean's economy. The third thing that we looked at is, I'm seeing partners in here. I'm already seeing a partner in you, to really work with other institutions that are already making an impact within the ocean's economy, to really build and strengthen those partnerships, and that can be the beginning of the flow of knowledge from where we are as a college. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other hands up? Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm tall, dark, and my father and mother, they were both tall and dark. I think we have seen something after the presentation by the Navy. Our take is that we want to have an MOU with you, with the Navy. We want to develop SMMEs. In partnership with TITA, we expect the Navy to develop our SMMEs so that they are able to take even the opportunities that are out there. So that is, I think from our side, that is done. There is something that I heard today, Fakimalis Zobona. So we hope and believe very strongly that if we can develop our SMMEs, and our focus, as per our board resolution, is also to look after the SMMEs, particularly within the ocean economy. I think that we'll make a follow-up with you. It's something that must work from the 1st of April. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. We still have 5 minutes, so.
Yeah, they're going to say I'm hogging the mic, but I believe in carpe diem, and I need to dash out in 5 minutes. So I think I need to say this message. I lived in some islands. Some of you might know who are older, because South Africa used to fly there before 2003, when we were going on our way to New York. I lived on some islands called Cape Verde Islands. For 2 years, I lived there. And what I was doing there is I was sailing, and I was taking Europeans coming from Europe, and I was a captain, a skipper of a big sailing boat, and I was taking them around. It was 10 islands. What I saw there when I lived there was something I had never seen in South Africa. I saw kids on that island who were water people. They were just water people. That was their thing. They would go, they would dive, they just lived on the water. That's what they knew. And as a result, it was in their veins, it was in their blood. If we don't do what we've spoken about today, about somehow finding a way to get sailing or whatever water-related sport, so that they don't say I was here lobbying for sailing, whatever water-related sport, because there are many of them, it's not just sailing. If we don't find a way to introduce them in township schools, in rural schools and all of that, we would have missed a big, big opportunity. We just have to make our kids
water people. End of story. And everything that we deliberate and talk about here will grow from the ground up from there. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
I hope he didn't leave. Thanks. Now I can adjust. Greetings, everyone. I think my little input, what Vanessa was raising, the previous question, I just wanted to say, particularly on the issue of the TVET colleges and how can they contribute as well, the support that they need. Colleges are funded on an 80-20 principle. They are state funding, which is in the form of a grant, that's 80%. The other 20% they must go and fend for themselves to raise the other 20%. But one of the biggest challenges is that structurally, they do not have the capacity to deal with the 20%. Unlike the universities that will find that they have their enterprise development units, they do research and innovation, they go and raise money through research and so forth. TVETs, on the other side, they don't have that. And I think that's a capacity we need to build for them to go out there. So for them to think entrepreneurially, so it has to start with the institution itself before it can be able to develop entrepreneurs. Because as a TVET college, for you to function, you have to function like a business. You can't just be happy with the grant coming every month and then you are happy with that. There has to be this other element of being able to mobilize additional resources for you to be running a business. On this particular one, before entrepreneurial development, so that we shift away, I see my time is ticking, so that we shift away from having what I call tenderpreneurs, but in the past few months, that has turned into COVIDpreneurs. That we really find people that have skills in doing something. I go to a TVET college, I'm trained to be a hairdresser. I have a certificate to prove. Then I can go and seek funding on developing that business because I have a skill. In South Africa, I can come. I was trained as a hairdresser. There's an opportunity in construction. Now I'm in construction. How did that happen overnight? And we allow that. I'm not against the informal economy, but until we try as much as we can to move our people to formal economy with proper skills. We have a lot of people who are called bush mechanics, operate under the trees. They mess up your car, you have nowhere to go because I wasn't trained. It was monkey see, monkey do. We have to reach a time where if I walk into a hairdressing salon, before somebody touches my hair, although I don't have any hair, but I can see on the wall that this person is qualified hairdresser, and it also shows on the name badge that I am qualified to touch your hair. In other countries like Germany, you will never have somebody touching your hair who's not qualified to do so. But we allow our hair to be treated under the trees with people that we don't even know whether they have expertise or not. And I think we have to do that. The other part, I'm sorry, Program Director, you gave the platform to the wrong person. I speak last normally, you'll see on the program. Now, the other thing that I just wanted to touch on is Vanessa, you are in the board building. How many entrepreneurs have you developed? Young SMMEs that the company can say, we have developed 1, 2, 3. one very important thing, not that we have to invest money, information on its own is empowering. And sometimes we end up not being exposed to certain things due to the lack of information. Today I was sitting here, I learned a lot about the Navy. And I was saying, yeah, I wasted so much time doing things which I could have maybe gone to the Navy. So maybe from TITA's side, I'm sorry that I'm speaking because sometimes I speak and it's a directive to the CEO, and is to have a program based on this ocean economy skills development that will be talking to breaking the barriers, where we'll take the likes of Vanessa, the likes of Lindani, and all other people that have managed to make it to come and talk to our young people. I see a lot of airtime being wasted on our television. I'm not going to mention those shows that I add. We should be empowering. You know, people fighting, you took my salt, when you took my this thing. It's not helping us as a nation. So these are the things that we should be talking about. How do I get into that industry? So we provide this platform. This is a television show. Vanessa comes. This is how we started. And this is how you could be able to get into that. So what Lindani was sharing here today in terms of how they got into the ash, that's very powerful. It's very empowering, and that's what we need. And lastly, the creation of the incubators, in particular in these TVETs. I tried it while I was still a principal in one of the colleges. I established an enterprise or entrepreneurial development center within the college, find these young people who have been skilled in various engineering programs. They can make a product, put them there, make sure that they are trained in developing fundable business plans and link them with the funders so that they can then run their businesses. Thank you, Chair. There's a lot that I can say.
Thank you very much. I think now we have reached the final end of the program, but we are still waiting for the other group to come in here so that we can have the Oceans Economy Skills Summit pledge. So that means I can allow, if anyone feels that they've been left behind, to raise their point before we finally close it. Is there anyone? Going once, twice, done. Okay. Thank you. May we all be seated. For this session, which summarizes today's program, I'd like to take this opportunity to call Dr. Molete to come on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, to the Chairperson of TITA, the CEO of TITA, officials of the SA Navy, officials of the SA Air Force, official of the SA NDF, according to your ranks. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a simple role to play this evening. Just to recap what has happened during this day. We have had a very long but a very exciting day where I am sure all of us have learned a lot about the ocean economy and skills development. At the beginning of the day, we heard the CEO of TITA setting the tone for the day and taking us through the whole value chain of the ocean economy. Our minister was very clear in giving us our marching orders and sharing his vision for the ocean economy. All the other speakers that followed demonstrated to us in no uncertain terms that as a country, we have what it takes. They demonstrated to us that as a country, we have the requisite skills, that as a country, we have the capacity to develop the next generation. The problem is that perhaps we were working in silos. The problem is that perhaps we're not collaborating. Because on the one hand, we sit with technical expertise. Hydrography, that was a new term for me. We sit with technical expertise in the Navy. We sit with technical expertise in the Air Force. And on the other hand, we have a social capital in the form of young people who are not in employment, not in education and training. And so there is no reason whatsoever that we cannot create the synergy that we need. I've been hearing that TVET colleges do not have the capacity. But today I'm convinced that we sit with capacity to train in our SANDF, in our Navy, in AMSCO, in the CSIR. We have that capacity to be able to do this skills development, so we can pull it off. And maybe I should say, this day I am convinced that African child, it is possible. Transformation in our lifetime through skills development is possible. Every one of those people that were telling us about the skills that they have, the education that they have, We demonstrated transformation. All the speakers showed us what transformation looks like. Perhaps the challenge that we have is that we should stop sending them overseas for training and start training them ourselves, because we do have the capacity. And so we're now going to take the Ocean Economy Skills Network pledge, and may I call to the podium the following people. Mrs. Mapefo Anofrempo, the CEO of TITA. Please join me on the podium, ma'am. May I call Rear Admiral Gladys Mbulaeni, may I call to the podium Dr. S. Nzimande. May I call to the podium Ms. Sefale Munzi? Is she still here? I'm glad you're outnumbered, Doctor.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's our time now as women.
No, it's normal.
We're breaking the gender barriers. I want to say, if there's anything that we should remember, if you are the first Black person to achieve this position or that qualification, just make sure you're not the last. That's your responsibility. Over to you. This is the ribbon cutting, where after a session where you are asked 2 questions, what is your contribution and commitment towards the development of entrepreneurs and also for employability, and what type of support do you need? And we had a lot of inputs. And I'm hoping that even on the other side, because I was sitting in this room, there were a lot of inputs. But now, you really need to commit yourself to say, we want to create an ocean economy skills network, because that is where the challenge is. The partnership, the collaboration, the network. That is the key that is going to unlock the skills development in the ocean economy. Ma'am, please. Scissors, please do the honors. All of you. I don't know how people will hold the scissors, but I'm sure you'll find a way. Thank you. And I think, I think within the oceans economy, we should also make room for left-handed people. They are previously excluded community. You are all invited for cocktail dinner at the foyer, and thereafter you are free to go and have the most deserved rest till we meet again tomorrow morning for another exciting day of the Ocean Economy Skills Summit 2021. I thank you.